This story follows Choi Kang-hyuk, a former Special Forces soldier turned personal trainer and fitness streamer, struggling to keep his gym business afloat during COVID. To de-stress, he reads a Murim novel about a Shaolin monk named Mujin but suddenly wakes up inside the novel as the protagonist, losing his muscular body and finding himself in a strict monastery. Confused but convinced it's a dream, he decides to play along. However, as he faces harsh training and discipline, he starts to question whether he's truly dreaming or if he's trapped in this new reality. Let's start the recap. The manhwa starts inside of a fitness center in Seoul. Inside one of the staff room, we see a man named Choi Kang-hyuk live streaming. He goes by Best Gym Rat TV. Khan says he's going to do a mukbang today, then starts to pig out. He says it's good, then takes a sip of his beer. I'm sure you can tell from his body that he enjoys working out. He wasn't always a gym rat, but he was heavily injured in a deployment during a Special Forces mission, and he started doing physical therapy but fell in love with trying to figure out what was optimal for the body. He ended up becoming a Chad personal trainer and focused on rehabilitation. For those who are wondering why he's doing a mukbang, it's because of COVID. In order to keep up with the cost of the gym's maintenance, he ended up trying streaming, although the profits weren't good enough to maintain all 5 gym locations. He does his outro to all of them, saying to like and subscribe. He instantly sighs after he ends the stream. He says he's worried about tomorrow. He ate so many calories and he wants to work out, but it'll be hard because of the alcohol. He starts to wonder how things got like this. It jumps to a doctor telling him that he's balding due to a high amount of stress, which hurts him. The doctor says if he doesn't de-stress, his body will continue to break down. Khan asks what he means, and the doctor says he'll become bald. Khan doesn't want to turn into a Korean Johnny Sins, so that's why he's resting so much too. He says he doesn't know what to do. He starts to scroll on his phone and says, "Not this one." We see that he's looking at Murim novels. He grew up with his grandparents, and he would often go to the nearby bookstore and read them. He spots a familiar work from an author named Gaejiang, and that there's a new one about a Shaolin monk. He says this is unique, and the synopsis is that Mujin, the protagonist, martial artist. He clicks on it to start reading and instantly finds himself hooked. He says he really feels relaxed, and then he starts to wonder when the last time he relaxed like this was, saying it's like he was back to being a kid. He falls over saying that he's sleepy, and while he's laying there, his phone screen begins to light up. Then he hears someone trying to wake up Mujin for the morning workout. Kang raises up and looks up to see a bald head and a Shaolin in uniform as a little boy says they need to hurry up or else they'll be yelled at. Kang asks the kid how he got into his house and the kid asks what he means, saying he's older and bigger than him. Kang is 180 centimeters and 8% body fat, so he's confused. He asks the kid if his eyes are okay and looks around wondering why he's in his house, but he quickly realizes that he is not in his house and he's confused. Then he touches his head to see he's bald. He stands up wondering where the hell he is and why he's bald. Then he remembers the kid called him Mujin, and says it's the same as the novel he was reading. He wonders why he's here and why he had to lose his muscles. He quickly says it must be a dream. The kid says they'll really be late, and Kang, we'll call him Mujin from now on, stands up and says he's an adorable kid. They start to run off and he says he'll enjoy the situation since it's a dream. An older man yells, saying being late first thing in the day they need to be taught a lesson. He tells Mujin and the kid to take their places. Mujin says it feels so real for a dream. The man says they'll start with the horse stance first, and Mujin looks around to see everyone shaking like after a bad batch of Taco Bell. But he says they'll hurt their knees like this. Do proper exercises due to the rehabilitation training, so he understands how important the lower body and core are to bodily health. There were times he saw trainers teaching the wrong technique and that they would focus on the upper body and ignore the core. So he can tell their posture will lead to issues in the future. Their backs are too rounded and their legs are too spread. The man yells, saying the lower body is the foundation of martial arts. He says if they aren't able to maintain balance with their lower bodies, they can't properly put any strength into punching or their staff techniques. Mujin says if he knows all of this, why is he letting them have such poor posture? He grits his teeth since it's a dream. He won't stand by. He yells, saying they don't know a single thing about proper exercise. The older men and all of the other students look in disbelief. The kid from earlier asks him what's wrong, then the older man asks why he's interrupting a training session with yelling. Some of the other older men too ask if he's doing this so he doesn't have to train, saying it's not befitting of a Shaolin disciple. Mujin says he wonders if it's because it's a martial arts novel, but he can feel their energy just from them shouting. Even so, he doesn't plan to back down, saying he just pointed out it was flawed and that it's way easier than having to deal with dumb members in real life. The man asks him if he's saying that the Shaolin training is wrong. Mujin says this dream is hell realistic, and he'll play along by speaking like a martial artist. He tells the man that if they keep training like they are, when they get older, the cartilage in their knees will be damaged. The man says it's an excuse made by the weak. Mujin asks what he means, saying that martial arts is for the weak to train their bodies and mind, but now he's saying it's not something for the weak to learn. Another man steps up, saying the way the Shaolin trains is different from what he said. They train in martial arts to achieve enlightenment. Mujin says he sees and asks if they are saying the Shaolin isn't a place where the weak can obtain enlightenment. The man quickly stammers, saying no, they train harshly to train their minds. The mind is weak, so they seek comfort in times of difficulty and evil, and the training is to make it easy to endure through this. Mujin says he guesses their minds only need to be trained while they are young is practically what they are saying to him, since what he's saying is that in order to train their minds, it's fine to damage their knees when they are young, since once they are old, they won't need to go through times like that. The other students start to chatter, wondering if this is all true. Then Mujin points at a much older man, saying he wonders how much he's gone through to still not have obtained enlightenment. The dude wonders why the hell this kid is so crazy to say that to the first class disciple Hyan. Then Hyan shouts and causes the students to cover their ears. Mujin says that's a lot of pressure. All of the students look towards Hyan, and he begins to walk to Mujin, saying he's heard everything he said and like what the second-class disciple said, the martial arts of a Buddhist group is usually to train oneself. However, their martial arts are different. Mujin asks how Hyan says their martial arts are used to rescue the masses. They use them to protect others from evil and the demons that harass them. Mujin sighs, asking if they are just damaging their knees to protect others. Hyan stares at him, saying if they leave him be, he'll be a bad influence on the other students, but that the grown-ups cannot punish a young monk personally, so there's one option left. He tells Mujin to prove it himself. He points forward, saying he wants him to win against those who learn from the Shaolin training method to prove his point. Mujin asks who he'll be fighting, saying surely not a first-class disciple. Hyan says it would only be fair if he fought someone who joined at the same time and gets Mugung to step forward. Hyan says if what he said is true, in 7 days from now, he will spar with Mugung to prove himself. Mujin says the guy is in a different weight class, saying this is just a mockery of it being called fair, and mockingly says that he's an honorable senior. He agrees to the conditions, saying he'll do that, as there's no way he'd lose to a kid. They'll see in 1 week. For now, Hyan says he's clearly taking the hard path. Amitabha, it's a Buddhist saying. He tells the rest to get back to training. The kid from earlier asks Mujin why he's doing this, saying to just apologize. We finally learn the kid's name is Mule. The other students stare at Mujin with annoyed looks, calling him impudent. Hyan says he'll see him in a week. Mujin starts to sweat while performing squats instead of doing the horse stance. A second-class disciple asked him why he was doing it, but he told him Hyan allowed him to. Hyan tells the man to leave him alone too. He smiles and continues squatting while telling the rest their knees are going to hurt a lot in the future. He says they are so young, asking who will take responsibility if their knees are damaged. Hyan gets annoyed but tries his best to remain calm and ignore the talking. Mujin trained for 2 hours, so now it's time to go munch on some protein. But he doesn't understand the issue he's about to face. He looks down at his food, asking if this is everything they are eating, as Shaolin monks are all vegetarians. While it's natural to be a vegetarian at the temple, he was puzzled since he didn't think about this. He wonders where the hell he'll get his protein. Then he begins to wonder why he can smell the food in his dream. He says it smells good, even though it's only vegetables. But in the end, it doesn't matter if that's all there is. He starts to shake, saying this is child abuse. They tell him not to talk but start to yap, saying this is too harsh to only provide vegetables. The second-class disciples tell him to stop talking during mealtime, saying this is disrespectful, and one of them says he'll teach him a lesson. Mujin wonders why the dude's angry since he's the one who should be pissed. They need protein. He grits his teeth, saying he won't let his training go to waste. A man opens the door and starts to laugh. Everyone looks up to see him, and the second-class disciple shouts, saying Hall Leader Hyunmun, he takes care of the food here. He looks at Mujin, says he must be hungry, and if the food isn't enough, he'll get more. Mujin says there's enough food, and Hyunmun asks if he wants more of the side dish. He decides to be generous and overlook his grumbling. Mujin then asks if he has any chicken breasts. Everyone is outraged, asking what the hell he's talking about. Mule says he's been acting strange, asking if there's something wrong with his head. Mujin says that they need protein, they have to eat it. He looks at Mule's eyes to see himself, and starts to realize things are strange. He gets tired from exercising, he can smell the food, he begins to wonder if this is reality. He quickly says he has to do something about the situation since if he's truly a young monk in the temple, he needs to think of something appropriate to say. Now he bows his head, saying he's acted weirdly since he's hungry. He just misspoke. Hyunmun says he must have just been tired from training. Mujin then asks if he can have more beans and mushrooms. Hyunmun is speechless, and says he's definitely crazy. Whether it's reality or not, Mujin knew he needed protein. It jumps to him messing with his brush in class, saying he can't believe they are studying Buddhist scriptures. He starts to think about the what if, saying even if he's in the world of the novel, how on earth will he get back home? Then he wonders if he'll get out when the story is completed. He says based on that perspective, it's not bad at all. He's the protagonist, so he has exceptional talent. The Shaolin Temple is the strongest among the Orthodox Alliance. While he's deep in thought, he spills his ink and screams. He realizes he was loud and looks up to see the other students in disdain. He says that it would seem like he's been marked by the others, but it's too late to change things. He'll just win the spar and get acknowledged. Then scene shifted to Hyan asking Hyunmun if he's serious, and he laughs, saying he's a unique child. Hyan apologizes on his behalf. Then Hyunmun asks what he thinks about Mujin. He says that they'll find out in 7 days if Mujin is correct or not. Hyunmun laughs, saying that's truly a great idea. They can't punish a disciple because of their thoughts, so they can just prove their point by testing it. He also says that he's heard that Mugung is one of the most competent disciples among the new disciples. The temple recruits hundreds of kids every year, but most drop out and they end up with only 10% of the original number, which is why the other disciples or elders don't generally know the names of the new monks. But Mugung was a rare case, as they all knew who he was. Hyan says Mugung will teach him a good lesson. Then the scene shifted to both of them walking up to the middle of a platform as a week has passed since they agreed to spar. Hyan tells both of them to get ready for the fight. It cuts back to Mule asking Mujin what he's doing. He says that he's stretching. Mule asks what that is, and Mujin explains it in martial arts terms, calling it tendons extension technique. Of course, we all know what stretching is in the modern world, but within the novel, it's not that well known, especially the benefits of the increased range of motion. Mujin says he should give it a try. Some other kids talk about it as Mule starts to stretch under Mujin's guidance. Then they hear other kids talking about Mugung. Then they see him punching the air. The kids say he's incredible, and you can hear snapping sounds from his punches. Mujin says if he gets hit by that, he'll be in deep trouble, and he wonders how he's going to beat him within this kid's body. But he has an idea, saying he just needs to use his size to his advantage. Hyan says it seems like Mujin wasn't just trying to escape training. While he didn't listen to the others, he was still training in his own way. He's training with a tree, saying he's practicing to take down Mugung. Instantly, Mule asks how him rubbing against the tree will help. Hyan looks down at him and chuckles, saying Mugung will teach him a great lesson. Mugung is happy that Hyan is acknowledging him and apologizes to Mujin, saying he'll trample him. But then he sees Mujin throwing it back as he's loosening up his joints before their spar starts. Mujin asks Hyan if they can start immediately. They both get annoyed, saying he is acting tough. He starts to step forward, saying he'll show him. He says he's ready to start too and that he'll show him the punches he's been training for the last 3 months. It starts, and Mujin runs straight at him. This startles Mugung, and as Mujin gets closer, Mugung tries to back away from him. He punches straight at his head, but it gets dodged. Everyone is surprised. Instantly, Mujin uses the dodge trajectory to grab onto Mugung's leg. He says he can't use the martial arts he's trained since he's from the special forces. He could kill the kid accidentally, so the most efficient way to take him down will be with a tackle. They fall to the floor after the spar started. The time it took for Mugung to be subdued was just a little over a second as he gets put into an arm bar. The students ask what's going on and wonder if Mugung can get out of this. Some of them are worried, saying it is impossible for him to be subdued so quickly and be in such pain. Mugung wonders what the hell is going on here. The second-class disciples begin to give Mugung some advice, but even though they don't know what an armbar is, they can tell it's bad. They know exactly how painful it must be for his arm. Mujin calls out to him, saying if he resists, his arm will break, so just surrender. The second-class disciples still try to tell him to get up, but Mujin assures him that if he exerts any more strength, he will snap his arm, so he needs to give up immediately. Mugung starts to grunt as his arm gets closer and closer to snapping, and then starts to just cry. Mujin is surprised, and so are the other kids. Mujin quickly lets go, saying he's sorry, and they all turn towards Hyan, asking him what they should do now. Mujin helps Mugung get up, asking why. They had to make two kids fight, and Mujin is declared the winner. We learn that the chain punch is one of the 8 extremities fists, which uses the entire upper body to generate powerful force, allowing you to quickly defeat your opponent. It's known for being very powerful. Mugung has the most proficiency among the younger monks. Even the second-class disciples were impressed by Mugung's chain punch, yet he pathetically lost without any form of resistance to some weird techniques. Mugung keeps crying, saying that this is unfair. Mujin asks what he means. Mugung says he charged as soon as they started using something that wasn't the chain punch. He shouts, saying he can win against anyone in a fair fight. Mujin tries comforting him but messes up his name, which made him cry more. The other disciples say that Mugung has a point. Mujin turns around and sees them. They say that one should use the Shaolin arts when sparring here, saying he broke the rules. Mujin wonders what kind of ridiculous ideology that is. The disciple then asks why he didn't use the chain punch. He says if he had used the chain punch, the fight would have lasted for longer, and they could have gotten more injured, so he just prioritized making the duel quick. He said he did make him cry, but he didn't leave a single physical injury on his body. They say that's not nonsense since it wasn't a Shaolin art. He says they are the ones talking nonsense. They struggle to rebuttal since the chain punch was defeated so easily by some strange technique. At that, they don't want to admit it, but they are just refusing to acknowledge he lost. They don't want people to doubt the Shaolin arts, or that the new disciples might be discouraged and leave. They look back at Hyan, wondering what the plan is, but they see him smiling at the whole situation. Hyan calls out to him, asking if he truly did that technique just to not cause him harm. Mujin says yes. Hyan says that is the true essence of Shaolin and smiles, saying he's the winner. Everyone is surprised by this. However, the reason his skill was more effective was because the opponent's level was that of a loser. The ultimate reason they learn martial arts is to take down evil and the demonic heads who've learned martial arts. So he'll show the true essence of Shaolin, the real power that can take down their enemies. He orders the rest to bring him a boulder. They bring one over. I think that's a big demonstration of their power. They start to wonder if he's going to break the rock with his fist, and Hyan tells them to watch closely. This is the true power of the chain punch. He takes a deep breath and then ready himself, channeling his energy into his fists, then exhales upon punching the rock. The rock begins to crack and shatters as he punches a hole through it. The rock shatters to the ground, and everyone is pogging out of their gourds. Hyan looks smug and turns after receiving all of their compliments. Even Mujin is stunlocked and says, "Whoa." He starts to grin, saying, "That's a real martial artist." He says, "This is how it should be. One hit being enough to break open a mountain. One swing can take down hundreds of enemies. A single punch putting a hole through someone." Then he realizes something. He says that Hyan mentioned overpowering the enemy without harming them. Hyan says yes like it's a question. Mujin points out he broke the boulder into pieces, and they all look at it and realize it doesn't make sense. Now they are thinking about it, so nobody could say anything. Later that day, we see another man named Hyan Sung talking about the fight with Hyan. Then Hyan says Mujin may be rather arrogant, but he trains his chain punch the most out of the students. He's worried though. Hyan Sung asks if he's worried that he's only training the chain punch to learn its weakness. He says yes, saying it could be bad if Mujin is a spy of one of the unorthodox sects or the demonic cult. Of course, Mujin is just a modern-era gym rat. Hyan Sung says he probably isn't, and he wouldn't do something so eye-catching if he were. Hyan suggests maybe it's reverse psychology, but Hyan Sung tells him not to worry. He's just a new disciple, and they'll find out over time if he's a spy or not. But he has an idea and says maybe he's from a martial family. Hyan says it makes sense, as he doubts Mujin came up with those ideas by himself about the training. Hyun Sung says the greatest figure in a child's life is their father. Maybe he wanted to. But says since he defeated Mugung, he'll become more arrogant, wondering what to do about him. But then cooks something up, saying they can leave him to Biob Gang. Hyeyoung asks if he means the one in the discipline court. He says no, he's in the Arhat Hall instead. They agree it's a good idea. Then it jumps to some of the second-class disciples saying good night to one another. Then one of them spots something that shocks him. He says they should go somewhere else, and they look around to see what he's scared of. They see a man doing the horse stance, and we learn that it's none other than Biob Gang. They wonder what he's doing here. One of them says he's doing the horse stance, and the rest say no and ask why he's not at the training ground. They say he must have wanted to keep training without rest. They all start laughing, saying there's a reason he's called the Mad Dog. Dude is obsessed with training. They laugh, saying the discipline hall is a good fit for him. Then one of them tells him that he'll be moving to the Arhat Hall instead. He yells, asking why the hell he be doing that, and the other freaks out too, asking if they'll have to live with a mad dog again. He's always grilled the juniors ever since they were third-class disciples. But it turns out he wants to join all the halls and learn the differences in their rules before going back to the discipline court. They say it's expected, he's obsessed with the rules. Biob Gang has worked hard to be a role model for the rest. He also spent way more time training, and his knees were constantly under tension due to this. If he didn't use internal energy, he'd experience so much pain that walking would be tough. But he didn't care as he considered it to be part of his mental training. He chose to embrace the pain. He just finished doing the horse stance for 30 minutes. He's heard rumors of Mujin, and how he's a problem child, but says he'll teach him the correct mindset a disciple should have. It jumps to the next day with the disciples freaking out that Biob Gang is standing in front of them all. They ask, and he says he'll be joining them all today. Mujin sees him, and Biob Gang laughs, saying he's looking forward to working with them all. Mujin says he's absolutely diced to the gills. He notices the second-class disciples aren't happy about him being here, but the first-class disciples have no idea who the hell he is. Mujin quickly understood what's going on, and says he must be Biob Gang, almost like they haven't been saying it for so long. They start their morning training, and the first thing up is horse stance. Biob Gang says the first thing to do is find the root problem. If he knows the problem, he can solve it. He walks behind Mujin while saying all of this, then spots him saying his legs are spread wider, then his shoulders. He comments on how his posture is different, and starts to mimic the way he's doing it. He starts copying the squats he was doing and says it's not any different, and he feels the same pain as from the horse stance. He gets angry, thinking it's just a trick, and goes to say something to him. Biob Gang asks what he means, and he tells him his posture is wrong. Biob Gang asks him to explain, and Mujin realizes he'll have to teach him so much, and says he doesn't know why he's copying him, but he can hear his knees screaming with every squat, and he can't ignore this. He thinks about how it would be beneficial to have him on his side and decides to win him over since he has authority here. He tells him that copying him will just make his knees worse and asks if he can trust him and listen to how he instructs him to move. We see Biob Gang in a lunge pose, and Mujin says it's good he's flexible and says that this technique loosens the muscles in his knees. If he does this before the actual exercise, he'll be able to exercise smoothly while reducing the pressure placed on his knees. He tells him to do it for a 30-second interval, and that'll make a set, and he just needs to do it 3 times. Biob Gang asks what a set is. Mujin says. He misspoke, then notices that his knees are shaking and quickly massages it, asking if he's feeling better, but he looks visibly pained. Mujin says this is bad. If just a light touch hurts his knees, it must be insanely damaged. Biob Gang starts to calm down, and says at first it felt like someone hit his knee, but now it feels refreshing. Mujin says alright, then they were on the second round, so they should start again since training waits for no man. Biob Gang starts to wonder what kind of kid Mujin is. The other students see Mujin encouraging him, and Hyeyoung wonders what the hell is going on. Mujin says when his knees feel bad he just has to do this due to his nickname of being the Mad Dog. The other second-class disciples understand exactly what kind of obsessive person he is, but now, they see he's being friendly, training with a new monk. We see Mujin tell him to rest a bit, then they'll do it again 15 times. Mujin explains how earlier he was doing air squats, but he shouldn't since his knees are cooked, and he needs to bend his knees just slightly to take the pressure off his knees. He says he'll summarize it, and in the sequence first, you bend your knees slightly and slowly, descend down. Second, as you go to sit you must focus on your glutes and thighs to descend rather than the knees. Third, just like step 2 only use the same parts when ascending. He asks how his knees feel, and Biab Gang says they feel fine. Mujin says that's good and to rest a little. He says he's definitely feeling less pain. Mujin says now they've done this the next exercise will be focused on his calves. He explains that usually those with fierce appearances are often weak to friendly people. Mujin quickly compliments him, and Biab Gang laughs, saying he's been here for 18 years. The first-class disciples wonder if he's truly gone mad, and Hyan starts to pray since his blood pressure is spiking like crazy, and he decides to ignore them for now. They start to head to get food and Mujin reminds him to make sure to do as he said before he trains to others. It looks like Biab Gang was blindly following his orders, but that isn't the case. He's decided to follow him after trying his technique by himself. This is what he's decided after receiving personal training, stretching lessons, and a massage from a top-class personal trainer. He thinks his techniques are incredible. He says they were really effective, and he experiences almost none of the usual pain he does with his knees, and he could feel the muscles on his legs stretch as he trained. He asks Mujin if it's techniques taught by his family. He asks what he means. Biab Gang explains that since his techniques are so effective he must be from an extraordinary family. He was told those techniques were passed down within Mujin's family. He smirks saying this is a good misunderstanding. He says he did act strangely at the start, and wondered how to explain it all but now he won't. He goes along with it. Biab Gang laughs, saying they are goat but that his praise only applies to the treatment for his knees. They are training for martial arts, and the Shaolin is 1,000 years old. He understands Mujin's heart for his family, but it'd be great if he trained the Shaolin way too. He says he'll take note of that. Then Mule asks if he's done. Mujin says yes and tells Biab Gang he'll see him later. Biab Gang smiles, watching him leave, and hears Hyan clear his throat. He apologizes for being unsightly. Hyan says he's glad he's aware. Biab Gang says the know the enemy quote, and Hyan sighs, asking what he thinks about it. He says from what he's experienced, Mujin isn't from a martial family but rather a family of physicians. He asks him why he thought so. He continues, saying he should say this first but his knees are all torn from the training. He didn't tell anyone as he didn't want them to worry, and more importantly, he didn't want to show his weak side. Even the juniors who trained with him for 10 years haven't noticed his knees are screwed up, but Mujin could tell right away from how he was bent, and then Mujin taught him movements that didn't hurt his knees at all. Hyan says his family must be physicians, not a martial art family, and wonders what to do, saying the training of Shaolin is about to collapse. Biab Gang says not to worry. He's sure that he will teach Mujin the techniques of Shaolin slowly but surely, and young kids usually listen to adults they are close with instead of force. He'll get close and slowly teach him the Shaolin methods. Hyan says all right but to take it slow for now and that he's counting on him. A while later in the afternoon training, we see Mujin is annoyed, saying having to do Buddhism lessons after breakfast blows, and he wonders if it's because he's young, but the food coma is real. They head to their training, and Hyan says since they are good at the chain punch, it's time to move to the next step. One can only exert the full prowess of martial arts by combining internal and external energy, so now they'll start to prepare them on their internal energy journey. He sends out 2 disciples to demonstrate how to them all. He tells them to get into the lotus position, and Mujin wonders what's going to happen. He sees them sitting down on the floor, and they cross their legs. He says he recognizes it now. They both close their eyes and focus on breathing. He tells them to take a deep breath and let it pass through their nose and throat fully and keep breathing until it reaches their energy cores. Mujin starts to get excited, saying he can finally learn the martial arts he's been dreaming of. He says he's been getting sick of the same exercises for now, and now it's time for martial arts. He wasn't the only one excited, all of the other students were too, as it gave new reasons for them to train hard. They were all dreaming of being able to break the boulder like Hyan too. They focused on his voice and followed the breathing patterns too, but Mujin says something about this training is weird.
He noticed that they were doing a simple meditation. It was somewhat different from the Shaolin and training methods he saw from the novels. Is this a joke? Contrary to the novels where they teach them energy cultivation, such as yin and yang, the 5 elements, bagua, and other philosophical stuff, he just assumed that there was a good reason for all of this. An hour later, Mujin, who had been tackling all the training methods of Shaolin until now, had been doing his best this time as well to follow all that he was told to do. This was because he was excited, thinking that he was about to learn how to do incredible feats like having the source of power that allows a human to split a mountain, the ability to fly high in the skies. He assumed he would be able to obtain energy, a transcendental power that would allow him to do all of that. The manhwa nerd soul within him was feeling excited as he was about to learn cultivation techniques from the epitome of Murim novels. He couldn't fathom the fact that it was about to happen. Hyan then asked them to open their eyes and stated that the energy cultivation that they just learned was only a simple breathing method that would allow them to feel the energy and accumulate it within the body, which is the first step in cultivating. Since they must feel the incoming energies first, he assigned them to do it every day and practice it hard so they could feel the energy, which made our hero have no choice but to accept. He frowned, knowing that they would be only learning breathing techniques. I want to break boulders. He remembered Hyan's statement that they must be able to sense energy first before they could gain it. A senior then gave him a book. It was the book that the second-class disciples used, and it has images of human meridians. Hyan informed them that there was no need for them to memorize the whole book, just memorize the meridians, which they could use when circulating energy and subduing opponents. Fortunately, Mujin had an idea about meridians, all thanks to his contemporary knowledge. He knew that meridians are passageways of energy in the body. He was aware of the idea that energy was not the only thing that flowed in them, but inner energy did as well. Because of that understanding, the meridians were something necessary for martial arts. When Hyan asked a senior to execute the move, he knew immediately that he was doing Tenghu and Kucha. That made him feel more determined to delve into the topic. The validation from Hyan strengthened his resolve. Later that evening, while he was walking down the hallway, he was deeply implanting the knowledge into his mind. But then, he heard a familiar voice. He turned to see who it was, barking late in the day. It was none other than Mad Dog, trying to beat David Goggins' baddest MF record. He explained that his knees weren't hurting anymore, thanks to his training regimen. Now he could turn back to his old fetish of domestically abusing his joints. Mujin was dumbfounded. He could hear his knees cracking. It was as if his effort went into not in Beab gang defense. He stated that he must push through the pain because iron gets only stronger when it's struck. But Mujin explained, true, but it could only get stronger if you strike it right. It might break if you overdo it. He asked him to take a seat, to which he gladly did so. He warned him that he was about to show him a new technique that would hurt him for a bit, which was called the pressure relieving technique. The Mad Dog tried his best to endure the pain each time our hero massaged his knees. The discomfort was intense, but he knew it was necessary for his recovery. Massaging, Mujin was reminded of something about the past, a mistake that led him to struggle. Back when he was a member of the Special Forces, his body got severely injured when he tried to just grip through the training after having a sprain. Even though he suffered greatly, he was assigned a task to cross a river. Because of the traumatic event, he was forced to retire from the service. At that time, he lived through every day without any energy. Each day felt like a struggle just to get through. His lack of vitality made even the simplest tasks seem insurmountable, and he felt like he saw a ghost from the past every time he looked at Beab gang. He told him that if he were to get injured, he would be the only one who would suffer in the end because no one would take responsibility for it. Therefore, he wished that he took care of his own body more often. That made him smile, knowing that his junior was concerned for him. So he gave them assurance, stating that a Shaolin practitioner won't abandon their fellow disciples no matter what they went through. He gave them a bright smile and confidently said, "We won't abandon anyone, regardless of what happens." Mujin felt relieved after hearing that. Who would have thought that along with huge muscles, the mad dog also has a huge heart? Gang informed him that he should trust him with everything starting tomorrow and train in the ways of Shaolin. After feeling relieved, he asked, "By the way, where were you going?" He replied that he would be going back to his room to practice the energy circulation technique he learned earlier. That confused him, knowing that he came from a family of physicians. He should already be able to feel energy from the inner energy cultivation techniques that were taught by his family. That caught Mujin off guard. He forgot the fact that they thought he came from a family of physicians, so he told him instead that he forgot to learn it due to some personal circumstances at home. In that case, the mad dog offered to practice the energy circulation technique in the exact place they were standing, since he was also thinking of circulating his own energy after he was done with his training. He added that they must train together from now on every time he circulates his energy, and it might help him more, as he might be able to sense energy easier when Gang was on. "So, do you want to do it?" Mujin was amused hearing his convincing words. He wouldn't let go of this opportunity to train with the notorious mad dog because no matter how much he tried to feel his energy, he still had no idea what it felt like. But things might be different if Gang cultivates beside him. He sat down in the lotus position, determined to give it a try. He was thrilled and wished to start circulating energy as soon as possible. The prospect of revitalizing his cultivation technique along with a pro filled him with excitement. The mad dog was feeling the excitement. He wanted to serve as a role model for his junior, determined to lead by example. He asked him to pay attention and learn from what he was about to see. He breathed deeply from his nose into his diaphragm. The deep inhale filled his lungs completely, bringing a sense of calm and focus, which left Mujin in awe. Witnessing such mastery of breath control and concentration impressed him deeply. Just by looking at him, Mujin knew that he was doing real energy circulation. The air around Gang felt different. He took that as a chance to see what was different between him and Gang. He wished to refine his own techniques to match his mastery. He started seeing an ominous aura engulfing Mad Dog, which he wasn't even able to see when he was doing it by himself. He wondered if that was what Hyan was talking about previously, that same energy that was capable of slicing a mountain in half. All of the evil energy must gather within the body and be breathed out through the mouth. When breathing in, breathe in as deeply as you can. Then absorb the pure energy of nature until it reaches your energy core located at the center of the body. That's the difference he found between him and Gang. Although he struggled a lot, he did his best to perfect his technique, showing his determination to learn Shaolin martial arts. After a while, his core started glowing, indicating that he managed to reach the flow of energy. "I can feel it." Despite feeling the urge to celebrate, he maintained his composure. He understood the importance of staying focused and calm in the moment, ensuring that he must gather all of his energy. But then he found out that he only had a tiny amount of energy within him, unlike Gang's energy. In fact, it was so small that it was even a miracle that he was able to feel it. But then he remembered that back in his world, people called the truffle chips despite only having 0.01% truffle. Meanwhile, we saw Gang's surprised face, as if he saw a monk breakdancing during morning meditation. He couldn't fathom the fact that our hero had already felt the energy, confirming that the master's assumption about Mujin was correct. He was indeed a genius that could become a pillar that will hold up the 1,000-year history of Shaolin. Back to our hero, he was able to get a rough grasp of how to sense energy and store it. He was able to stabilize his breathing technique a lot thanks to his determination to learn. But then he suddenly felt a chill in the air. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark. Observing this, he noticed that Mad Dog was patiently waiting for him, exuding a sense of maturity and supportiveness to his junior. He apologized, admitting he didn't know it was already late. However, the senior didn't mind it and reassured him instead. He suggested that he should go back to his accommodation, asking him to take a rest. While Gang stared at him, he saw something different around him. This kid never fails to amuse me. There was an unusual aura or presence that hadn't been there before. This newfound energy or change in Mujan's demeanor intrigued him, as he had already exceeded the expected level of someone who just started sensing energy. He complimented him, saying that he would be able to learn the enlightenment cultivation technique of Shaolin from now on. So Mujan asked, "I don't need to memorize meridians anymore?" Mad Dog replied calmly, "You came from a family of physicians. Shouldn't you know it all by now?" Knowing he was about to get caught red-handed, he just brushed his statement off as a joke. He then left, saying that there was no need to tell unnecessary jokes and that they must go back to the temple since it was already getting late. Mujan couldn't handle the stupid family of physician setting. The constant pressure to lie and meet the expectations of the elders felt suffocating to him. Because of that, he was left with no choice but to memorize the whole meridians in a day. The next morning of training, Hyan asked everyone who was able to memorize the meridians to step forward. He felt a sense of relief knowing that he was one of the people to step forward. But then he noticed that almost everyone was able to memorize the meridians in a day. He was shocked to know that sensing energy was simpler than he thought, seeing that there were quite a few young monks who had stepped forward. Mujan, supposed to be a genius martial artist, thought, "What's happening here?" Hyan then introduced a book that contained the basics of Shaolin cultivation techniques, which could help them build a foundation. He opened the book with the intention of gently instructing the young monks, ensuring that they gained the necessary information. Meanwhile, the other monks who had failed to memorize the meridians in a day watched in amusement, especially his best friend, who was also feeling proud of our hero. When Mujan came back, he was immediately asked, "How were you able to memorize it in just a single day?" Our hero replied by saying that he could do it too since the basics weren't complicated. The innocent kid was dumbfounded when Bro started yapping about circulating energy and following a sequence. Although he didn't grasp a single thing, he was in awe of how intellectual his best friend seemed. So he instead told him once again that he could also do it, but for now, he must focus on breathing first. Mujan then continued memorizing the meridians and sequences until he got it perfectly. He memorized the book Hyan had given previously. Thanks to that, he felt his energy filling up faster, even though it only lasted for a short time. He was proud of it. He found it unbelievable that he was finally delving into the study of inner energies, a topic he had only encountered in novels before, a perfect feat of a martial arts protagonist. His training progress went smoothly. Every second he spent training brought small wins. However, his concentration vanished as soon as Mule called him. He asked, "Where did you go all this time?" When he turned around, he saw Mule carrying a monk who appeared lifeless. He was taken aback and bewildered by the sight of Mule carrying what appeared to be a corpse. He tried to figure out what had happened, knowing that Mule wasn't capable of killing unless it was the last slice of spinach. Then all bets were off. However, Mule quickly reassured him that the monk was not a corpse. This brought a sense of relief, mixed with lingering confusion about the situation. The wild monk he found was named Mukyung, and he had joined the temple earlier than him. Mule also explained that he couldn't carry the monk, so he instead dragged him face first, as if the young boy's face were bulletproof. Our hero then noticed something that prompted him to rise from his seat. His gaze sharpened due to worry. "Are those bruises?" He carefully observed the poor monk, studying his condition with a mix of concern and curiosity. He noticed that the dirt on the monk's arm was likely caused by Mule, but what disturbed him more were the bruises on his back. These marks hinted at something where someone must have done that to the poor child. Seeing the pattern of his bruises, he assumed that the monk had been beaten up. Every mark on his body looked like a footprint, which made him feel alarmed. knowing that there was a huge chance that Mukyung had experienced bullying. It suddenly dawned on him that the name Mukyung felt familiar. Mukyung, tall, scrawny, and gaunt unlike other kids, he looked like a scarecrow with sunken cheeks. Right now, that was the image that the novel Mujin remembered in passing. However, the memory that Kang Yuk knew was different. Despite not remembering his face, he knew that the name was familiar, as he had already heard that name somewhere. However, he couldn't remember, even though he tried his best to recall it. He just focused on the matter of why he got beaten up. Mujin was determined to figure out who bullied him. However, he didn't have a single idea of who it was, but he did have an idea that could help him track down the suspected person that Mule looked up to, someone who had joined the temple before Mu Kyung, who could potentially hold clues on finding the perpetrator. It was none other than the person he sparred with previously, mugging, the middle-aged looking child. Their intent was clear, seeking clarification and understanding regarding the situation involving the poor monk. On the other hand, Mugging appeared puzzled by their decision to approach him like a cat being asked to participate in a dog show. Mugging was sweating profusely and feeling bewildered by this unexpected interaction. His confusion was evident as he tried to comprehend the reason behind their approach. But things went from serious to an 80s comedy show atmosphere when Mule accidentally dropped the poor kid. It was like he used the finish him combo from Mortal Kombat on Mu Kyung. A tense silence hung in the air thanks to the little dude's random head drop. Back to the main point. Mugging refused to help them, saying that he wouldn't waste his precious time on our hero and his friend. But our hero looked him dead in the eye and stated, "You're our senior. It is a must that you help us." Mugging clenched his teeth and told him that he was his junior, therefore, he must follow him. However, Mujin provoked him by asking if he was fine with becoming a senior who lost to his junior. But Mugging stood his ground, saying that he only lost because he let his guard down. However, his patience finally wore thin when our hero informed him once again that he had been defeated by someone younger. He delivered his chain punch, intent on knocking him out. His precise movement, along with his determination to end the confrontation, was imminent. But once again, our hero ducked, dodging the punch. His reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the attack with ease. He firmly grabbed his gi and executed a judo throw, showing another, unusual move to Mugging. He covered Mugging's neck with his arm, attempting to execute a twister chokehold. Mugging grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that his chain punch was ineffective against our hero. It was as if he was fighting an EFIC 20 kilograms champion. Mujin smirked and confidently told him that the outcome would always be the same, no matter how many times they fought. His words carried a challenge and a hint of superiority. Mugging, however, refused to give up. His determination was unwavering despite the setbacks. But then, our cunning hero made a proposal, suggesting that he would reveal the secret of why Mugging had lost if he disclosed who had harmed the poor monk. He let go of the submission hold, signaling his willingness to negotiate and reveal the secret. Mugging immediately created distance between them, aware of the possibility that Mujin might execute another weird technique. Mujin knew that Mugging held a grudge against him, but he felt it was crucial for him to uncover the truth about this matter. Mugging then asked him if he would keep his promise once he revealed it, his tone cautious, betraying a mixture of hope and skepticism. He went straight to business and asked, why did they hurt him? Mugging revealed that the perpetrator was none other than Mutai, one of the outer sect disciples of Shaolin and the only son of the owner of the Sioa Bull escort establishment. It turns out that Mu Kyung's father was a gatekeeper at the Sioa Bull escort establishment. Senior Haimun was trying to recruit Mutai back then, but he also saw Mu Kyung's talent while he was there, resulting in them both being in the temple. Although it was a good opportunity for Mu Kyung, the problem was that Mutai thought he was trying to step over his head despite being the gatekeeper, so he started bullying him. It was a very unfortunate scenario for Mu Kyung, but they couldn't help it since his father was working for the Mutai family, and he couldn't afford to tell the truth and snitch on Mutai. Our hero was very frustrated after hearing the news. It would have been understandable if it had happened in a normal school, however. It happened in a Shaolin Temple where they teach the ways of Buddha. He wanted Mugging to take responsibility and act as a good role model since he was their senior. But Mugging defended himself, asking what he could do when he was just a kid. Mugen rebutted, saying that he was the strongest, therefore, he had the power to protect the weak. But Mugging stood his ground, asserting that he was outnumbered. This made our hero even more frustrated, and he pointed his finger at Mule, stating that according to his claim, he was the strongest. Both of them then looked at the innocent kid. Their gazes made Mule feel awkward. Mugging went into tomato mode after knowing that Mule looked up to him, prompting him to reveal that Mutai and his friends weren't taking the training seriously. He frowned when Mugging told him that since Mutai was a disciple from the outer sect, they naturally used the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple as a basis. He added that Mutai and his group had probably already learned the basics, and that's why they didn't need to take the training seriously. That reminded him that Mutai and his friends might be the same people who stepped forward back then. Despite being a bully, Mutai had already completed the learning prerequisite. Meanwhile, Mukyung had finally gained consciousness, appearing as disoriented as a raccoon caught raiding a refrigerator in broad daylight. Mukyung wondered where he was, feeling disoriented after receiving a knockout blow from the spoiled brat. The moment he opened his eyes, a horrible sight greeted him. He found himself surrounded by 3 peculiar monks that looked like they were about to consume him. Looking at him, he felt empathy for Mukyung's situation. He understood that informing Hyan about his bullying experience might cause more harm than good. He wished to know if there was a way he could help. His concern for Mukyung's well-being compelled him to seek a solution or offer assistance in any way possible. He then realized a way he could help him, an idea that could help him solve Mukyung's predicament. He immediately told him that he could help, but emphasized that Mukyung must listen and follow his instructions carefully. The poor monk became emotional, knowing that someone was willing to help him. Gratitude and relief washed over him as he realized he wasn't alone in facing his challenges. Our hero smiled confidently at him, saying they must first report the situation to Hyan. That statement shocked him, but not in a good way, because if it were that easy, he would have already done it. However, Mugen stated that it was simple. They would be sorted out if he became a principal martial disciple. A principal martial disciple is someone who has been accepted into the main martial group and continues to train in the temple. Knowing that the disciples from the outer sect usually remain outside Shaolin, they won't be able to mess with him anymore once he gets inside the Shaolin Temple. However, that wasn't an easy task, because not everyone can become a principal disciple. Everyone realized Mugen's goal. They were shocked to hear such an ambitious plan except for Mule, who looked too cute and innocent to understand a complicated topic. Come to think of it, they won't be able to threaten a principal martial disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Although there was a possibility that it wouldn't work, there was a big what-if inside his mind. He remembered what Mad Dog had told him previously, therefore, he needed to test whether what he said was true. He offered his hand to the poor kid and told him that Hyan and the Shaolin Temple would never abandon their people. In a serious tone, he asked him again if he wanted to try his proposal. His gentle and kind demeanor softened the conversation, creating a reassuring atmosphere that he wasn't alone. A few minutes had gone by, and Mukyung still wasn't giving him a response. He wondered if it was because he wasn't confident that he could become a main disciple. His voice was shaking, revealing his skepticism. This hesitation was evident in his tone, suggesting uncertainty or doubt about the proposal. But then Mugen decided to be blunt and asked if he intended to make his father stay working at the Mutai household. That thought filled him with anxiety, his mind racing with worries and uncertainties, knowing that he would remain a laughingstock. He closed his eyes and thought deeply about the proposal, weighing its potential outcomes and implications. In the end, he took our hero's hand and decided to give it a try. He wanted to do it one more time and fix everything, determined to make things right, which made Mugen glad. Mugen then gladly opened up about his second plan because he wouldn't allow Mutai to bully him until he became a main disciple. That prompted Mukyung to ask about his second plan, and it turns out that the plan was simple. All he had to do was beat the heck out of Mutai and his friends. 3 days later, during their free time in the afternoon, we get to see a glimpse of random monks having a conversation in a narrow alley. They were whispering in each other's ears as if they were planning something horrendous. It was revealed that those monks were Mutai and his goons, trying to cause more trouble for Mukyung. Mutai asked for his presence by blackmailing him, saying that he would send a letter to his family if he didn't show up. His goons, Muhwai and Muhwon, were eager to get their hands on the young monk. They wanted to beat him as soon as possible. News came to them that our hero Mugen and his best friend Mule had started hanging out with Mukyung, but further rumors had come saying that Mugging was also with them. They wondered why the gorilla-looking monk, who always acted like a role model, had started hanging out with them. However, that only gave them more excitement, as it would give them more practice targets. Mutai couldn't wait to put his hands on our hero, knowing that it had been quite a while since he wished to punch Mugen. The same goes for his minions. They noticed that Mugen had been acting way too out of place lately. They then proceeded to mock Mugging, saying that he was a crybaby after losing in a duel. Coincidentally, Mugging, along with his friends, arrived on the scene. They were shocked that the very person they were backstabbing was in front of them. The 4 of them were determined to fight these bullies and give them a lesson, especially our hero, who told these bullies not to run away. The bullies laughed like a malfunctioning car alarm, saying that they would never run just because he was able to beat a gorilla with no brain. That statement fueled Mugging's fury even more. He was eager to initiate the fight immediately to ensure that such a foolish remark would never be uttered again. Muhwon, with his large nose, stepped forward to face Mugging, while our hero chose to confront Muhwai. Our hero then reminded Mukyung about their deal. You know what to do. You'll deal with him. He reminded him if he still recalled what he had said, to which he assured that he did, therefore he must not worry. But that wasn't the case for Mukyung. He was skeptical about whether he could beat his bully. Mutai then provoked Mukyung, sarcastically complimenting him that he finally made a friend. The young monks stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a tense stare down, implying that an epic fight was about to come. Meanwhile, Mutai's intimidating presence had an effect on Mukyung, causing him to hesitate momentarily as he assessed his opponent's imposing demeanor. His body began to tremble at the sight of Mutai's menacing look, so Mutai took advantage, saying, "You know what would happen to you and your father if you were to hit me, right?" That statement caused Mukyung to hesitate momentarily, unsure of how to respond to the implied threat. He remembered how diligently his father worked for the Mutai family, and he didn't want to jeopardize that relationship. But then he remembered Mugen's statement, claiming that his father would remain in that horrible household if he kept being a coward. Moreover, if he wanted to alter the situation, he needed to teach them a lesson and strive to become a main disciple. Despite his tears of fear, he summoned the courage to proceed. He charged at Mutai, demanding that he leave his father alone and face him directly instead. However, Mutai managed to dodge the attack, sidestepping out of harm's way. He was shocked to see that the one he once thought of as a coward was now defending himself. He retaliated with a punch of his own and asked if Mukyung had lost his mind. On the other hand, Mugging effortlessly caught his opponent's hand, gripping it firmly and preventing any further movement. His opponent was impressed, realizing that Mugging had reacted swiftly to his punch, recognizing that he wasn't just a gorilla-looking kid. Mugging then strengthened his grip even more, to the point that his opponent had started asking why his mama brought him into the world. He couldn't fathom the sight of Mugging, who was now exuding a completely different vibe compared to before. Flashback: it turns out that Mugging had previously refused to join their forces. However, Mugen's statement that he was scared had triggered him to cooperate. He reluctantly listened to Mugen's proposal, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. But when our hero brought up the topic of why he lost to him, it piqued his interest. Our hero admitted that his chain punch was indeed strong, but that was actually all there was to it. Knowing that Mugging was still confused, our hero advised him that he would learn faster by experiencing it firsthand with his own body. He told him that he would be hitting him with his own chain punch and wanted Mugging to avoid it. Mugging's body got tense as he absorbed our hero's words. Determined to overcome his doubts, he decided to face the challenge head-on, hoping that the experience would bring him the clarity and strength he sought. He was able to easily dodge the first punch, his reflexes sharp and precise. Our hero asked Mugging to prepare himself again and try dodging his second technique. Our hero wound up his punch and channeled his strength, aiming to test Mugging's reflexes. Mugging was determined to evade the attack, his eyes locked on our hero's movements, his body tensed in anticipation as he prepared to dodge with all his might. But instead of a punch, our hero delivered a kick that caught Mugging off guard, and he failed to dodge it. Mugging screamed in pain, demanding to know why he had been deceived. However, Mugen offered him a revelation, saying, "That's precisely your mistake. You're too predictable." He explained that in order for an attack to work, one must deceive their opponent. That revelation sparked a realization in Mugging's mind, opening up a new understanding of combat strategy. He added that although he acknowledged that Mugging had a fast and powerful punch, he was able to dodge it simply by judging his posture. But Mugging refused to accept it. He explained that he just needed to be faster so his opponents wouldn't be able to dodge it, even though they knew it was coming. Mugen knew that he had a point, however. He needed to be the strongest in the world if he wanted that to happen. It turns out that he learned those techniques from all the novels that he had read, such as the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, where the blade techniques of the protagonist were considered the strongest in both unorthodox factions and in the world. In other words, if you were not the strongest, that knowledge wouldn't apply to Mugging. So until then, he suggested that he must deceive his opponent by winning the psychological warfare, just like in the game Rock, Paper, Scissors. Mugging was hesitant, but in the end, he accepted his advice, understanding the necessity of improvements as their senior. Back in the present, Mugging smirked at his enemy, thrilled to show his new knowledge. The bully agonized in pain with each passing second that Mugging firmly held his hand. Rage was evident in his voice when Mugging demanded that the bully dodge his chain punch at all costs. Our hero's advice echoed each time he fought the bully. He remembered the time when he contemplated whether to acknowledge the usage of deception. For him, using deception was a cowardly act, however. He couldn't justify why. In the end, he admitted that Mugen was right, and since he learned something new from him, he wanted to show him something. Mugging claimed that it would be dangerous for our hero to fight Mutai and his goons. At first, our boy thought that he was coping. What is this boy yapping about? Mugging revealed that there was a way for him to become even stronger, which he didn't use in their previous fights. He added that if it had been a real fight, he would have used the martial arts of his family. Mugging guided them to an empty spot in the temple, determined to demonstrate their family's martial arts prowess. Our hero asked, "Why did you bring us to such an empty spot?" But Mugging clearly stated that he didn't want to upset the elders by using their family's martial arts. He asked Mule to stay on the lookout, as he was about to execute something amazing. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, and then an ominous green and yellow aura engulfed his body, followed by a menacing stare. Mugging prepared to showcase the formidable skills passed down through generations in his family. With all of his might, he demonstrated the art, showcasing the precision and power honed through years of practice. His fist looked as solid as a rock, reflecting the strength and intensity of his martial arts technique. Mugen was amused to witness such a powerful punch, which left him breathless and unable to formulate speech. He noticed that the form was different compared to when Mugging used his chain punch. It was as if he was looking at a high school level kickboxer. He was left in awe considering that Mugging was still young yet possessed such power. Every kick or punch Mugging delivered left a snapping sound, heightening Mugen's awareness of the potential danger when facing Mutai and his crew. I see, so if I fight Mutai and the others now, they'll all use their own martial arts against me. With the skill he demonstrated, Mugging was confident that it would leave a lasting impression on our hero. Our hero admitted that Mugging had impressed him, now understanding why he was regarded as the strongest young monk. But he knew that all of the young monks were still unable to freely control their own inner energy. If that was everything they had, he was confident that he would be able to take them down. Our hero taunted the bully, saying that if he didn't come, he would be the one who would charge forward instead. The bully took the bait, heading straight for our hero with the intent to knock him out. But our hero was confident that after seeing Mugging, he could discern the specific forms and postures they needed to harness their own energy. Compared to Mugging, the bully's punch seemed like child's play, lacking the speed and power that Mugen had witnessed earlier. He swiftly dodged the attack, effortlessly evading the bully's punch with a quick and precise movement. He anticipated that the young kid would use a chain punch. The move felt too predictable, almost like watching a scene from a 90s movie. The bully was baffled and frustrated to see that the technique he had harnessed was easily dodged. He stepped back, recognizing that his beating Mugging wasn't a fluke. But our hero wanted to conclude their duel. He charged forward like a madman, determined to end the confrontation decisively. He employed the iconic Dempsey roll to close the distance swiftly. That made the bully panic and flinch, allowing our hero to close the distance even more quickly. He noticed that the bully tried to defend his face, trying not to ruin the skincare routine that he had followed for years. So our hero instead punched the body, aiming for a vulnerable spot just below the ribs. The bully felt extreme pain as our hero's punch landed with precision. However, he mustered the courage to retaliate from the attack, only for him to leave himself wide open for a counter. Our hero tripped him, causing a huge bang that reverberated across the alley. When the bully opened his eyes, he saw our hero standing over him, looking like he had transcended from heaven. Our hero then punched the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The punch served as a warning to the bully never to mess with him and his friends again. The bully started crying, realizing the mistake he had made. He reflected on the consequences of his actions, knowing he had crossed the line. When our hero realized that he had overdone it again, he made another kid cry. The bully started acting like a spoiled brat, threatening to tell his father about what had happened. He was left with no choice but to scratch his shiny head, contemplating his next move on what to do with this troublemaker. When he turned around to check on his comrades, Mugging had already incapacitated the opposition, leaving them unconscious on the ground. When he was able to confirm that Mugging was safe, he was horrified when he saw Mukyung, who mercilessly gave Mutai a beating to the point that he wasn't recognizable anymore. He pleaded with him to stop hitting him, as the fight was already over. That was when he remembered the name Mukyung, a name that had been bothering him for quite some time. Mukyung, the one who stained both of his hands with blood, eyes full of madness. He felt a chill run down his spine with the realization. In Shaolin Chronicle, author Go Kyung's first novel, there was a character in The Return of the Demon Supreme, and it introduces the most insane character of all time, Mukyung, also known as the Blood Monk. As always, the novel that our hero liked when he was young, he had forgotten it all as time passed by. But there was an illustration of a memorable character that was hidden away in a corner of his memories. This character would always say that all humans were evil, and that he would use blood to wash away the cycle of sins from them, a lunatic blood monk. As he witnessed this horrible scene, he was reminded of the madness and horror of the Mukyung that he had read about in the novel. Seeing Mukyung with bloody hands and crimson red eyes of anger, our hero was gripped by deep fear. What have I awakened? Mugen only wished to raise his self-confidence. However, he did not expect to see such an appearance. He quickly snapped himself back to reality and realized that he must stop Mukyung, or else he might kill Mutai. He and Mule rushed forward as fast as they could to stop this soon-to-be madman. They tackled and locked his fist to prevent him from inflicting more harm, but Mukyung was persistent and shouted at them, saying that they must let him go because he had tried to bully his dad. Eventually, he fell to his knees and gave up, feeling frustrated that he couldn't punish his opposition more. Our hero noticed that Mukyung's strength was impeccable despite having the build of a scarecrow. Mugen stared at him, trying to figure out what to do next. But then Mukyung started crying like a baby, his tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, transforming his intimidating face into a blotchy redness. He felt a sense of relief knowing that he wasn't a blood monk yet, but an ordinary child instead. He remembered that the blood monk only appeared as a crazy person in the novel, but it did not mention how he became a blood monk. He wondered if it was because he crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed, after enduring such absurd situations where he was constantly bullied. But then, Mad Dog arrived, spoiling the party and making these troublemakers anxious. Our hero immediately realized that they were in huge trouble because Mad Dog, of all people, was the one who saw them. Mad Dog was furious, demanding a good explanation for what had just happened. His eyes bored into them, conveying both disappointment and anger. It looked like there was no escape in such a situation. Bodies on the floor and one kid was grieving while crying. Mad Dog even noticed that mugging was involved, even though he should be a role model, not a subject of chaos. Our hero knew that the situation was perilous, and with each second they did not talk, the more Mad Dog was getting furious. He closed his eyes, debating whether to tell the truth or not. He approached Mukyung and put his hands on his shoulder. That action confused Mad Dog because he was expecting a reply, but rather Mugen approached Mukyung instead, like a homosexual enjoyer. His eyes widened from what he saw, a horrible sight that no human being deserved to experience, especially as young as Mukyung. Our hero asked Mad Dog to take a good look at Mukyung and grasp his pain. Mukyung's bruises were everywhere, marking his body with vivid evidence of the pain he had endured. Each contusion told a story of pain and struggle, highlighting the severity of Mutai's bullying. Mad Dog was disgusted. He demanded to know what had happened, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and concern. "Tell me immediately what happened," he ordered. Our hero revealed that those injuries had been inflicted by his fellow monks, who had bullied him ever since he came to the temple. That's why Mugen decided to help him. Knowing they had called Mukyung once again to beat him up, Mad Dog became even more furious after hearing this news. He looked at the bullies, demanding to know if what Mugen had said was true. He asked the bullies to raise their heads and look him in the eye as they answered his question. Noticing that they wouldn't give him an answer, he approached them directly and warned them that there would be severe punishment if they lied. The other seniors then arrived, as late as cops in movies, and asked why they were hearing loud yells. The bullies, realizing they had no escape, cried out guilty for their sins. The seniors couldn't believe that such a thing had happened in the sacred monastery. They would never expect that a monk would discriminate against their peers. However, Mad Dog remained calm. He turned to Mukyung and asked for clarification, wanting to hear directly if he had truly experienced bullying. Mukyung hesitated to tell the truth, afraid that revealing the bullying might make the situation worse, knowing that his father worked for the bully's family. But our hero patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that everything would be all right because Mad Dog was known for his fairness and justice. Therefore, Mukyung had no reason to be scared. He could be assured that his concerns would be heard and addressed with due consideration. Tears started dripping from his eyes as he prepared to recount his painful experiences. Mukyung broke down in uncontrollable tears, slowly recounting to the seniors what he had experienced over the past 2 months. The pain in his voice was evident as he uttered each word. Because of Mukyung's burst of emotions, he was unable to tell the details articulately. However, he was able to get the main point across to Mad Dog, who patiently listened and empathized with Mukyung. Our hero approached Mad Dog, reminding him of his statement that the Shaolin Temple would never abandon their own disciples regardless of the situation. Since Mukyang was a disciple of the temple, he had thought that he needed protection. Mad Dog reminded him that his actions were wrong because Mutai and the others were also a part of the temple. That triggered a switch in our hero, who asked if they would still consider them even though they had threatened Mukyang's life and his father's. He was beginning to feel skeptical about the temple's beliefs. The two of them stared intensely at each other, silence hanging heavy between them as both of them tried to make a point. Someone then interrupted, agreeing that our hero's statement was correct. However, it would only be true if he was telling the truth. He asked for time to conduct a thorough investigation right here, right now. In the meantime, they must wait for the result. The man was none other than Hyan's son, the Arhat Hall leader. He confirmed that if they were able to verify his statement, then those children would cease to be disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Our hero calmed down, stating that it would be just right to conduct a fair and just investigation. Sure, you can investigate, but then Hyan Sung added that even though they ceased the bullies from becoming disciples of the temple, what happened in the hall would never be overlooked either. Because the Shaolin martial arts are meant to subdue opponents, not kill, he pointed at Mukyang, telling him that what they did to Mutai was too brutal, considering that he was still a child. Quickly, Mukyang apologized for beating him and sought to defend himself by explaining his reasons, but our hero prevented him from explaining further, extending his arm to silence Mukyang. Mid-sentence, Mujin decided to take the blame, saying that he was the one who did that. He was too frustrated, after seeing Mukyang's wounds, which resulted in him losing control of his emotions. Mukyang was shocked. He did not expect Mujin to take the blame, especially after everything he had helped him to regain his confidence. He started looking at Mujin with inspiration, seeing him as someone he could look up to for his courage and selflessness. It turns out there was a purpose for that action, as our hero knew that if Mukyang's belief was formed after shouldering all the unwanted responsibilities and being betrayed by the world, he must do everything to prevent that, to stop him from becoming the blood monk. Therefore, by trying to protect him from becoming the blood monk, he aimed to be the best comrade that Mukyang could ever have, a person that someone he could rely on. In the aftermath of the fight, Mad Dog took our hero to the place where they meditate while facing the wall to attain enlightenment. He was tasked to stay there while looking at the wall and meditate repeatedly. Not long after that, they arrived at their destination, where he was assigned to meditate in a small cave. It served as a punishment for his previous action. Our hero took his punishment like a man, enduring it without complaint or resistance. He knew it was necessary to uphold justice and fairness within the temple. His compliance earned him the respect of Mad Dog and the other seniors. He began facing the wall and meditating, seeking inner calm and clarity amidst the turmoil from before. As he meditated, he recalled a plot twist from Gakyang's novels. His life mirrored the world of Shaolin Chronicles, yet unexpectedly aligned with characters from Return of the Demon Supreme. He knew that the novels he wrote shared the same world. On second thought, he thought that it was just the world that was the same. He knew that the protagonists from the novels were in the same period. However, they were active in different areas, so it would be unlikely for them to run into each other. In the second half of Return of the Demon Supreme, the protagonist of the Shaolin Chronicles appeared. That concluded that all of his novels were in a similar period. This prompted him to think that his actions might influence the events that took place in other novels. He started overthinking, saying, "Can my interference cause a butterfly effect? What if it gets in the way of other novels' protagonists' growth?" He decided that if he wished to get stronger, he would need to find the right place and connections. However, he couldn't remember anything other than the ones that would affect the growth of the other protagonists because it had been 10 years since he read a novel. He only remembered the overarching stories, but his memories were still vague as he was unable to recall the exact details. He thought that if he stole those opportunities from the protagonists, the story development might be screwed up. He was worried that he might mess up Shaolin Chronicles and turn it into a cheap Chinese novel. He had already taken in Mukyun, who was supposed to become the blood monk. He must make sure that it works somehow, because the protagonist of Return of the Demon Supreme would gain enlightenment and become stronger, and his fight with the blood monk. However, the blood monk had now disappeared, along with the enlightenment that he was supposed to gain, which happened because of our hero's mistake. He realized that he was in a messed up situation. He tried to think deeply about what to do next. However, there was no single idea that came to his mind. Meanwhile, Mad Dog was still lurking behind, as if he was a low-key pedophile. He stared at him intensely, carefully observing his posture and focused during meditation with a scrutinizing gaze. He assessed whether every breath was deliberate, every thought centered. Looks like he is focused on his repentance right now. He was captivated that a 12-year-old child was able to have that kind of concentration and repentant mindset. In addition, he also witnessed the special techniques and talents that he had shown. He knew for a fact that this child would become the pillar of Shaolin. A while ago, the whole leader blamed himself for what happened. However, Hyung took full accountability instead, saying that he failed to watch them. They focused on the matter, and the whole leader asked about the current status of the investigation. Hyung revealed that after interrogating everyone, their testimonies were the same. The truth had prevailed, and Mutai and his friends were found guilty because of the incident. It brought great shame to Shaolin, and the atmosphere in the Arhat Hall went bad. Not long after that, Mad Dog arrived. Mad Dog asked Hyung if he noticed the same thing as well, to which he replied that he did. They were able to find out easily that Mukyung was the one who beat up Mutai, judging from the obvious wounds on his hands. They knew that Mujin just took the blame, wanting to protect his friend. In that confusing situation, the whole leader thought that they had both a disaster and a blessing appearing at the same time, but Mad Dog argued that it was more of a blessing finding the disaster and stopping it, because if it weren't for Mujin, there was no telling what else would have happened. The three eggheads sighed and contemplated the situation. Mad Dog then said that he would like to give his opinion about the incident, to which Hyan Sung allowed him to go ahead. Whole leader, I think this incident isn't due to any certain individual's fault, but rather is the fault of everyone. Mad Dog knew that it would be better not to blame anyone but to focus instead on making sure it wouldn't happen again. Hyan Sung got his point and asked if he had an idea in his mind. Mad Dog furiously yet passionately stated that he believed the root cause of the issue was a lack of proper training. He argued that more rigorous and disciplined training was essential to prevent such incidents in the future. The whole leader thought deeply about Mad Dog's masochistic proposal, but Mad Dog wanted to confirm if he was allowed to proceed with that. Hyan Sung stood up, saying he would leave the matter to him and Hyung, and he would be busy for a few days to wrap the matter up. Now that they knew the children were guilty, they must punish them accordingly. That's why he must go to the discipline court first. Mad Dog accepted and promised that he would do his best to guide the children, which he did as he was still observing our hero. Even though 2 hours had already passed, he was impressed that our hero hadn't moved in the slightest after 2 hours of meditating. He realized that there was no more point in monitoring him. Just by simply judging our hero's discipline, he left the scene using his movement art technique and promised that he would bring Mujin water and rice balls from time to time, so he doesn't need to worry and just focus on his meditation. Now back to our hero, who was close to being Buddha himself for cultivating for hours. He was glad that the creep had finally disappeared. He boasted that he was in the special forces for 7 years, and it wasn't for nothing. That was why he was able to sense that Mad Dog was nearby. He lay down, thinking about what he should do to kill time for his 7-day punishment. He was worried because he didn't have beans or mushrooms to give him the protein he needed for exercising. That was when he realized it had been ages since he last ate meat. He remembered that he ate fried chicken right before he got transmigrated to another world. He reminisced about the crispy skin that crunched with every bite, along with its tender meat that would make you forget your name. His stomach started growling, craving the taste of meat. He felt an intense hunger gnawing at him, making it hard to focus. He pondered where he could get meat, briefly considering if the monks would notice a missing chicken from the coop. He quickly stood up as he realized a brilliant idea. Since he was already in the forest, he decided he should go for a hunt. After all, it couldn't be that hard to catch a squirrel or two, right? We then get to see a glimpse of a little girl and a rabbit, both curiously eyeing our hero's hunting trap. However, the stupid rabbit still fell into the trap, and our hero couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected success of his trap. The little girl immediately hid behind the tall grass, peeking out cautiously to see what would happen next. She watched as our hero approached the trap, wondering if he would notice her presence. Our hero shouted like a madman, exclaiming that protein had finally arrived. As a result, he instantly became a 0 out of 10 in the girl's eyes. His eyes started glowing, and his mouth began watering from the sight of the meat, like a carnivorous disco ball ready to party. The girl, however, patiently watched our hero's protein obsession. On the other side, in an area near Mount Songshan where the Shaolin Temple is, in a peaceful prefecture called Yucheon, the Shaolin disciples spread out in the area to gather information. They would talk to the people there and thus hear from them about what happened in the place. Shortly after, they all gathered at the entrance of the Sao Bull escort establishment. A monk named Hyan introduced himself. He is the vice hall leader of Shaolin Outer Hall. An escort was delighted that he was able to meet the esteemed monk. The escort introduced himself, and his name was Simon Piang. He was Mutai's father and the owner of Sao Bull establishment. He felt honored to meet a person known for his invincible fist. However, his smiling reaction disappeared when he saw his son. His son was barely recognizable from the bruises and injuries he received from Mu Kyung's previous attack. That angered Simon Piang a lot, and he demanded an answer as to why his son was trembling badly. However, the monk stood their ground. Hyan was determined to state the truth despite being against someone as powerful as Simon. He exclaimed that the reason for his son being in that state was due to his own wrongdoings, because rather than training his body and mind to be pure, he bullied his friends instead, causing conflict in the Shaolin Temple. Not only that, they also found out that there was an anomaly within the Yucheon prefecture. Hearing that made Simon panic, as his disgusting behavior was about to be revealed. It turns out that the Sao Bull escort establishment had been coercing money out of the people. Hyan was very frustrated. He couldn't believe that an outer sect that followed the Shaolin Temple would do such an evil deed. He immediately commanded everyone to take action so that these evildoers would never be able to use martial arts ever again. Panic arose in the prefecture. The escort commanded his private army to stop the monks in an instant, but the monks were determined to give justice. They knew that the outer sect deserved to be punished because they brought shame to the monastery. The fight between the bolds and the long hair was very intense. However, the less hair, the better you were in martial arts. In the end, the monks had successfully removed all of their martial arts, leaving not a single trace of their past skills or abilities. The second thing they must do was to take everything that the outer sect had taken unfairly from the common people and return it back to them. Meanwhile, Hyan noticed that the citizens were panicking from the commotion. He realized that something had to be done quickly to restore order and calm the people, so he looked for Mr. Bang Jion, Mu Kyung's father. The man raised his hand and confirmed that he was the man they were looking for. He was shocked when he heard the news that his son was the one who got bullied. Hyan did his best to apologize to the man. He took full responsibility for the bullying that his son had experienced and promised that it would never happen again. Still, the poor father couldn't believe that such a thing happened at the monastery. He thought that his son was in a place he could consider as safe. Once again, Hyan apologized for not being able to stop it earlier. He knew that saying sorry wasn't enough, but he assured that the Shaolin Temple would take full responsibility. On that day, Guang and the other Shaolin disciples helped Mutai's father transfer to work under other escort establishments affiliated with the Shaolin Temple as a porter. Meanwhile, our hero was still spending his days in the forest. He saw a sloppy trap set up ahead and couldn't help but feel confused because who the heck in the world would use a small branch to catch prey? He noticed that the trap was a little similar to the rabbit trap he made yesterday. However, there was a huge difference compared to his trap. This one was trash. But our hero was smart. He knew that there was a person trying to copy him, so there was another person on the mountain beside him. He quickly turned around upon hearing someone bustling in the bushes. He scanned the area carefully, knowing that the person behind the bush was the person who imitated him without copyright. He was shocked to see that it was just a starving little girl. Her clothes were too fancy for someone who was in the forest, and her eyes were wide with fear and hunger. The girl suddenly ran away, darting into the dense forest with surprising speed. He tried to chase her, but the girl was incredibly fast, weaving through the trees and underbrush with an agility that surprised him. The girl thought that she had finally disappeared from the hero's sight, her heart pounding in her chest as she glanced around, convinced she had lost him. But our hero was faster than he thought. She never expected that he was already ahead of her. Our hero reached out his hand, not letting the girl escape. Her wide eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He was a stranger on the floor, and he was thankful that the FBI organization hadn't formed yet during this year. The girl immediately apologized, her voice trembling with sincerity and regret. But our hero was more confused about why a pretty young girl was wandering in the forest. Our hero apologized for startling the girl and offered her some food instead. The little girl delightfully accepted his proposal, enjoying every bit of the meat. Mugen started acting cunningly, remarking that she must be hungry and jokingly boasting that she tried to copy his trap. She confirmed that she indeed copied him. However, she asked, "You are a monk, aren't you? Not allowed to eat meat?" The atmosphere got awkward, so Mugen stated that he had his own circumstances and that she didn't need to mind the minor details. Mugen then asked, "Why are you so deep in the mountain?" He added that the place was under the Shaolin Temple, but judging from her clothes, she seemed like she was from the outside. The little girl lost her appetite after hearing our hero's answer. She glanced away, uncertain how to respond to his question. It turns out that her father left her, leaving her wandering in the dense mountain forest. Our hero realized that she had her own circumstances and decided not to ask about them. He gently changed the topic. "By the way, can you please keep my rabbit hunting a secret?" The little girl innocently asked for his reason. "Is it because you couldn't be caught eating meat?" Mugen stated that there was another reason besides that. Our hero proposed that if she kept it a secret, she would help her return home. In exchange, he told her that an influential shirtless monk would come and be able to help her easily. The little girl was skeptical. She asked, "How did you know that he's coming?" Our hero smiled and said, "Because I can feel his presence." He told her that he just needed to wait at the entrance of the cave, and the shirtless dude would arrive. While Mad Dog was about to check on our hero, the little girl asked for his help. She stated that she got separated from her group and lost her way. Of course, Mad Dog would always be willing to help, but he realized that there was something he needed to do first. He asked the little girl if she perhaps saw a boy inside the cave. Our hero suddenly got chills as they talked about him, which made the little girl chuckle. She was able to realize why Mugen asked her to keep it a secret that they met. She covered for him, saying that she did not approach the cave because she was scared. Mad Dog bought the cover. He stated that he knew Mugen wouldn't disappoint him. Knowing that he was doing well, he decided to go back down along with the girl. He smiled at the girl and said that he would bring her back home. Mad Dog asked for her name, and she revealed that her name was Sioa. Meanwhile, our hero was glad that the rule-abiding monk had finally disappeared. He lay down and realized that he had forgotten to ask the girl's name, but since it was none of his business, he brushed it off. Later, at the temple, Mad Dog asked for Mukyung's attention. Mad Dog wanted to inform him about something and involved his father too. Mad Dog revealed everything that happened in Yicheon Prefecture, the fact that the Seo Bull escort establishment, which was run by Mutai's parents who bullied him, had completely closed down. In addition, they introduced his father to a new workplace. Mad Dog told him that he didn't need to worry anymore, he should instead focus on becoming a true disciple of the Shaolin. Instead, Mukyung started trembling and cried profusely. Feeling a sense of relief that everything was finally settled, he told Mad Dog that he would do his very best. Mad Dog patted his egg-shaped head while Mukyung told him his promise. It was all thanks to Mujin, who reminded him that the Shaolin Temple would never abandon a disciple. On the fourth day, our hero was glad that the survival training he received from Special Forces paid off, helping him to hunt easily. But there was one thing that he didn't think of. When he cooked the meat for the little girl, he realized that he cooked the meat with an open fire, allowing Mad Dog to almost catch him. So, in order to leave as few traces as possible, he decided to cook in nearby caves instead. He wanted to make sure that he left as little evidence as possible since he wouldn't have enough time to clear up all the mess and pluck out the rabbit's fur. He decided to cover it in mud, cook it, and then pluck out the fur along with the mud. Although it wasn't perfect, he would be able to get his protein that way. It was also his first time eating meat after coming to the Shaolin Temple, so he felt much relief from it. The fifth day had arrived. He decided to get up earlier than the bell striking the Shaolin Temple to face the world in a lotus position. But that was not for the sake of training hard in meditation. It was because of the presence of a certain someone who regularly checks the cave. Mad Dog was amazed. He thought that he was already hardworking, but to think that our hero would meditate early in the morning was impressive. He slowly approached, trying his best not to break his concentration. He took the empty water container to change it into a refilled one. He was thoroughly impressed that our hero hadn't noticed him. He thought that Mujin was too focused for him to even notice. He handed him the bag of rations, ensuring he had enough food to sustain him until he reached the seventh day. Before taking the food, Mujin made sure that everything was all clear. He looked at the volume of the ration and couldn't believe that they expected a young kid to survive on something like this for a week. He found the punishment too harsh. He decided to eat the grain ball and drink the water that was given once a day. He also made up for the energy that he lacked during his hunt. At this point, we could say that hunting became a routine of his. On the sixth day, our hero proceeded with his workout routine in order to use the protein and energy he had consumed. But before doing so, he made sure that his body was warmed up as much as possible. As he kept moving his body, he realized something. The breathing method used while exercising was similar to the energy circulation technique. So he tried his best to challenge himself by combining the enlightenment cultivation technique and exercises to start his own kind of training. The result was that his body was feeling more refreshed than ever before. By this time, he didn't know that this process was the training process of the energy accumulation art. The final day had arrived. Mad Dog arrived early in the morning, stating that his wall-facing meditation had ended, allowing him to finally get up. "I see, so may I speak now?" Mad Dog told him that he was now allowed to speak. He also added that he would be participating in today's morning training. While walking in the mountains, Mujin asked about how the incident had been handled. Mad Dog replied that after they investigated the Tai's family, they found out that their establishment had been committing numerous atrocious deeds in the village, so they destroyed the martial arts of everyone in that place and shut them down. He also added that they introduced Mukyung's father to a new workplace. In the middle of their conversation, Mad Dog said that they increased the intensity of the training regimen. "So far, I allowed you to train in your own way because of what I promised you, but to be fair to the rest, you'll need to follow the training of the Shaolin Temple now." Mujin frowned, expressing his frustration that they were still embroiled in their bizarre exercise odyssey. Our hero asked if he could simply increase the intensity of his own training regimen instead, but Mad Dog asked him to try the Shaolin way first. At the training hall, he was greeted with smiles by his friends, whose warm welcome made our hero feel like he belonged. They told him that the training had become really tiring lately, however. Seeing him again made them feel refreshed. Mukyung kindly informed him that he almost gave up. On the other hand, Mugging boasted that something like that was a basic thing to do. Hyung then arrived, telling everyone that training was about to start. He asked them to get in their positions as quickly as they could. The seniors brought a bag of sand pouches and gave each monk the required amount. The monks were feeling skeptical about whether to wear it or not. They knew that these sand pouches would serve as extra weight, which was why the training had gotten tougher. Hyung then announced that they would proceed with the horse dance. Every monk was struggling, and even though Mujin had returned, the training did not stop. As the training got tougher, everyone started sweating profusely. However, our favorite gym rat was happier to do so. He could finally smash his PR by using the sand pouches as free weights. Although he didn't like the grip and weight distribution of the sand pouches, he gladly used them for the sake of gains because he knew that he wouldn't be training as a bodybuilder at this age. It was the perfect opportunity to use it to increase his strength instead. The senior monks immediately noticed that he was yet again doing an exercise they had never seen before. They started calling him dense for not reading the situation. On the training grounds, Mad Dog then arrived, pissed that our hero had turned the Shaolin training into a circus show. The seniors were thrilled that Mujin was about to be reprimanded by Mad Dog. Mad Dog's frustration was evident. He gritted his teeth hard, and veins had started popping out on his face. But then he noticed that our hero was sweating more than the others. It prompted him to think that our hero's regimen might be tougher training than his. But that wasn't the main point because he started feeling a sharp sense of energy around him. He wondered if our hero had already known about the energy accumulation art. Energy accumulation art is an energy circulation technique that can only be done once one has successfully accumulated energy in their body and has gotten used to the energy to a certain degree. This art allows the user to break out of the norms of a physique and display superhuman strength. The boulder-breaking demonstration that Monk Hyung showed previously belongs under this category. It is also possible to use it to do things like flying in the sky or moving at extremely fast speeds. However, not everyone can attain this. It is something that can only be attained after an epiphany of energy has been achieved after numerous trials and errors. That was how it was supposed to be, but Mad Dog was shocked by what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, our hero was still performing this weird exercise. He stated that he was getting tired of bodyweight exercises. He was glad that he got these freedom bells. He started chasing the pump like Arnold Schwarzenegger, with each repetition that he did on triceps overhead extensions. The early morning training, which involved sand pouches, was hell for everyone except for Mujin. He proceeded to pump up his shoulders, aiming for that 3D boulder look by doing lateral raises with a face full of ecstasy. He enjoyed every second of the training. On the other hand, the other young monks were surprised by his weird posture and began to stare at him. But Mad Dog looked at Mujin in a slightly different light. Judging from what he was witnessing, our hero's regimen was working. He wondered how he managed to use the accumulation of energy art at such a young age. Mad Dog interrupted Mujin, asking to give him a second. He told him to follow and insisted they have a private talk because he wanted to ask him about something. He brought him to Hyung, who stood there in disbelief. He was also deeply shocked by the event because the auras emanating from our hero were a result of his energy accumulation art. He said to himself that it was probably the result of the wall meditation training, but he was worried that if he told them that, he would basically be admitting that he was doing other stuff and not serving his punishment, so he brushed it off, saying that he was just testing things out. He told them that his family had emphasized a lot of breathing techniques, and it seemed that he got excited about today's exercise. He added that his family's breathing techniques were similar to the energy circulation technique, so he applied the same principles. The eyes of the two widened in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief at what they had just witnessed, like they'd seen a monk with long hair for the first time. Hyan knew that energy accumulation art should only be possible after the basic enlightenment cultivation had been mastered. Although that technique was only a basic technique, it would still take a few years for someone to master it. Among those who mastered it, only a few were able to effectively use the energy accumulation art, a technique requiring profound skill and deep understanding. The required process is for everyone to build a foundation first using the enlightenment cultivation technique, then go to the next level compared to accumulating energy with the energy accumulation art after they've mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique. But if someone's able to attain the energy accumulation art after learning the enlightenment like Murim, they'll be able to accumulate energy faster than their peers. If they learn the next level's cultivation technique on top of that, then their prowess will increase by folds. Hyan tried his best not to grin seeing such a genius of a monk. He knew that our hero would be able to learn the higher cultivation techniques quickly. Their eyes were filled with hidden intentions behind those cheerful smiles, particularly Hyan, who approached him in an oddly curious manner. However, their expectations disappeared when our hero told them that he could only do it if he was using his family's breathing technique. The sight left the two bald heads stunned and disappointed, however. It also gave them a sense of relief that Murim was still just a kid after all. Our hero's pump was slowly disappearing, so he asked if he could leave the scene. The two realized that they had gotten greedy for expecting too much from a 12-year-old child. After the training, Mule asked Mukyung to do the thing they always did. Again, he noticed that they were doing the muscle lengthening technique that he taught to Mule, and Mukyung revealed that they were doing this consistently after training. When our hero received his punishment, both Mugang and Mukyung were interested in doing it, so Mule taught them. Mukyung scratched his shiny head, saying that his body had started feeling better since he did the muscle lengthening technique. He was surprised to see that Mule had started teaching others. He didn't think about him since he wasn't mentioned in the novel, but on second thought, he thought that Mule was pretty good with his body. He wondered if the reason he wasn't able to become a martial master was because he was an idiot despite being talented. Meanwhile, we see Mugang looking gloomy. Our hero asked if he would also do the muscle lengthening technique. Mule revealed that Mugang was unable to do so due to his stiff body. His face flushed like a ripe tomato, saying, "That's right, my body is stiff." Our hero sighed, saying that having a stiff body doesn't matter because that was precisely what the technique was used for. He didn't want to make fun of him because everyone was a beginner at some point. That statement made Mugang reminisce about his past. Everyone in the monastery was amazed by his amazing frame to the point where they wished they had a family like him. They assumed that since he came from a good family, he must be talented, giving him the motivation to push harder so everyone could look up to him. He also scratched his shiny head and said that he didn't expect our hero to say the right thing, that one must not make fun of those who work hard. With that, our hero offered that they must proceed to a muscle lengthening session. Mugang grimaced slightly as he did his best to endure the intense stretching session. On closer look, Mugang noticed that Mukyung's body was also stiff, but not as stiff as Mugang's. He then looked forward to seeing Mule's stretches, knowing that he was the one who taught the two. The four of them stood in a line and did a side bend exercise together, stretching their bodies sideways in unison. Mugang immediately received a nagging from our hero. Later on, they proceeded to do breathing exercises. He informed them that this one would be easier compared to before. Mugang knew that Mule also possessed great physical prowess since he was hanging out with our hero from the start. In fact, even Mugang was shocked to see that Mule could do a split. Mugang, who was among the strongest monks in their age group, found Mule a little stupid, but very talented, and Mukyung, who easily beat up Mutai. Mugang knew that he was surrounded by monsters, however. He would be working hard so he wouldn't lose out. For him, he wanted to become the strongest. It looks like the future of Shin is in good hands. Days passed, and thanks to the addition of sand pouches into the dawn training, our hero enjoyed his time doing various free weight exercises. I can feel that my muscle is pumping, he said. During his free time, he practiced energy accumulation. He managed to accumulate more energy through energy breathing and was able to grow stronger. He would also stretch with his friends between training sessions, an activity he thoroughly enjoyed. Keep your back straight. Don't lean forward while doing those sessions, he reminded them. He couldn't escape the glances of his seniors. Their eyes seemed to follow his every movement, and they couldn't help but notice how his body was getting swole. As the days went by, his shoulders, especially, had broadened and become more defined, a testament to his intense exercises. They wondered if his impressive gains were due to the special method he was training along with his friends. After 10 days had passed, a change occurred for the training sessions. From now on, each monk would begin to focus on learning the inner energy cultivation technique. As most of them had already mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique, this new phase in their training promised to unlock even greater potential within them. Hyan brought out his favorite students to demonstrate the feat to the young bucks. These were the very students who tried to gaslight Murim after beating Mugging. The first move is the core punch. This is done by starting circulating energy and then pulling the accumulated energy in the core to go past the energy C point, the gastric cavity point, and the palace point. After those complicated Shaolin yaps, 70% of the energy will go by their right arm, pass by the breath vessel point, and then head to the shoulder bone point. The remaining 30% will go to the left arm. Our hero tried his best to apply those complicated techniques. He focused intently, accumulating all of his energy and transferring it deep within his core. The process requires good concentration, but such a feat is nothing for a gym rat. He then split the energy in a 7-to-3 ratio, carefully directing the larger portion to the right arm and the remaining to his left. After that, he took his stance, ready to execute the chain punch. With a deep breath, he initiated the chain punch, and it created a spark-like eruption of energy. He was shocked by the result. Although it wasn't enough to break a boulder, the difference was substantial compared to his previous attempts. He knew immediately that the concept behind his breakthrough lay in the way a portion of his energy was being strengthened. As his acupoints were stimulated by his own energy, he understood that distributing the energy instead of channeling it all into one arm was to maintain his balance by dispersing the energy throughout his body. He ensured that his movements remained stable and controlled. However, he realized that as his energy continued to grow, this method might pose challenges, particularly for his left arm. He thought that he also needed to channel energy to other areas, such as his legs, to execute the chain punch properly without losing balance. He overheard Senior Hyan advising the other young monks to transfer energy to their legs as well, which confirmed his deduction. This confirmation from Hyan motivated him further to master the technique. He started spreading his energy across his legs as well, aiming to control his body as a whole. This approach allowed him to maintain a solid stance and foundation for his chain punch, but his experience wasn't enough to let him fully master the technique. He realized that the feat was harder than he had initially expected. He wondered how much training he would need to execute such a complicated step effectively in a real fight. Still, he was determined to face the challenge head-on. He was driven by a strong desire to gain the same power and mastery as the protagonists from the novels he had read before. But then he saw his best friend Mule performing some random dance moves as if he were engaging in a ritual dance to summon a legendary dragon. He knew for a fact that Mule would find the process complicated, as even he struggled with the daunting task of spreading his energy. But the vibe Mule was giving was the same as middle-aged white women doing anything except a normal workout. Mule's actions were enough to make him facepalm and say, "This guy is screwed." Concerned, he approached Mule in a calm and composed manner, trying to understand what was going on. Mule looked up with a sheepish grin and admitted, "I can't remember what we were told to do." Our hero tried his best to be mature and asked, "Can you tell me what you can't remember?" He instantly regretted asking when it turned out that this egghead had everything upside down. Rather than starting from the energy sea, the palace point, and then to the gastric cavity point, he stated, "I think it goes from the energy core to the great palace and then to the gastric point." Even when it came to something as basic as the 70 to 30 energy distribution, he managed to get it entirely wrong. His understanding was so flawed that it became evident he had an attention span of a tick-tock. Mule was deeply embarrassed by such a glaring mistake, especially after our hero took the time to correct him. Our hero, on the other hand, had an internal monologue, so that's why he was never mentioned in the novel. Despite being talented, he's too dumb. Our hero tried his best to explain the technique as simply as possible. He advised Mule not to worry about the acupoints and instead focus on where he was pointing his finger. He pointed to his abdomen and asked if he could gather it there. Then he advised it to move swiftly yet smoothly until it reached his shoulder. Immediately, Mule managed to do it thanks to our hero's simplified energy accumulation technique for dummies. He sighed with relief, realizing that teaching his best friend wasn't so difficult after all, as long as he explained everything at a lower pace. But Mule quickly forgot everything he had been taught. Our hero sighed once more, this time with a mix of frustration and resignation. If only he could punch a kid without consequence, he would do it. This kid has the brain of a goldfish. During those tough days, our hero learned the chain punch technique. For days, Hyan and the second-class disciples would teach one new step each day. Since it is a foundational martial art, there aren't a lot of moves to follow, and they were able to teach everything within 10 days. After that, everyone was trained separately based on how fast their progress went. It was rigorous and intense, however. Each young monk was determined to become stronger now. In the present, 71 days had passed. Mujin, Mugging, Mukyung, and even Mule were training diligently. They managed to successfully learn the 10 moves of the chain punch, however. The feat wasn't easy. Mugging, who was sweating profusely, told our hero that 20 seconds had passed when our hero stood up. We were treated to a glimpse of his impressive, well-defined back. Those muscles were a testament to his hard work and discipline for the last few days. Our hero smiled at Mugging and suggested they move on to their next training session. "Nothing beats a good old squat," he said, eager to shift the focus to the fundamentals of Shaolin. During the dawn training session, Instructor Mad Dog was visibly impressed that none of the young trainees had given up. All of them were pushing themselves hard and remained committed to learning Shaolin. But then he noticed that one of the disciples was breathing loudly with each repetition. Intrigued, he looked closer at the training and was shocked by what he saw. It was none other than our hero, who had stacked a substantial number of sandbags onto his squats. His efforts and intensity and his workout were so impressive that even the relentless Instructor Mad Dog was taken aback. What in the world? He couldn't help but wonder how many sandbags our hero was carrying, and to achieve such a feat at such a young age was nothing short of remarkable. He was thoroughly impressed by how huge Mujin's muscles were. The size, definition, and vascularity of his physique were top-notch. If you put him beside any monks of his generation, it was very noticeable that he would mog them. The wittiness of his back alone was enough to set him apart from others. He achieved all that by his own strength in just 2 months. Was he really right all along? He reminisced about all the times he had spent with Mujin, from warning him about the drawbacks of his squat variation to helping him return to the temple after he had been punished. He wondered if the Shaolin Temple had been wrong all along and if this kid wasn't just spouting nonsense. The whole leader arrived, snapping him back to reality. He was asked why he was still on the training ground when the session had already ended. Mad Dog immediately stood up to show his respect to the whole leader, but the whole leader interrupted his apology, clearly more concerned about his well-being and the reasons behind his lingering on. The training ground. He was advised that sometimes a man should speak out his worries, as doing so often reveals that they weren't as it seemed. Hyan Sung offered to lend an ear, suggesting that sharing his concerns might help put things into perspective and ease his mind. Mad Dog frowned, uncertain whether he should confide in the hall leader. He took a deep breath and began to explain all of his concerns about Mugen. After lunch, our hero was taken aback when he received a summons from the head of the Arhat Hall. But Mad Dog insisted that he should go because it was a very important discussion. Meanwhile, his less than supportive friends were laughing and expressing concern about him at the same time. Just admit that you're wrong this time, okay? Mad Dog hurried him along, emphasizing that the whole leader was waiting. Even though he was skeptical, he had no choice but to comply. Our hero was overwhelmed with anxiety, overthinking every possibility. He feared that he might have inadvertently caused more trouble without knowing. He couldn't help but wonder why someone as important as the whole leader would summon a kid like him. The whole leader was also surprised. Although he already knew that he was talented and a little eccentric, along with the unique training techniques that he did, he wouldn't expect that even Mad Dog would pay so much attention to him. Back then, he suggested to Mad Dog that he needed to talk to Mugen personally because the solution to his question could only be answered if he was able to see him in person. Now, at the very moment, he was facing the notorious kid known for his latent talent. He observed our hero carefully, taking in every detail of him, from physique to minor details. Meanwhile, our hero was filled with anxiety, wondering, why did he summon me so suddenly? It had been a few minutes, and the whole leader continued to observe him silently, doing nothing. Bro, we having a staring contest? But then he noticed that Hyan Sung was glancing at different parts of his body, uncertain whether the whole leader was impressed by his new physique or if there was another reason for the scrutiny. Our hero began doing a bodybuilder side chest pose in front of the respected whole leader. The hall leader was both impressed and somewhat disgusted. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone a mixture of astonishment and disapproval. Our hero tried his best to brush it off, saying that he just wanted to stand in a different position. Having a meeting with Mugen once again made him reminisce about the first time he was summoned, which had not been for a good reason. So our hero asked whether he was summoned once again because of the same incident. But the whole leader assured him that the reason was different. He explained that the purpose of the summons was to confirm something with his own eyes. This revelation made our hero even more anxious than before. The whole leader told him that after careful observation, he knew for sure that something had changed. Changes? What do you mean? The most obvious one was that his body had grown much faster than any of his peers who had joined the Shaolin Temple. However, that wasn't the reason for his summons. He wanted to ask Mugen whether it was true that the reason for his eye-catching growth was due to his family's training method that he had been doing. Our hero had a sour expression, knowing he was about to receive a long lecture from the old man. This BS again? So, he took the courage to ask whether he was asking to find out whether his training was indeed better or not. But contrary to his expectations, Hyan Sung told him that he wouldn't lecture him, as the Shaolin Temple isn't close-minded. In fact, he wanted to make a proposal to our young man. Mugen was confused. He thought that this old man was finally losing it. For all of the days he spent training under the temple's care, he received nothing but criticism from the seniors. The whole leader revealed that the reason the Shaolin Temple had been able to last for 1,000 years was that they had maintained a mindset to fix their shortcomings and take in what was good for everyone. There were times that they must be gentle, but there were also times that they must be tough. In other words, if our hero's training regimen was indeed good, then he would consider it. That statement left our hero in shock. He wouldn't expect this time would finally be alive, and what's making it more shocking is that the whole leader was the one who gave him a chance out of all people. Did I hear that wrong? This old man will accept my training method, he uttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Our hero reminded himself of the person in front of him, Hyan Sung, our hall leader. Before becoming a martial artist, Hyan Sung had practiced aestheticism in pursuit of becoming a Buddha. He knew that receiving approval from someone with such a profound background would be a monumental decision, marking a significant validation of his training methods. To include Mujan's training would simply be a training that everyone was uncertain of, but now he was given an opportunity to be in charge of the younger monks' training. If things went wrong, Hyan Sung might receive unthinkable punishments. Despite that, he still decided to take the gamble so Shaolin Temple could become stronger. He believed that if Mujan's training proved effective, it could become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple's 1,000-year history, potentially making it stronger than ever before. Much to everyone's surprise, our hero found the task a hassle. "Why would I do that?" he asked, his tone reflecting his reluctance and frustration with the idea. Hyan Sung couldn't believe that he was receiving such a rejection. Our hero had been fighting for his own way of martial arts for months, yet, now faced with a significant opportunity, he seemed unwilling to do it. "What do you mean you refuse?" he exclaimed. Our hero argued that there were 70 new monks he would need to teach, and it might hinder his own training. Additionally, since the incident from before, he had been cast out by his peers and treated as if he were insane. Given this reception, he felt that no one in the temple would follow a lunatic like him. However, that wasn't all. Mujan also thought that he wouldn't receive any benefit from teaching those ungrateful monks. "I had nothing to gain and a lot to lose. Besides, it's not that helping others would help me reach the ending faster," he said. He expected that teaching those rascals would only complicate matters further, so he didn't want to waste his precious time and effort for nothing. But for the old man's sake, our hero tried his best to be understanding. He said he would take on the task, but he had one condition. Fast forward to the night, when the moon was full and the stars were shining brightly in the clear sky. The young bucks were sleeping soundlessly, unaware of what lay ahead. Our hero inhaled deeply, preparing to make the loudest shout he could muster to wake the monks from their slumber. With a forceful exhale, he unleashed a powerful call that echoed through the quiet night. Everyone was confused and startled. They knew it was still dark and wondered why practice had already begun, even though they hadn't heard the bell yet. The abrupt wake-up call of our hero left them disoriented. The early and unexpected summons had jolted them into action, and they hurried to the training ground to find out what was happening and why their training had commenced early at night. There, they were in shock to see the person behind the unexpected disturbance. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they recognized our hero, who stood ready to begin the training session. What was even more shocking was that Mujan was standing next to Hyung and Mad Dog, individuals they held in the highest regard and considered masters of martial arts. Hyung revealed that the reason for waking them up earlier than usual was that they would be adding some training to warm up their bodies before the dawn training. Additionally, our hero would be overlooking the daily dawn training from now on, so they must do their best to listen to him and follow his instructions. Most of the monks started laughing, however. Mujan had already expected that he would not receive a great reaction. He knew it was inevitable for tongues to wag if a peer who had a lousy reputation was suddenly put in charge of training. However, now that he was in charge of this, he wouldn't let them underestimate him any more. He took a deep breath, asking everyone to keep quiet. His commanding voice echoed around the temple, honed by his military experience. It was made clear that our hero wasn't joking. With a commanding presence that even Mad Dog was left in awe, he stated that from today forward, he would be teaching the training methods of his family during the dawn training. During the training, he advised everyone not to treat him as a new monk like them. Instead, he wanted to be called instructor. His demand for respect and recognition was foreseeable. That made Hyung even more impressed. Who would have expected that, besides his talent and shiny head, Mujin also possessed the traits of a leader. Judging by the look in Mujin's eyes, it was clear that he was not here to mess around. His determination and willingness to become an instructor were palpable, reflecting a serious commitment to his role and a readiness to lead with authority and purpose. Meanwhile, Mugen noticed that the other monks behind him were laughing at our hero. Their mocking laughter and whispered insults angered him because he knew Mujin was the real deal. Our hero wouldn't allow such disrespect. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening as he prepared to address the mockery and defend his position. He looked at them and asked, "Why are you laughing? Do you think this is a joke?" His voice was sharp and demanding. That statement struck fear into the young monks. They were visibly intimidated, and their laughter faded as they realized the seriousness and commitment of our hero. To finish their skepticism, he asked anyone who had issues with him being their instructor to step forward. He also included the two who had laughed earlier, making it clear that he would put a stop to their doubts and disrespect. Of course, the young monks seized the opportunity to step forward, eager to voice their objections and challenge his authority. For young monks had cornered him, but he stood tall, unwavering in the face of their challenge. His posture and demeanor exuded confidence and resilience, making it clear that he was prepared to address their concerns by finishing them all in the sparring. As soon as the sparring started, the monks rushed forward, their intentions clear as they closed in on him. However, their attempt backfired. Our hero ducked swiftly, causing the monks to collide with each other. They forgot to turn off the friendly fire before the sparring started. One of the monks began to panic, realizing that Mujin was nowhere to be found. Anxiety gripped him as he feared that Mujin might reappear unexpectedly. We then see our hero in a cool, relaxed sitting posture, exuding confidence. He claimed that he had bulked up so much that there was no way he would lose. He moved swiftly, getting behind one of the monks. His quick and precise action caught the monk off guard. He immediately tried to choke the monk out by performing his iconic rear naked choke. The monk immediately called for reinforcement, realizing that he was in a tight spot.
With powerful punches, Mujin scattered his opponents in different directions, and they were still unable to damage him. All four of Mujin's opponents were lying on the ground, and the boy asked if there were any who wished to spar again. There was no one willing. All the students lowered their heads. Mujin said that from today onwards, he would be in charge of the training and should be addressed as mentor during their time. Now everyone, get into a supine position. The one whose belly touches the ground will have to do twice as much. On the count of 2, extend your arms and raise your body. Biob Gang watched the boy practicing and thought that he was acting like an experienced coach. Mujin's method of training gradually developed, but he could not handle all the students alone. So he took some of his companions to help him, so they could train and supervise everything with him. The boys began their duties. Mujin hoped that peer education would help him become more confident. Although Biob Gang was a monk, he was more like a soldier. Thanks to Mujin, he had learned a training method that suited him perfectly. The children, who were so silly at training, obeyed all the commands without question. Mujin would let them loose when necessary, but if they crossed the line, he would make them train harder. Biob Gang decided to try this method with his students. The effect of the training became apparent very quickly. Perhaps the reason for this was the age of the students. The physique and stamina of the boys grew noticeably. The senior monks, who were initially distrustful of Mujin's training, eventually began to trust him when clear results appeared. They made, at Mujin's request, what he had asked Hyun-sung for in exchange for agreeing to train: a barbell rack, a barbell and discs, a weight rack, and a bench press set. Mujin was overjoyed when he saw all this. True, it was all made of wood, but it should be fine. The weight shouldn't be too heavy, and you can also use sandbags. In fact, even with 3 assistants, it was difficult to train 70 disciples. Mujin didn't have enough time for his own training, so he asked for custom equipment to be made. He called it the 3 great exercises of the Murim. The monks wondered if the young monks would become even stronger with these things. Mujin was sure they would. He was thrilled at the thought of how his muscles would grow. Now, for months later, through constant training, Mujin's body had changed a lot. The total weight of the barbell and discs he was now lifting was 90 kilograms. Mujin, who was only 13 years old, was growing up fast and could do such a thing. He performed regular squats with a barbell, finally completing 12 lifts. Now the total weight for the 3 main exercises was 230 kilograms. Every day, he felt a sense of satisfaction by studying with other students and not neglecting himself. Mujin was finally living life to the fullest. It went on like this until the fall came, and when the first greens appeared. At that time, 20 young disciples left the Shaolin Temple. They were children who could not master the martial arts within a year. Hyan noted in a conversation with Hyun Sung that significantly fewer kids had left compared to last year. Hyun Sung replied that it was all thanks to Mujin. Now, to deny the correctness of Mujin's method would be foolish. Hyun Sung became a supporter of the boy's method. He wanted to put additional bars and benches equipped for bench presses on the training machines. Hyun Sung hoped the simulators would be made in large numbers, but even in the great Shaolin Temple, there was a restriction of money. Fortunately, Hyun Sung found a way out. He had been practicing Buddhism for about 50 years and knew he couldn't rely on anyone's help. But he was very much looking forward to the exams. The mountain exam is the last test for beginning apprentices. It is also a test for the selection of permanent students. If this exam proves the results of the Mujin method of training, then the new equipment will not have to be worried about. 6 months later, Mujin had grown 10 centimeters and reached a total of 400 kilograms in the 3 major exercises in 12 approaches. He didn't build much muscle because it would interfere with his movements in battle. After all, he was a martial artist, not a fitness trainer, so he developed his muscles to a level that was good for their use. As a result, Mujin's body had transformed into the musculature of a martial arts master. Every muscle was developed differently than trainer Choi Kang-hyuk in his past life. While Mujin was busy practicing, Hyun Sung went somewhere. He came to see the Shaolin Temple's chief abbot to talk about the exam that would take place in 5 days. Word had reached the abbot that there were far more students left in the Hyun Sung Temple this time than in past years. Hyun Sung confirmed this. The abbot saw that Hyun Sung was very confident in his abilities. He also said that this time, the exam would be different from the previous ones. The Shaolin Temple chief abbot, Hyun Chun, listened to his subordinate attentively. He would be eagerly waiting for the exam to begin. He was also curious. Time passed, and the day of the examination came. All the high-ranking guests had gathered in Arhut Hall. Although there were usually far fewer guests for the final exam, this time, thanks to Mujin, 49 children made it to the test, not counting those who chose to become secular disciples. There were 42 children. Everyone wanted to see for themselves the veracity of such a large number of students. Of course, it wasn't without a lot of fuss. There were rumors that Hyun Sung had left so many students out of personal sympathy, but many thought that was unlikely. Haigul, the deputy head outside the walls of Shaolin, recounted that Hyun Sung personally visited him yesterday and said that all the disciples had exceptional abilities. He advised his interlocutor to look at the children who were allowed to be tested. He saw young men with muscular, pumped-up bodies. What kind of children are these? Just by looking at their physiques, one could tell that they were at a completely different level of discipleship. Head Hyun Sung had complete confidence in them. Head Hyun Sung came to the bleachers and thanked everyone for coming out despite being busy. Given the large number of participants who would be taking the test, it was not necessary to prolong the greeting. The test was about to begin. Mujin asked Mule not to be nervous and Mugung not to overdo it with his strength. Now it was time for everyone to go to the arena. Mujin ran first. It's time to have fun. For junior monks to official entry into Shaolin is very simple. An elementary level student fights one-on-one with a senior level student, and potential teachers from different schools watch the bout, picking and choosing the child they want to teach next. Usually, a duel between elementary and senior level students goes on exactly until the former is able to show their skills. But in today's challenge, the spectators were not sure who was senior and who was junior in the sparring. The chief abbot of the temple congratulated Hyun Sung. He can really be proud. The level of students this year is much higher. Hyun Sung smiled and replied that the abbot hadn't even seen half the children yet. The abbot was very curious to see what else the disciples would be able to show. Mule, an elementary level disciple, was called into the arena. Mujin said to Mule to remember what he had told him yesterday. Of course, Mule remembered. Have a good time and come back. Mule was fully prepared for the exam. He stepped forward and couldn't stop smiling. At the referee's command, he immediately attacked his opponent. He dodged the first blow that the boy threw. Mule's opponent noted that the fellow had clearly mastered 10 circular exercises and 14 small red tiger-style exercises. Now the senior disciple could begin to evaluate the junior's mastered martial techniques. He decided to test the junior's ability to improvise and how he used the methods of martial techniques while performing the technique. Mule saw a gap in the opponent's defense. He quickly assessed the situation and launched a lightning attack. It seemed like he was attacking from all sides at once. He prepared to deliver a staggering elbow strike to his opponent. The older disciple had a hard time blocking Mule's elbow. It was unfathomable how the junior could move so fast. While holding Mule's elbow, his opponent caught him in a grapple and delivered a strong left punch. It was impossible to dodge, and Mule's defeat seemed inevitable. But Mule twisted like a duck and released his elbow from the grip. In the same second, he leaned back and the blow missed its target. All the while, the boy was smiling. A surprised murmur went up among the spectators in the stands. A child moves instinctively like an animal. How can you learn to control your body like that at such an age? The boy has a flexible and unique body that responds to his instincts in the blink of an eye. Teachers told their students to watch carefully and learn. Hyan Guang, the Shaolin head spotter outside of Shaolin, who was called Invincible Five Fists, said that this child should definitely be trained by him. He would fit in perfectly with his five-fist martial arts school. The duel was over. Mujin analyzed it. Mule's animal flexibility was undoubtedly innate, and Mujin had long thought about how to improve it. Mule was confused about his arms and legs at first while concentrating on blood pathways and flows. Then Mujin advised him to train only the connections between techniques, ignoring the flows. As a result, he memorized the movements of the techniques and the flow of internal energy in his body. If you couldn't memorize with your head, you had to memorize with your body muscles. Mule was thanking his opponent for his work in the fight. The head abbot asked Hyan Guang how he managed to raise the level of his students so much. Did he secretly hand out talismans to them? Hyan Guang was very pleased. Many more amazing things are ahead of them. An entry-level student, Mugung, was called into the ring. Mujin advised him to just stay calm. During this year, Mugung had turned into a mountain of steel muscles. He wasn't nervous at all. The bleachers erupted in shouts of bewilderment. This one is a junior apprentice. There's some kind of deception. Maybe they're hiding his age. Mugung's opponent looked up at him from below. How could a junior disciple grow to 186 centimeters? Mugung thought that for this day, he had endured the toughest training. There's no way he'll lose. The referee ordered the start of the sparring match, and Mugung rushed like a bulldozer to attack. Mujin recalled that despite his outstanding physique, Mugung's body was like wood, so they emphasized stretching and then built up muscle mass. His appearance added to that, and now Mugung was an impenetrable and attacking tank. Mugung's opponent barely had time to dodge the impact of the hammer's power. Although the elder was considered a referee for the younger ones, he thought that if he held back against such power, he would definitely end up in the other world. He decided to urgently increase his internal energy and continue the fight. His fist was enveloped in a cloud of power. He attacked Mugung, but Mugung dodged the blow and took a swing. The older student put up a defense, preparing to block his opponent's strike. Mugung loomed over him like a black rock. The teachers on the podium noted that the boy had incredible strength, but he attacked with intelligence and used strategy. So far, he was the only one fighting on equal footing with an older student. Teacher Haidam, a follower of the Buddha hand technique and the immovable diamond technique, was pleased with Mugung's sparring. He liked the student. The experienced teacher could see how the boy was trying to reduce the number of unnecessary movements. This was an indicator of his diligence. With this level, he had a chance of mastering the martial teachings of their hall. Mugung attacked again and was pleased that everyone was only looking at him. He rushed forward recklessly. His opponent saw a gap in his defense and immediately attacked. Mugung took a kick to the body with his foot. Haidam was very displeased. This disciple likes to show off because of the young blood boiling within him. He still has a lot to learn. Haidam decided that he would personally train Mugung. Mugung came back in a very depressed mood. Mujin cheered him up by saying that everyone makes mistakes, but the fight was fun. Mu Kyung was called to the stage. Next, Mujin remembered that the boy had never fully recovered from that fight with the other students. Therefore, constant training was required so that he could suppress his madness and not become the blood monk from the novel. But Mujin knew that Mu Kyung was much more dangerous than both Mule and Mugung. The older disciple was analyzing Mu Kyung's fighting technique. 6 sun hands, diamond fist, stone stand, stone finger. He used an infinite number of techniques. The guy seemed to know absolutely every technique. The older student was reflecting them and couldn't go on the attack, but it occurred to him that this kid was a genius. Mujin watched the fight. Mu Kyung was a little scared at first, but then everything went well. What Mujin was worried about was that in long battles, Mu Kyung gets into a haze and can no longer stop in time. The referee yelled out that the match was over. Mu Kyung seemed not to hear this and continued to attack. His face contorted into a crazy smile. He thought he was having a lot of fun and continued to strike. Mujin was horrified to think that Mu Kyung had snapped again, just like during that fight. He remembered that it was with this exact expression on his face that Mu Kyung had beaten up Mu Tae. An aura of anger enveloped the boy's entire figure. Mujin mentally conjured him to come to his senses. A man sitting on the roof was watching the duels and drinking wine. He came here when he heard the noise and thought the abbot was having a feast, but it turned out to be just an exam for the novices. The first kid is good at dodging. The second kid is just a fool but strong. He'll probably like Mr. High Dam. And who's this wonderful boy? Look at the look in his eyes. The watcher on the roof was very interested in this student. He's going to take him in. He jumped off the roof. Even though the referee had stopped sparring, Mu Kyung didn't think of stopping. The older disciple had already been knocked down. Mu Kyung flew at the lying opponent and applied the 18 Commandments Dharma technique. Mujin was already shouting in his voice to stop. Chief Abbot and Hyun Sung looked anxiously around the arena. Mu Kyung's fist flew at his defenseless opponent. At this critical moment, a man appeared in the arena who did not stop drinking wine, grabbed Mu Kyung's hand, and stopped his movement. Many people recognized him as Hyan Guang. Mentor Hai Dam shouted, "How dare the mentor drink during a duel? What kind of example is he setting for his disciples? After something like this, he dares to seek to enter the repentance hall." Hai Guang threw the jug onto the stand. Hai Dam was surprised to realize that the jug contained just water. He didn't deny Hai Guang's usefulness to the temple, but there had to be some limits. Hai Guang addressed the abbot's disciples and the rest of the audience. He apologized for getting into the middle of a fight, but he felt that he should be the one to take this young monk under his wing. Everyone agreed that young monk Mu Kyung's skills were amazing, but only Hai Guang, the head of the Demon Slayer's order, would be able to deal with his madness. He was the only one among Shaolin disciples who had gone beyond the law of "thou shalt not kill." A group of those who were willing to do anything to eradicate the most heinous evil. The head of the Demon Slayers is Hyan Guang. The Shaolin Temple abbot also thought that it was a good idea if the boy started training under the guidance of Hyan Guang, the one who confronted demons. Would he be able to take control of his madness? At this time, Hyan Guang himself was stroking Mu Kyung's head and saying that the boy was simply made for their clan. Mu Kyung came to his senses and screamed. Hyan Guang laughed and admitted that he was shocked. He never thought he would take on a student who was crazier than he was. Seeing Mu Kyung and being overjoyed by this discovery, Hyan Guang left the examination venue as if he was not interested in what was happening at all. This situation agitated the audience a bit, but soon it subsided and the exam continued. Only one man was worried. He was as nervous as if he were about to be swept away by a tsunami. The senior apprentice conducting the trials thought, if the junior apprentices had turned out to be such monsters before, who would come out next? Mujin was called into the arena, and he stepped forward confidently. The senior apprentice appreciated that this guy looked like he had a good physique and not bad flexibility. At first glance, he looked like a normal guy. Hyun Sung recommended Mujin to the abbot as the best student of the entire school. If Mujin could be considered as the one who was able to collect and complete all the existing Shaolin martial arts, Mujin is the engine of martial arts progress. He, like all the guys, had undergone serious training. During his training, he would often ask his mentor, Gang, about his inner strength. He had already mastered the technique of quick feet and combat steps by then, and even achieved the ultimate mind liberation technique, which left Gang in utter amazement. But Mujin said he had difficulty with this technique. It usually goes smoothly, but sometimes it just doesn't work. For example, when he eats, drinks, or sleeps, the technique fails. Gang realized that the boy was a genius and went crazy on that basis. No one uses techniques when eating, drinking, or sleeping. He asked if the guy knew about the iron clothes technique. Mujin knew that it was a low-cost technique used by mountain Brins. Gang disagreed with him. This martial technique allows you to strengthen your body and protect yourself from metal weapon attacks. It was popular at one time, but then it became less and less common because it doesn't help much against masters who have reached a high level, as it is unable to protect against their swords and strong energy. But true iron clothing not only strikes the skin, hardening it and making it as strong as steel, but it also allows energy to be absorbed through the skin. This was a revelation to Mujin. Gang continued that the technique began to lose its former glory when the disciples who had not fully mastered it left the temple and distributed an incomplete version. Mujin realized that if he mastered this technique, he would be able to absorb energy at any time, and if he combined it with physical training, he could double the effect. If he combined the ironclad technique with his fitness training, he would find a better use for it. Mujin had an incredible talent for mastering technique after technique and practicing everything he encountered. He achieved unimaginable results in basic level martial arts. Most likely, he achieved his goals so easily due to his experience as a fitness trainer. However, in the future, he was going to participate in fights where he could only rely on his knowledge of the original martial arts, so he asked Biab Gang to teach him the iron clothing technique. After that, he beat himself up at all the training sessions, and the boys were sure that their comrade was a real psycho. That's how he was able to find a way to make the higher energy his own. Now he was all wrapped up in energy. In the exam, the senior apprentice thought that it was impossible for an elementary apprentice to release so much energy. But by releasing so much energy, Mujin created his own unique technique, and soon the audience would see it. Chief Hyun Chun reflects on Hyun Sung's words regarding Mujin, believing that Mujin is the key to advancing Shaolin. The statement strikes a chord with Hyun Chun, leading him to reflect on someone from the past who had the potential to bring about a transformative change within the temple long ago. At this moment, a disciple named Biab Jian arrives at the Arhut Hall, carrying an old monk on his back. This old monk, who is unable to walk, expresses his gratitude for the effort, jokingly apologizing for making the journey difficult. He acknowledges that he wished to witness the admission test. Despite the physical strain, Biab Jian reassures the old monk that carrying him is a trivial matter, likening it to a longer stroll rather than a burden. As they reach the hall, the old monk suggests that they need to go further inside for Biab Jian to have a better view. However, Biab Jian humbly admits that he still lacks the experience and discernment necessary to judge the qualifications of potential disciples. Thus, he requests the old monk to observe on his behalf. At the moment, Mujin is called to the stage by the referee, drawing the attention of the old monk, who observes Mujin's remarkable sense of balance for someone so young. The monk notes that Mujin exudes advanced energy. As the referee instructs both fighters to take their stances and prepares to start the match, Mujin swiftly charges forward with incredible speed. His opponent feels the pressure of this explosive advance, wondering what kind of technique Mujin will employ. Mujin unleashes his 9 regal kicks technique to propel himself toward his opponent, followed by the Guanyin strike and the initial technique of the chain punch, known as the corp punch. The force of his punch connects with the senior fighter, pushing him back significantly. Despite this, Mujin reflects on his technique, explaining that he gathers strength in his lower body by integrating the principles of the 9 regal kicks with the swift whirlwind sweep. He then employs the 6th technique of the Guanyin strike to reinforce his core, amplifying his power. Finally, he adds strength to his shoulder through the 1st technique of the chain punch, creating a unique hybrid martial art style that combines various principles. With momentum from his initial attack, Mujin charges forward again for a 2nd strike. Meanwhile, the senior fighter grapples with the impact of Mujin's first blow, feeling astonished that so much force penetrated his defenses despite having harnessed 10 years' worth of energy to block it. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted as he sees Mujin rushing toward him once more, preparing for another attack. Mujin prepares to attack his senior again. The senior believes he can dodge Mujin's punch by moving to the left. However, to his surprise, Mujin executes a feint with his punch, quickly changing the direction of his attack. This forces the senior into a hand-to-hand grip with Mujin, leaving him no choice but to engage directly. Upon grappling with Mujin, the senior immediately feels the overwhelming grip strength Mujin possesses, causing him to tremble. He realizes that he cannot afford to reserve any energy while fighting Mujin. In an attempt to counter, the senior throws a punch, but Mujin skillfully dodges it. The senior then attempts to evade Mujin's follow-up swing, but is unable to escape the onslaught. Watching from a distance, the old monk is astonished by Mujin's ability to exert such power with seemingly little energy. He observes that Mujin employs a variety of techniques: punches, palm strikes, kicks, and finger strikes, all rooted in basic martial arts principles. The monk notes that Mujin has mastered techniques like the swift whirlwind sweep and 9 regal kicks, which are fundamental Shaolin martial arts that utilize the legs. Despite being limited to basic martial arts, Mujin demonstrates an extraordinary ability to overwhelm his opponent. Instead of merely progressing to more advanced techniques, he innovatively combines what he has learned, creating something entirely new. This realization strikes the monk profoundly as he reflects on Mujin's potential. He recognizes that Mujin, despite his youth, is already on the path of a grandmaster, echoing the journey that the monk himself once traversed. As the fight unfolds, the old monk calls out to Biab Jian, requesting him to move closer to the training ground. Meanwhile, Mujin is fully immersed in the battle, reflecting on his journey over the past 2 years of rigorous training in both body and martial arts. He has rarely had the chance to unleash his full strength without the fear of seriously injuring an opponent. This moment represents the essence of true sparring, the thrill of facing a formidable opponent and fighting with everything he has. In this heightened state, it feels as though time slows down, allowing Mujin to focus solely on his adversary. Suddenly, Mujin's opponent steps back, prompting Mujin to ponder the reason behind this change in demeanor. Just then, he hears a commotion behind him and wonders why it is so noisy. The senior disciples murmur among themselves, speculating about the presence of an important figure. Meanwhile, Biab Jian approaches the training ground, carrying the old monk on his back. Mujin is puzzled by the scene unfolding before him. As the commotion escalates, Mujin observes Hyun Sung and Abbot Hyun Chun, who are taken aback and quickly drop to their knees in respect. The first chief, Hyun Chun, addresses the figure approaching, stating, "Grandmaster Hyan Guang." He pays respects. This prompts all the other senior members present to also greet Grandmaster Hyan Guang with deference. Mujin reflects on the influence of Grandmaster Hyan Guang, noting how everyone, including senior disciples and respected figures, quickly paid their respects without hesitation. The atmosphere is thick with reverence as the Grandmaster addresses Abbot Hyun Chun, apologizing for disrupting the admission test. The abbot acknowledges this with an understanding nod, expressing that there must be a valid reason for the Grandmaster's presence. Grandmaster Hyan Guang then turns his attention to Mujin, directly stating that he has a question for him. This catches Mujin off guard, and he thinks, "For me?" The Grandmaster requests Mujin to lower his robe, which leaves Mujin puzzled. Although he feels somewhat unsatisfied with his own body, he reasons that there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Once Mujin complies, Hyan Guang observes him critically, noting that Mujin possesses a natural martial body. He then poses a question to Mujin regarding his fighting style, specifically asking if his body training was aimed at combining the 6 basic martial arts into a single form. This inquiry shocks Mujin, as he wonders how the Grandmaster figured out his approach to martial arts so quickly. The other senior disciples present are equally astonished, with Hyun Sung recognizing the connection between Mujin's fighting style and that of the Grandmaster himself. Abbot Hyun Chun inquires about Mujin's decision to focus on combining martial arts instead of learning a wide variety of styles that Shaolin has to offer. Mujin responds candidly, admitting he is not that smart. He explains that instead of complicating things by trying to learn numerous martial arts, he aimed to identify the ones that suited him best and concentrate on those. This approach was the result of a year of contemplation. Mujin recognizes that he is not the original protagonist of the novel Mujin and lacks the confidence of someone like Mu Kyung, who is exceptionally intelligent and capable of grasping advanced martial arts quickly. Thus, Mujin developed the concept of hybrid martial arts, which synthesizes basic martial arts. He understands that while this method is effective, it poses significant challenges. Properly utilizing this approach requires one to skillfully circulate their energy throughout their body in the correct proportions. Mujin explains that combining various martial arts amplifies their energies, which can place immense strain on the body. To counter this, he dedicated himself to training his physique, ensuring it could withstand the enhanced power resulting from the combined techniques. Essentially, he believes that as long as he maintains a strong body, he won't have to overthink the complexities of energy management. Grandmaster Hyan Guang, observing Mujin's physique and technique closely, notes it seems he also learned the Iron Guard. Mujin is taken aback by Grandmaster Hyan Guang's insight, wondering how the old man can discern so much about his training. Hyan Guang explains that by utilizing a body trained to its limits and harnessing the skin's power, Mujin can control the flow of excessive energy. This unique combination has led Mujin to develop his own martial arts style. In his mind, Mujin ponders the Grandmaster's true identity, realizing that Hyan Guang possesses a level of knowledge and skill that is extraordinary. Hyan Guang then surprises everyone by expressing his desire for Mujin to become the disciple of Biab Jian, which prompts Abbot Hyun Chun to clarify whether this means the Grandmaster will take on the responsibility of training Mujin personally. Later, in the Arhut Hall's leader room, Mujin reflects on the recent events and the significance of Hyan Guang's presence. He contemplates the Grandmaster's appearance. While he seems physically damaged, there is an undeniable aura of power about him. Mujin realizes that he has never encountered Hyan Guang in any of the novels written by the author, Ge Jiang. His thoughts are interrupted when Abbot Hyun Chun enters the room. Mujin stands to greet him, and the abbot inquires if Mujin is aware of Grandmaster Hyan Guang's identity. When Mujin admits he has not heard of him, the abbot takes the opportunity to explain the significance of Hyan Guang. Abbot Hyun recounts the illustrious past of Grandmaster Hyan Guang, referring to him as the world's greatest martial talent. He explains that at a time when all second-class disciples were given names with Hyan Guang had already achieved extraordinary feats by the age of 32. He had surpassed the abilities of seniors who bore the title Kong, and was widely believed to be on track to become the strongest martial artist in the world within 10 years. Intrigued, Mujin inquires about how someone with such promise could have ended up so physically damaged. The abbot reveals that Hyan Guang's injuries are a result of the invasion by a demonic cult. This revelation makes Mujin nervous, prompting him to ask for more details about the cult. Abbot Hyun explains that during his own time as a second-class disciple, the demonic cult launched an attack on the peaceful Central Plains. The Shaolin Temple, adhering to its principle of protecting lives, decided to engage in the conflict to stop the cult's advance. However, the older monks prohibited Hyan Guang from participating in the war because of his vital role in leading the next generation of Shaolin monks. Instead, it was the seniors with the Kong and GM designations who were sent to the battlefield. A few days later, during his practice, he heard the frantic cries of junior monks and rushed to investigate. Upon arrival, he discovered that a demonic cult had invaded the Shaolin Temple with the intent to kill Hyun and the other junior disciples. In a courageous act of self-sacrifice, Hyan Guang intervened, blocking the cult's attacks aimed at his fellow monks and his body. Unfortunately, his heroism came at a steep cost, as he sustained numerous severe injuries in the process to save each and every one of his juniors. Reflecting on this, Abbot Hyun muses that even if they had all perished that day, Hyan Guang's survival might have drastically altered the course of events. Mujin then questions the extent of Hyan Guang's current condition, prompting Abbot Hyun to confirm that the injuries he incurred during the attack were the root cause of his current state. Mujin, eager to assist, proposes a treatment for Hyan Guang, expressing confidence in his ability to help. This surprises Abbot Hyun, who doubts anyone, even the renowned divine physician or the powerful revitalization pill, could successfully treat Hyan Guang. Mujin clarifies that while he cannot restore Hyan Guang's inner energy or fully heal him to his former state, he believes he can help him regain the ability to walk independently. He stated Abbot might have heard this from monk Hyun Sung, but even monk Biob Gang's knees have improved as evidence of his capability. Just then, Hyun Sung enters the room, having overheard the conversation. He inquires whether Mujin's methods could also benefit Hyan Guang. Abbot Hyun, intrigued by this exchange, presses Hyun Sung for more details about the events that transpired over the past 2 years. Hyun Sung explains how Biob Gang's knees recovered and highlighted Mujin's significant improvement in the training methods for the new monks. Abbot Hyun, taken aback by Hyun Sung's claims, asks for confirmation about the training success. In response, Mujin references the results of a recent admission test, which demonstrated the improved physical capabilities of the new monks, thereby substantiating his claims. Curious about the implications for Hyan Guang's condition, Abbot Hyun inquires whether Mujin's training methods could be applied to help him. Mujin explains that while his methods were beneficial for monk Biob Gang, Hyan Guang's injuries are far more severe, making it unlikely that the same approach would yield results without additional requirements. This prompts Abbot Hyun to slam his hand on the table, expressing urgency and seriousness about finding a solution for Hyan Guang. He emphasizes that the Shaolin Temple is willing to do whatever it takes to help him. The abbot reflects on the broader quest among martial artists to enhance their physical abilities, noting how various martial groups have historically experimented with diverse techniques. These methods have included acupuncture, tonic medicines, and even dubious or dangerous practices aimed at altering the physique of young practitioners. The abbot also recounts the numerous attempts made by the Shaolin Temple to treat Hyan Guang's condition. Unfortunately, these efforts have often resulted in failure, worsening his condition due to the stress and extreme side effects inflicted on his body. Mujin's approach to healing and enhancing physical abilities is characterized by a focus on gradual and stable transformation, contrasting sharply with traditional methods that often sought immediate results. His training regimen, which was recently showcased during an admission test, has proven effective in developing the physiques of the new monks, garnering respect and validation from Abbot Hyun, who witnessed the improvements firsthand. This observation instills confidence in Abbot Hyun that Mujin might indeed be able to help Hyan Guang recover from his severe injuries. Contemplating the lengths he would go to aid Hyan Guang, Abbot Hyun resolves to offer the great revitalization pill and is even willing to make significant sacrifices, reminiscent of the second abbot, Hye Jie, who was known for his extreme dedication. He is prepared to give up a limb if necessary. However, Mujin has different needs in mind that Abbot Hyun-chun does not yet understand. In a surprising turn, Mujin inquires whether the Shaolin Temple possesses martial arts related to controlling lightning energy and developing an extreme yang physique. This question puzzles both Abbot Hyun-chun and Hyun-sung, leaving them confused about the relevance of such techniques. Shortly thereafter, two senior monks arrive at Abbot Hyun-chun's call. One is Hyan Guang, the leader of the discipline court, and the other is Hyan, who is recognized as the successor of the unmovable invincible body art and Rulai divine palm strike. As they arrive, Mujin recognizes Hyan, the successor of the unmovable invincible body art and Rulai divine palm strike, as the one who previously took Mugung in for training. Hyan Guang acknowledges that he is aware of the situation as he approaches. Mujin recognizes Hyan Guang as the senior monk who trained monk Biab-gang. Both Hyan Guang and Hyan express their readiness to assist in any way possible to help Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Mujin makes a specific request. He asks if Hyan Guang can utilize the lightning divine palm strike, but at a diminished intensity, applying it to his arm. This request surprises Hyan Guang, who is taken aback and wonders about the rationale behind such a peculiar demand. He initially anticipates that Mujin might ask for something more conventional, like using the techniques to burn away blockages in blood vessels. Mujin quickly clarifies that he isn't asking for a destructive procedure. Instead, he simply wants a subtle application of lightning energy to be introduced into his arm. Hyan Guang, after some hesitation, agrees to attempt this, cautiously channeling a weaker version of the lightning divine palm strike. He checks with Mujin to see if the intensity is acceptable, but Mujin reacts strongly, expressing alarm that Hyan Guang's current feels dangerously intense, suggesting it could harm Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Hyan Guang seeks to gauge the situation, questioning whether his initial attempt was excessive. Mujin insists that the intensity needs to be further reduced, specifying that it must be less than half of what Hyan Guang had just used. Hyan Guang, feeling challenged but committed to helping, agrees to make the adjustment. Mujin expresses a sense of urgency regarding Grandmaster Hyan Guang's safety and treatment, saying if these methods are not feasible, he is willing to accept that. However, Hyan Guang, the leader of the discipline court, asserts his confidence, insisting that he can indeed assist in the treatment. Mujin thinks Hyan Guang will require physical therapy equipment for his treatment. However, such equipment is not available in this worldview. While Biab-gang responded well to treatment due to his youth, Hyan Guang's situation is different because he is older and weaker. To demonstrate his capabilities, Hyan Guang attempts to use the lightning divine palm strike on Mujin, this time employing a much weaker version of the technique. When he asks Mujin for feedback on this level of power, Mujin responds positively, affirming that it is perfect. Mujin's new approach was quite straightforward. He wanted Hyan Guang to use equipment that is commonly found in modern physical therapy clinics, that is electrical muscle stimulation. Hyan Guang, intrigued by Mujin's proposal, asks if the goal is to send electricity directly into the muscles. Mujin confirms this, explaining that a small electrical current can significantly enhance muscle metabolism and blood circulation. He further elaborates that such stimulation can lead to increased muscle fiber size through repeated contractions. Skeptical, Hyan Guang questions the efficacy of merely sending electricity into the muscles and inquires about the time frame for observable results. Mujin responds that the true effects will only be clear once they start treating Grandmaster Hyan Guang, but he estimates that noticeable improvements should begin to manifest after approximately 1 month of consistent treatments. Next, Mujin turns to Monk Hyan, indicating he has a specific task for him. He requests that Hyan use the extreme yang energy, a technique he is well versed in, to aid in the treatment, recognizing the potential benefits of Hyan's martial arts in this context. Understanding that his abilities could play a crucial role, Hyan prepares to apply the extreme yang energy Rulai divine palm strike. As Hyan initiates the technique, Mujin suddenly exclaims that it is too intense. He instructs Hyan to reduce the energy output significantly and to avoid direct contact. Instead, he suggests that Hyan should merely place his palm near Mujin's hand, akin to how the sun radiates warmth from the sky without direct contact. That in response to Mujin's guidance, Hyan adjusts his approach, using a 2-finger technique of extreme yang energy positioned near Mujin's hand. Observing the resulting heat, Mujin assesses the level of energy being emitted and internally acknowledges that this intensity is ideal for the treatment. Hyan Guang is designated to perform the electrical stimulation treatment, while Hyan will take on the role of the shortwave diathermy device, a method intended to provide therapeutic heat. Mujin instructs them to carry out the treatment for 15 minutes, explaining that the heat from the energy touching Hyan Guang's skin will help relieve muscle fatigue and enhance blood circulation. He elaborates that similar to sunlight, the application of a hot light focused on the treatment area can detoxify the muscles and joints beneath the skin, significantly aiding in the recovery process. Skeptical, Hyan questions the effectiveness of this approach, specifically wondering if these techniques can truly improve Grandmaster Hyan Guang's condition. He expresses concern over the differences between Hyan Guang's severe injuries and the successful outcome seen with monk Biabgang and the children in Arhut Hall. Hyan emphasizes the need for caution and questions how they can trust techniques that are unfamiliar and untested in their current context. Mujin acknowledges Hyan's valid concerns, recognizing the cautious perspective of the monks. He understands that they are understandably wary of relying on methods that he alone advocates. Despite this, Mujin is driven by his expertise and genuine desire to assist them. Drawing on his background from another world, where he was known as Choi Kanghyuk and worked as a personal trainer, Mujin thinks of his extensive qualifications. He possesses a recognized physical therapist license from Korea and is also certified in rehabilitation massage. His dedication to learning various forms of exercise, including yoga and weight training, along with his knowledge of nutrition, stems from his personal experience of wanting to rehabilitate his own damaged body from the past. Through his rigorous study and practical application, Mujin successfully rehabilitated and strengthened his own physique. Mujin reflects on his journey of acquiring knowledge and skills, recalling the late-night classes he attended in technical colleges to earn his various licenses. He recognizes how young he was at that time, yet his dedication has led him to become well-versed in personal training, nutrition, yoga, Pilates, and rehabilitation techniques, along with expert knowledge in physical therapy. He realizes that he is uniquely positioned to assess and potentially improve Grandmaster Hyan Guang's severely weakened condition, which is considered untreatable in their current era. Mujin expressed his shock at seeing Grandmaster Hyan Guang in a weakened state, noting that his condition is quite serious. However, his commitment as a practitioner of medical techniques compels him to step forward and offer his help, driven by a sincere desire to assist. He openly invites the senior monks to voice any objections they may have about his proposed methods, assuring them that he will seek alternative approaches if they are dissatisfied. The senior monks contemplate their own struggles to help Hyan Guang, acknowledging that despite their best efforts, they have been unable to restore him to his standing position. The possibility of utilizing a completely new treatment method that they have never before considered ignites a glimmer of hope. They recognize that if Mujin's medical techniques hold even a small chance of success for Hyan Guang, it could be worth pursuing. Hyan, who had previously expressed skepticism and concern, finds himself unable to respond after hearing Mujin's earnest intentions. Finally, he asks Mujin if the estimated time frame for noticeable improvement is indeed 1 month. Mujin confirms this in a measured tone. Hyan states that they will adhere to Mujin's instructions for 1 month. However, he adds a caveat. If there is no visible difference in Hyan Guang's condition after that period, they will ensure that Mujin faces consequences for what they perceive as potentially ridiculing their elders. Mujin emphasizes the need for Hyan and Hyan Guang to refine their techniques, specifically increasing the accuracy of the lightning divine palm strike and the extreme yang energy. He requests that they demonstrate the power of their martial arts honed through rigorous training. Hyan, initially skeptical, begins to reconsider Mujin's knowledge, pondering that his insights might indeed hold truth. After 2 hours of intensive practice, both Hyan and Hyan Guang appear exhausted. Recognizing their fatigue, Abbot Hyun Chun instructs Mujin to return and rest, suggesting that he reconvene with them the following day. Mujin agrees, saying his goodbyes as he leaves the temple. Once Mujin departs, Abbot Hyun Chun queries the other monks about their thoughts on the day's training. Hyan Guang reflects on the unexpected difficulty of applying the same force to a specific area, noting that the task of delivering a precise and measured amount of energy is far more taxing than he anticipated. He acknowledges that aside from the treatment aspects, this focused practice will benefit their own martial training. Hyan also expresses surprise, admitting that he had never considered utilizing the lightning divine palm strike and the Rulai divine palm strike in the way Mujin suggested. The monks are coming to appreciate the value of Mujin's proposed methods and how they could enhance their existing practices. Abbot Hyun Chun then elaborates on a deeper philosophical understanding of the martial arts, explaining that most techniques involving extreme yang energy are typically combined with other energy types. He discusses how martial arts can reflect the practitioner's personality, noting that those who wield icy, yin-infused techniques often possess colder dispositions, while users of fiery, Yang techniques tend to exhibit more passionate traits. He emphasizes that Shaolin martial arts harness the power of yang energy to combat evil. Mastering this energy necessitates not only proficiency in fire and metal energies, but also the ability to control them effectively. Specifically, practitioners must develop the patience akin to metal to suppress the volatile nature of fire energy, fostering harmony within their techniques. Crucially, Abbot Hyun-chun points out that Mujin's proposed treatment method aims to transform the huge bursts of strong energy characteristic of traditional martial arts into a continuous weak energy. This shift could bring about a more harmonious and stable application of their skills. Hyan reflects on the destructive potential of skilled monks using martial arts, acknowledging that such power can quickly wreak havoc. He shares his surprise at the idea of employing inner energy to enhance their patience, expressing his intent to continue practicing even after returning to his quarters. Hyan Guang agrees, expressing a desire to adopt the new techniques and teach them to other monks once they gain a better understanding of the methods. Abbot Hyun-chun supports this initiative, recognizing its potential benefits, particularly for martial arts that utilize fire energy. With this newfound determination, Hyan and Hyan Guang commit to further training, marking a significant advancement toward integrating Mujin's concepts into their martial arts practices. This moment signifies the initial step towards developing electrical stimulation devices and diathermy within the Shaolin Temple, laying the groundwork for innovative healing techniques. The next day, Abbot Hyun-chun visits the vicinity of Hyan Guang's Pavilion, where he encounters Biob Jian. Upon arrival, Biob Jian expresses gratitude for their visit, but inquires about the purpose of their gathering. Abbot Hyun-chun explains that they have come to see Grandmaster Hyan Guang, and more importantly, that Mujin might be able to assist in healing him to some extent. Surprised, Biob Jian exclaims that Mujin can accomplish such a feat, inadvertently waking Hyan Guang. Abbot Hyun-chun then takes the opportunity to inform both Hyan Guang and Biob Jian about the events in the Arhut Hall and the various contributions Mujin has made thus far. With preparations complete, Mujin states that they are ready to commence the treatment. As Mujin closely examines Grandmaster Hyan Guang's body, he is taken aback by the extent of the deterioration. He notes the alarming lack of muscle in Hyan Guang's calves, remarking to himself that the condition is far worse than he initially anticipated. It raises questions about how long Hyan Guang has been carried around in such a frail state, leading Mujin to wonder about the toll it has taken on his body. Mujin begins to physically assess Hyan Guang's leg and instructs him to vocalize any pain he feels. As he touches Hyan Guang, the Grandmaster starts to tremble, indicating he is in significant pain. This reaction flusters Mujin, who reflects on the seemingly stoic nature of Shaolin monks. He recalls similar experiences with monk Biob Gang and contemplates why they suppress their pain rather than express it openly. Determined to proceed, Mujin announces the start of the treatment. He explains that they will first apply a warm, damp towel to Hyan Guang's body to warm him up, followed by acupressure techniques aimed at relieving tension. Mujin outlines the initial focus on stretching, particularly targeting Hyan Guang's legs and ankles, which have become contracted over time. He recognizes the fragility of Hyan Guang's body, likening it to delicate pottery that could easily shatter if not handled with utmost care. Mujin understands that precise control over strength is critical during the treatment, requiring considerable mental fortitude. Despite the challenges, he remains resolute and dedicated, demonstrating remarkable focus for the entire 2-hour session. Those present observe his unwavering commitment, noting his wide-open eyes and unyielding concentration on the task at hand. However, beneath his composed exterior, there is an undercurrent of desperation in Mujin's gaze. This desperation stems from his thoughts of his grandfather, fueling his determination to succeed. He is driven by a deep-seated desire to heal Hyan Guang and also reflecting a personal commitment that extends beyond professional responsibility. As Hyan Guang observes Mujin's sad expression, he contemplates the weight of anguish that such a young monk must carry towards such a sorrowful demeanor. This moment highlights Hyan Guang's sensitivity to the emotional states of others, revealing his wisdom and empathy despite his own dire condition. After some time, Mujin informs Hyan Guang that his part in the treatment has come to an end, signaling the transition to the next phase of care. Hyan Guang acknowledges this and prepares to begin the diathermy and electrical stimulation treatments, which proceed smoothly, adhering to the methods they practiced the night before. Once the treatment concludes, Mujin officially becomes Biob Jian's disciple and moves his belongings from the Arhut Hall to Hyan Guang's pavilion. As he settles into the new environment, Mujin reflects on his situation with a hint of irony, thinking he had escaped the close quarters and sweat-smelling bald monks, but finds himself sharing a room with others again. He resigns himself to the necessity of staying close to Hyan Guang for care, despite his initial hopes for a private space. He mentally prepares for the busy day ahead, acknowledging the grandmaster's severely deteriorated condition, which serves as a poignant reminder of his grandfather's struggles and his longing for him. Mujin's thoughts drift back to his childhood, recalling a tender moment when he was massaging his grandfather's leg, asking if it felt better. His grandfather's warm response, expressing gratitude for Mujin's care and reassuring him that the pain was subsiding, reflects a deep bond between them. Mujin reassures his grandfather during their tender moment, promising to work hard to alleviate his pain. His grandfather expresses pride in Mujin, encouraging him to continue his studies with anticipation for what he will achieve. This hopeful exchange is soon overshadowed by the reality of loss when Mujin's grandfather is hospitalized and subsequently passes away. At the funeral, Mujin is overwhelmed with grief, lamenting his inability to do more than provide support and basic comfort through massages. He expressed deep regret, acknowledging his powerlessness with a heartfelt apology. Years later, as Mujin pursues his ambitions, his grandmother inquires about which university he plans to attend. Mujin, however, reveals that he has no intention of going to college, as he has a different path in mind. He expresses a desire to join the military, specifically the special forces, viewing soldiers as admirable figures. He also shares the news that he has passed the civil service examination, promising his grandmother that he will take care of her moving forward. This resolution for grandmother reflects not only his commitment to family, but also an attempt to honor his grandfather's legacy. A poignant moment arises as Mujin's grandmother watches television during a festive season broadcast, which prompts her to call out to Mujin, asking if he will be home. Mujin finds himself unable to return home due to his training commitments, reflecting on his sense of duty to protect his grandmother, vowing to take on his grandfather's role in safeguarding her. However, his world is shattered when he receives the devastating news from a senior officer at his army base. His grandmother has passed away. The sudden loss is compounded by the cold reality of military life, where he is only granted a brief 3-day leave for a funeral, as his superiors remind him that it was merely his grandparent, not his parent. Following the funeral, he is ordered to return to his unit swiftly due to an impending top-secret mission. This lack of understanding and empathy from his superiors leaves Mujin feeling frustrated and alone as he grapples with the grief of losing yet another family member. As Mujin embarks on his mission, the weight of his losses bears heavily on him, and he is consumed by regret, lamenting over the significant effort he had invested. But the result of that was me losing every family member I had. His internal turmoil manifests physically when he injures his foot during the mission, but continues to push through, consumed by thoughts of his failures in caring for his grandparents that in a moment of distraction. As he takes a step while climbing a steep cliff, he loses his footing and falls. The impact knocks him unconscious, and he finds himself in a dreamlike state where he sees his grandfather and grandmother. In this ethereal reunion, he expresses regret for not being able to care for him sooner and offers a better massage to help him feel better. In Mujin's dream, his grandfather praises his magically healing hands, expressing guilt for not allowing Mujin to rest. As Mujin tries to reassure him, his emotions spill over, and he begins crying despite denying it. In reality, Biab Jian and Grandmaster Hyan Guang wake up and overhear Mujin, who, still asleep, expresses his longing for his grandfather. Observing this, Hyan Guang realizes that Mujin is burdened by a deep emotional debt, likely explaining his intense commitment to helping him. Later, during a treatment session, Hyan Guang unexpectedly asks Mujin to call him grandfather and treat him casually. The request shocks everyone, especially Mujin, who is confused by the sudden familiarity from someone of such high standing. However, out of respect and obligation, Mujin calling him grandfather, which leads to anger from the senior monks, Haidam and Hyan Guang, who view it as a breach of respect. They reprimand Mujin, but Hyan Guang defuses the situation by insisting it's fine and even enjoying the informality, saying it's been a long time since he has experienced such a lively atmosphere. Though confused by Hyan Guang's request, Mujin complies, and the act of calling him grandfather stirs something warm within him. After finishing some tasks, Abbot Hyan Chun noticed Mujin's hair and told him to get a cut. While Mujin's hair isn't excessively long compared to others outside the monastery, it's considered too long for a monk, symbolizing attachment to worldly desires. The abbot apologizes for not giving Mujin time to address this earlier, as he's been preoccupied with training and caring for Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Abbot Hyan reassures Mujin that the same care will be given to the grandmaster as the previous day, so he can rest and focus on his own tasks. Mujin is distressed, reflecting on his attachment to his long hair and his failed attempt to find justification for keeping it in the books he was studying. He had hoped to find historical precedents in Buddhism to avoid the haircut, but he finds nothing. He laments the time it took him to grow his hair and struggles with the idea of cutting it, feeling a strong attachment to it. He also recalls asking Abbot Hyan earlier why monks must cut their hair so short. The abbot explained that cutting one's hair symbolizes severing ties with worldly desires, serving as a constant reminder of the monk's dedication to their spiritual path. Mujin continues his internal conflict over cutting his hair. He recalls a conversation with Abbot Hyan, who explained that cutting hair is a symbolic act for monks, following the example set by Buddha Dharma and Buddha Rulai. It serves as a way to sever ties to worldly desires and embrace the teachings of Buddhism, which the abbot praises as a great teaching. However, Mujin is dismissive of this reasoning, internally mocking it as old-fashioned. He reflects that he didn't voluntarily join the Shaolin Temple. Instead, he had been reading a novel, fell asleep, and inexplicably woke up in the temple. As he tries to remember how he ended up in this world, he recounts his past life. He went to the hospital, the gym, started a stream, and later read the novel Shaolin Chronicles before falling asleep. His concern about his hair is rooted in a previous diagnosis of telogen effluvium, a condition causing hair loss, which made him particularly sensitive about his appearance. The doctor had warned him to be careful about hair loss, joking that he might struggle to find a girlfriend if he became bald. This adds a personal layer to his reluctance to cut his hair, amplifying his frustration. Mujin feels as though he's desperately trying to avoid the haircut, similar to a soldier looking forward to being discharged from military service. Mujin reflects on Abbot Hyan teaching that cutting hair symbolizes cutting ties to worldly desires, and he dismisses it as unnecessary. He believes there are other ways to demonstrate detachment from such desires without becoming bald. Inspired by this idea, Mujin devises a plan to create a hairstyle that he thinks will meet the spiritual requirements of the temple while maintaining some of his hair. He is confident that his modern solution will be acceptable. The next day, when he returns for training, everyone is shocked by Mujin's appearance. Abbot Hyan asks why Mujin hasn't cut his hair despite being given a razor and scissors. Mujin insists that he has, explaining that his new hairstyle still symbolizes his commitment to being a monk. He argues that his hairstyle, which includes an engraved swastika symbol representing Buddha, should be enough to signify his dedication. He claims that this creative approach honors Buddha's will and shows a deeper level of understanding. However, the others are perplexed by his unconventional look, with some dismissing it as a hipster thug hairstyle. Abbot Hyan and Biab Jian are left speechless, unsure how to respond to Mujin's interpretation of the teachings. Grandmaster Hyan Guang finds Mujin's unconventional hairstyle amusing and acknowledges that the meaning behind actions is more important than strictly adhering to rules. This lighthearted approval contrasts with the reaction of Hyan Guang, who arrives and becomes furious at Mujin's appearance, criticizing his strange hairstyle. Hyan Guang reminds Mujin that cutting hair is a symbolic act in Buddhism, representing the rejection of worldly desires and commitment to spiritual practice. Mujin defends his hairstyle, saying it reflects his attempt to honor Buddha's teachings and cut ties to worldly desires, even mentioning that Hyan Guang approved of it. Hyan Guang, however, insists that leaving any hair untouched shows that Mujin hasn't fully let go of those desires. Flustered, Mujin argues that Buddha Rulai didn't just cut his hair, but intended to cut away vanity altogether. He provocatively suggests that if the goal is to eliminate the agony of wanting to look good, monks should shave all body hair, including eyebrows and beards. This remark hits close to home, as both Abbot Hyan and Hyan Guang sport beards, making them uneasy and unsure how to respond. Mujin continues to defend his unconventional hairstyle by pointing out that even in the portrait of Buddha Dharma, the founder of the Shaolin Temple, he only shaved the top of his head, leaving the sides and back untouched, and kept his eyebrows, mustache, and beard. Mujin argues that what's important is not the appearance, but the symbolic cutting of ties to worldly desires. Both Abbot Hyan and Hyan Guang are momentarily swayed, realizing that Mujin's observation about Buddha Dharma's hairstyle is accurate. Mujin's hairstyle, with the swastika symbol engraved, is indeed unattractive by worldly standards, supporting his claim that it represents detachment from vanity. Mujin notes that this era does not have styles like the modern mohawk with 2 blocks that he is referencing. Grandmaster Hyan Guang finds the situation amusing and challenges Hyan Guang to decide. Although Hyan Guang is reluctant, especially since he doesn't want to cut his own beard, he ultimately allows Mujin to keep his hairstyle as long as it doesn't grow any longer. Mujin accepts the decision respectfully. The next day at dawn training, Mujin's fellow monks and Biab gang are shocked by his new look. When asked about it, Mujin casually explains that the discipline court leader, Hyan Guang, gave him permission, leaving the others surprised. Biab gang is surprised that the discipline court leader, Hyan Guang, allowed Mujin's unconventional hairstyle. While it seems unbelievable, he accepts it and instructs Mujin to join the training. Mujin's fellow monks, particularly the younger ones, see his unique hairstyle as a sign of individuality, and it starts to inspire them, especially those in their rebellious phase or seeking attention. Mugung is particularly interested and asks Mujin how he managed to get approval for such a hairstyle. Mujin, however, doubts Mugung will be able to use the same excuse successfully. Mugung later tries to convince his own in-charge masters that keeping some hair still honors the will of Buddha and demonstrates commitment to Buddhism. However, as Mujin predicted, Mugung's masters, who are strict and passionate, react angrily. Master Haidam immediately orders Biab Y to catch Mugung. Haidam, using extreme yang energy, prepares to shave Mugung's head himself. Mugung's plan to keep his hair quickly falls apart, unlike Mujin's, and he is forced to submit to the rules. Despite this, Mujin's influence begins to take root among the younger monks, with his hairstyle eventually set to impact Shaolin in the future, though that change will happen much later. Mujin continues administering treatment to Grandmaster Hyan Guang, whose body is in a severely deteriorated state. Each part of Hyan Guang's body requires attention, but treating everything simultaneously would be overwhelming and counterproductive. To avoid this, Mujin carefully plans the treatment like a workout routine, focusing on different regions of the body on different days. For instance, one day he works on the calves and feet, the next on the thighs, and so on. His treatments are coordinated with the electrical stimulation and diathermy treatments provided by Hyan Guang and Haidam. Despite playing a significant role in Hyan Guang's recovery, Mujin's primary position in the Shaolin Temple is that of a third-class disciple, not a medical practitioner. Even so, his dedication to both the treatments and his training remains strong. One day, after finishing his work with Biab Jian, Mujin tells the Grandmaster that he's going out to train. Hyan Guang encourages him to take his time, and Biab Jian reassures Mujin that he will take care of the Grandmaster in his absence. Mujin reflects humorously on the situation, comparing the scene to parents sending their son off to school. As he leaves for training, it reminds him of eating bread on the way out like a typical student. A while later, the leader of the Arhut Hall, Hyun Sung, mentions that the hall has received additional funding, thanks to the abbot. Mujin inquired whether they would be obtaining additional exercise equipment. Hyun Sung explains that the administration hall approved the budget because they recognized and valued Mujin's unique exercising methods. This news fills Mujin with pride, as his once-dismissed methods are now acknowledged and accepted. However, Mujin quickly realizes that this also means he may be expected to teach his methods to others in the Arhut Hall. When he asks if he has to instruct everyone, Hyun Sung reassures him that he will only need to teach the second-class disciples how to use the new equipment, which Mujin finds manageable. Hyun Sung then hands Mujin some papers, prompting Mujin to wonder about their purpose. Hyun Sung asks Mujin to write down the additional equipment and its details on these papers. Mujin enthusiastically agrees, thinking about how the new equipment will allow for even more modern exercises, filling him with excitement. Before concluding their conversation, Mujin has an idea and asks Hyun Sung if he can also include suggestions for additional equipment intended for other areas outside the Arhut Hall. Hyun Sung asks Mujin for clarification about which additional places he is referring to for the new exercise equipment. Mujin explains that he wants to order specialized equipment for Grandmaster Hyan Guang, which surprises Hyun Sung. Concerned, Hyun Sung points out that Hyan Guang's health is not yet stable enough for heavy exercises. However, Mujin assures him that the equipment he has in mind will be specifically designed for therapeutic use and will differ significantly from the regular exercise gear. Mujin's idea centers around Pilates, which is commonly perceived in the modern world as an exercise primarily for women to maintain their bodies. However, Mujin recalls that Pilates was originally developed for war prisoners and injured soldiers as a form of rehabilitation, making it ideal for Hyan Guang's current condition. Recognizing the therapeutic nature of Pilates, Hyun Sung agrees that the administration hall would likely approve the budget for such equipment and instructs Mujin to write it down. Excitedly, Mujin thinks about what Pilates equipment he can specify, including foam rollers, resistance bands, spine correctors, and reformers. However, he realizes that materials like rubber, styrofoam, or plastic are scarce in this era, prompting him to brainstorm alternatives. Mujin decides that iron can be used for frames and thick leather can fill in gaps where other materials would typically be used. He acknowledges that the estimated cost for these materials might be high, but he considers that an issue for the administration to handle. After 2 hours of discussing his plans with Hyun Sung, Mujin finishes the meeting and exits the room. His friends, including Mule, are waiting for him, with Mule expressing relief that he is finally out of the meeting. Mugung suggesting that the group go eat, and Mu Kyung comments that he is late today. Mujin affectionately teases the younger monks, calling them cute little rascals, and playfully asking Mugung why he is bald. Mugung seems hesitant as he begins to respond, and Mujin reminds him that he previously offered valuable advice on handling a situation, implying that he should have followed it. Mugung is currently training under Manhwa Dam and admits to feeling a bit suffocated, leading him to sniff, prompting Mujin to encourage him to hang in there. Mujin then shifts his attention to Mule, asking how his training has been going. Mule replies that he is doing well, but there's a concern. When pressed by Mujin for more details, Mule reveals that monk Haigul often sighs heavily when Mule starts his training. Mujin begins to suspect that there might be an issue, but Mule interrupts his thoughts, mentioning that Haigul has been looking for Mujin that day. The narrative then transitions to an earlier scene featuring monk Haigul, who is feeling frustrated. He reflects on how he brought back what he thought was beneficial, but he finds Mule's learning process disappointing. Haigul feels exasperated that every time he teaches Mule something, the boy seems to forget twice as much. He worries that if this continues, the Shaolin 5-punch, a foundational technique, may not be passed on to future generations. Haigul approaches Mule, who greets him with a bright smile. Haigul, despite his frustration, thinks that Mule's kindness and good nature make it difficult for him to be harsh with him. He then inquires how Mule managed to learn martial arts despite being a new addition to Shaolin. Mule credits Mujin for his help, mentioning that both Mugung and Mu Kyung also provided some assistance in his training. Monk Haigul is taken aback upon realizing that Mule's mentor is Mujin, the boy who had previously been taken in by Grandmaster Hyan Guang. He is impressed that Mujin has been able to teach Mule, whom he considers to be somewhat slow-witted, to such an extent. Curious about Mujin's teaching methods, Haigul decides to approach him for insights. Haigul then asks Mule if he would like to accompany him to meet Mujin, to which Mule eagerly agrees. The scene shifts to the present, where Haigul greets him. Mujin, surprised by Haigul's presence, inquires about the reason for his visit. Haigul informs him that he has business to discuss with both Mujin and Grandmaster Hyan Guang, suggesting that they should meet after Mujin finishes his meal. Mujin, feeling puzzled, wonders why Haigul would want to talk to him, as he understands the need to discuss matters with Hyan Guang but is unsure of his relevance to the conversation. After their meal, they arrived at Hyan Guang's place. Haigul and Mujin find themselves face to face, and Mujin feels a surge of nervousness. Meanwhile, Mule offers his greetings to Grandmaster Hyan Guang, who responds warmly, appreciating the cheerful demeanor of the young monk. Mujin becomes anxious, questioning why Haigul is staring at him in a way that makes him feel uncomfortable, fearing that he might have done something wrong. Grandmaster Hyan Guang acknowledges the visit and expresses openness to receiving guests, but he hints that there must be a significant reason for Haigul, who is typically busy, to come all this way to see him. Haigul then clarifies that his visit is indeed to discuss matters concerning Mujin. Grandmaster Hyan Guang inquires about it. Haigul leans in closer and reveals that he is struggling to teach Mule, as the young monk is having difficulty grasping even the basic steps of the Shaolin 5-punch. Haigul hopes to seek Mujin's assistance, as he has heard that Mujin helped Mule significantly in the past. While this conversation unfolds, Mule excitedly offering Mujin some ants he has brought with him, asking if he wants to eat one. Mujin declines, maintaining his composure despite the oddity of the offer. Hyan Guang then turns his attention to Mujin, asking him to demonstrate how Mule managed to officially join the Shaolin Temple. Mujin responds affirmatively, calling Hyan Guang Grandpa, which surprises Haigul, who is taken aback by their familial term of endearment. Hyan Guang asks Mujin if he can duel with Mule, to which Mujin agrees, stating that they often dueled during their training days. He reassures Mule that it will be a fun and playful experience, instructing him to enjoy the moment while reminding him that they should go outside for the duel. Haigul is left puzzled by Mujin's suggestion that the duel would be about having fun and playing. He contemplates the meaning behind Mujin's words, unsure of how play can be integrated into training, and questions the appropriateness of such an approach in serious martial arts practice. As Mujin and Mule step outside, preparing for their sparring match, Haigul remains perplexed by Mujin's earlier comment to have fun and play. Despite the odd phrasing, Haigul resolves to observe closely, hoping to learn something new from Mujin's unconventional approach. The sparring begins with both Mujin and Mule rushing toward each other, exchanging strikes and saying, "It's been a while, let's have some fun." Their lighthearted energy contrasts sharply with the serious atmosphere surrounding Shaolin martial arts. Grandmaster Hyan Guang reflects on the nature of the Shaolin five-hand strikes, a martial art said to have been created by Dharma, inspired by the movements of 5 animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. Unlike most Shaolin martial arts, which emphasize patience and penance, the five-hand strikes focus on random, carefree movements, echoing a Taoist philosophy of energy flow. Hyan Guang notes that although this martial art differs significantly from other Shaolin practices, it still aligns with the Buddhist goal of freeing oneself from anguish and worldly attachments. However, the Shaolin five-hand strikes are on the verge of being forgotten, with only Haigul left as its sole practitioner. Haigul bears the responsibility of preserving its legacy. This burden explains Haigul's anxious demeanor. Watching Mule's unorthodox mannerisms and unusual behavior, Hyan Guang realizes that Haigul is likely wondering if he made the right choice in selecting Mule as his disciple. The thought that Mule might be unsuited to carry on this unique martial art weighs heavily on Haigul's mind, as the potential extinction of the Shaolin five-hand strikes hangs in the balance. Hyan Guang calls an end to Mujin and Mule's sparring match. Both stop immediately, with Mujin smiling and telling Mule it was nice to play after such a long time. Mule happily agrees. Hyan Guang then instructs Haigul to take Mujin with him, surprising both Haigul and Mujin. Hyan Guang goes on to ask Haigul to teach Mujin the Shaolin's five-hand strikes, alongside Mule, trusting Haigul to train them both. While Mule is excited to train with Mujin, Haigul hesitates, noting that the five-hand strikes are different from other Shaolin martial arts. Hyan Guang reassures Haigul that the training will benefit Mujin as well, emphasizing to Mujin that the true essence of things is more important than their outer appearance. Mujin is left confused by this advice as Hyan Guang and Biab Jian depart. Mujin promises to remember the elder's words. The next day, Mujin arrives at the training ground to begin learning the Shaolin's five-hand strikes. Mule notes that this is the first time they'll be training together since they learned the muscle-lengthening techniques. Mujin agrees. Meanwhile, Haigul feels uneasy, wondering why he's been tasked with teaching Mujin as well. He muses that he might have just taken on another idiot, struggling to understand Hyan Guang's request to train Mujin in the complex Shaolin five-hand strikes. Mujin reflects on how Haigul must feel overwhelmed, suddenly being asked to teach him in addition to Mule. He reasons that Grandmaster Hyan Guang likely has a good reason for his decision, given his wisdom and strength. As the lesson begins, Haigul starts by introducing the Shaolin five-hand strikes, specifically focusing on the crane strike, one of the simpler techniques. Haigul asks Biab Hyun, Mule's master and a practitioner of the Shaolin Five, to demonstrate the technique. Biab Hyun performs fluid, crane-like movements, emphasizing the importance of breath control and the use of the entire body, not just the fists. Mujin notices that Mule struggles with the movement. Despite Mule's exceptional physical control, he seems stiff and awkward during the practice. Biab Hyun and Haigul exchange a sigh of frustration, with Haigul asking for Mujin's assistance. Mujin sympathizes, realizing that Mule's stiffness stems from his inability to seamlessly transition between forms. He observes Mule's posture and is surprised to see that while Mule remembers the form itself, he has trouble making his movements continuous and natural. Mule admits that something feels awkward, either when moving or stopping his body, which confuses Mujin. At this point, Haigul explains why he sought out Mujin. He had heard that Mujin had helped Mule when they first joined the Shaolin Temple and hoped that Mujin could assist in solving Mule's current issue. Mujin is deep in thought, trying to understand Mule's struggle and wondering why Grandmaster Hyan Guang sent him to assist. He recalls a conversation from the previous night where Hyan Guang commented on Mujin's unique martial art, a hybrid martial art that Mujin developed by combining various basic techniques. Hyan Guang praised Mujin's martial skills, but warned that if he continued to develop his martial art in its current form, he would soon reach his physical limits. Mujin's hybrid martial art amplifies energy, putting immense pressure on his body. And while Mujin has built a strong physique to handle this, Hyan Guang predicted that this approach would only work for so long in the world of Murim. Mujin recognizes the truth in Hyan Guang's words, as he doesn't want his progress to stagnate due to physical limitations. He ponders if there's a way to overcome these limits and improve further. At that point, Hyan Guang suggested that Mujin learn the invincible punch, a technique that could help him advance without putting too much strain on his body. Mujin is intrigued and asks more about the invincible punch, wondering if this could be the next step in overcoming his potential limitations and continuing to grow in martial arts. Hyan Guang explains to Mujin that the invincible punch is akin to the fist barrage he has previously learned, with its roots in the Invincible Sutra. He emphasizes that it includes instructions to control powerful strength, and advises Mujin to focus particularly on the 3rd, 6th, and 8th moves of this technique. When he recites the 3rd move, he quotes a poetic reflection on the ephemeral nature of the world. View this fleeting world a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. Mujin is surprised by Hyan Guang's sudden recitation, indicating how deeply the grandmaster is engaged in the subject. Bang Jian interrupts, calling Hyan Guang's attention back to the discussion, prompting Hyan Guang to summarize that the essence of these moves is crucial for Mujin's understanding. He reiterates his earlier teaching that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. As Mujin reflects on Hyan Guang's words, he realizes that he has heard this wisdom before. He starts to ponder what the true essence of the crane punch might be. Recognizing that the technique mimics the graceful movements of a crane, he suddenly has a revelation. This moment of insight sparks a significant understanding within Mujin, suggesting he is beginning to grasp the deeper meanings behind the martial arts techniques he is learning. When Mujin asked Mule if he had ever seen a crane, Mule replied that he hadn't and even wondered if a crane was something edible. This exchange triggered a deeper realization for Mujin. The Shaolin 5-hand techniques were modeled after the natural movements of 5 animals, each representing a style where all movements are interconnected. Mujin found it odd that Mule, despite his impressive flexibility, couldn't follow the technique's flow. This led Mujin to think that Mule's problem wasn't physical, but a fundamental misunderstanding. Mujin shared his insight with Biab Hyun and Hai Gul, explaining that Mule's difficulty likely came from trying to imitate a crane's movement without ever having seen one. Biab Hyun, feeling flustered, asked if Mule was struggling because the movements felt awkward to him, but Mujin clarified, saying it wasn't about Mule's form. Instead, Mujin noted that the crane strike was derived from the natural movements of an actual crane. Since animals move naturally according to their own forms, humans attempting to mimic them are, at best, imitating through a human perspective. He pointed out that teaching Mule solely through written manuals wouldn't work, as Mule was blindly following the motions without understanding their essence. Mujin suggested that Mule needed to internalize the idea of flowing naturally, moving as his own body dictated, rather than rigidly imitating a crane he'd never seen. His insight left Biab Hyun and Hai Gul surprised, and Mujin asserted that Mule needed help to grasp this basic concept, so he could let his body lead him into the form intuitively rather than mechanically copying it. Biab Hyun questioned if they should let Mule move according to his natural instincts. Mujin confirmed, explaining that Mule couldn't learn the crane strike by following rigid forms or manuals. He needed the freedom to interpret the movements on his own. Both Biab Hyun and Hai Gul were surprised by this suggestion, doubting if Mule could manage it alone. At that moment, Hai Gul realized the purpose behind Grandmaster Hyan Guang sending Mujin. Mujin's open-minded approach contrasted with their own adherence to structure. Reflecting on this, Hai Gul recognized how he had lost sight of the true essence of the free-spirited Shaolin 5-hand techniques, becoming too focused on rigid forms instead of the art's fluid nature. Agreeing with Mujin's idea, Hai Gul decided that they should teach Mule by exposing him to the movements of a real crane, so he suggested to Biab Hyun, "Let's show him a crane right away." Biab Hyun mentioned there was a nearby crane habitat, but wondered how they would bring a crane back. The next day, Mujin arrived at the training ground after finishing a late treatment session with Grandmaster Hyan Guang, only to find the area empty. Confused, he called out for Mule and monk Hai Gul, thinking it might not be a training day. As he moved further inside, Mujin heard Hai Gul's voice instructing Mule. Nervous about what might be happening, he cautiously approached. He overheard Hai Gul asking Mule if he knew what he was looking at. Curious, Mule asked what it was, and Hai Gul directed his attention to a bird in front of him. Noting Mule's interest, Hai Gul continued, "Take a good look at this bird, Mule." Both Hai Gul and Biab Hyun then pointed at the bird and said, "This is known as a crane." Mule was thrilled by the crane demonstration, exclaiming that cranes were the best. Biab Hyun and Hai Gul immediately got into a stance, saying, "This is one of the Shaolin five-hand techniques, inspired by the crane's movement, the crane strike." Mule, captivated, declared the crane strike as the best. At that moment, Mujin arrived stated, "So that's today's training." Mule greeted him, and both Biab Hyun and Hai Gul shot annoyed looks at Mujin while maintaining their poses, sternly calling his name. Fascinated by their stance, Mule excitedly pointed it out to Mujin, who hesitated but eventually joined them in the crane strike pose. Mule, overjoyed, said, "Whoa, that's so cool. The Shaolin five-hand techniques are the best." Starting that day, Mule spent the next 15 days closely observing the crane's appearance, movements, and behaviors. When Mujin asked Hai Gul where they found the crane, Hai Gul casually replied that they had caught it. The masters taught and did the movements of the crane and the crane strike together with Mule. After practicing various movements, Biab Hyun, drenched in sweat, turned to Mule and asked if he was able to follow along. Meanwhile, Mule focused intently on the crane's movements, which sparked an interesting development. Unlike the traditional crane strike taught by Hai Gul and Biab Hyun, Mule's version was unique. He closely observed the crane and adapted its movements to fit his own body. With his extraordinary flexibility and animalistic instincts, Mule moved beyond the typical human range, mimicking the crane's motions in a fluid, natural way that resembled a real animal's movements. This approach allowed him to harmonize with the crane's movements more efficiently than his masters had anticipated. Both Hai Gul and Biab Hyun were surprised by Mule's progress, as they had struggled to teach him the crane strike, but he was learning faster by simply observing the crane. However, since Mule's movements were newly developed, they lacked full refinement and strength. Hai Gul, seeing this, gave him specific corrections, advising him to adjust his arm movement and step back a little more for greater accuracy. He emphasized the importance of continuity between moves, a core principle of the Shaolin five-hand techniques, assuring Mule that, although his style was slightly different from the traditional teachings, it would still guide him on the right path. Mule, eager to improve, agreed to continue learning from his masters, responding with a confident, "Yes, sir." Mujin, pleased with Mule's progress, decided it was time for him to leave. He removed the training belt given to him by Hai Gul and announced to both Biab Hyun and Hai Gul that he felt his role was complete. Biab Hyun, surprised by Mujin's decision, asked if he planned to stop coming the next day, and Mujin confirmed that he would. Hai Gul acknowledged that Mujin had accomplished what he came for, which meant his departure was now appropriate. Mujin expressed his gratitude, bowing and thanking them for their teachings. Hai Gul then instructed Mule to see Mujin off, which Mule agreed to do. As they left, Biab Hyun voiced some concerns about letting Mujin go so easily. However, Hai Gul reassured him, explaining that what Mujin came to learn wasn't the crane strike itself. Mujin concluded that further training would be pointless for him, realizing that from the start, what he was attempting to learn wasn't the crane strike. He had already developed his own martial arts before officially joining the Shaolin Temple. The real challenge he faced now was integrating his new Shaolin techniques smoothly and steadily with his existing style. When he saw Hai Gul guiding Mule in perfecting the crane strike, Mujin gained a clearer understanding of how to achieve this integration. He considered starting with his fist barrage and integrating the invincible punch, then transitioning into the Guanyin strike and Arhut palm strike. This approach would allow him to enhance the power of his strikes while reducing recoil. He recalled his grandfather's advice that the true essence of a technique is more important than its outward appearance. For Mujin, the focus wasn't on replicating something like the crane strike, but on achieving continuity between his movements and effectively blending different martial arts styles. While the Shaolin five-hand techniques were based on the forms of crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon, Mujin felt that the tiger and dragon models were not his concern, as they would be handled by Mule's masters. In the end, Mujin's main priority was creating his own martial system, independent of the traditional forms. Mujin briefly entertains the idea that, given the Murim world's fantastical nature, dragons might exist, which could make the concept of the dragon's form feasible. As for the tiger, Mujin believes that Mule's masters will likely figure out a way to handle that particular animal's form. Hai Gul told Biab Hyun that he would head back first and asked him to let Mule know to go home and rest if he arrived. Biab Hyun agreed, and in that moment, both Hai Gul and Mujin realized something unexpected. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as Grandmaster Hyan Guang had planned. Mujin, feeling a mix of awe and nervousness, wondered if his grandfather had foreseen all these events from the start. Similarly, Haigul was struck by the idea that Hyan Guang had anticipated not only the situation, but also that Mujin would understand the lesson he was meant to learn. Both were left in awe, marveling at Hyan Guang's incredible insight and foresight. As Mujin returns to his room, he reflects on the progress of his grandfather's treatment. It's been a month since he started, and while his grandfather no longer suffers pain from simple movements, he hasn't fully recovered. Mujin is confident that his condition can improve further, but hesitates, considering whether he should use a more intense treatment. He realizes, however, that special circumstances demand bold actions and concludes that he must take the risk, muttering to himself that it's the only option left. Meanwhile, as Hyan Guang and Haidam head towards the abbot's quarters, they discuss Mujin's dedication to the treatments. Hyan Guang wonders aloud when Grandmaster Hyan Guang will fully recover, to which Haidam responds that the Grandmaster already seems more cheerful than before. Hyan Guang teases Haidam, reminding him of his earlier comment about making Mujin pay if there were no improvements within a month. Embarrassed, Haidam admits that he only said that as a way to motivate Mujin. Hyan Guang urges Haidam to hurry, so they won't be late. Meanwhile, at Hyan Guang's place, Mujin is preparing to start a treatment section when Abbot Hyan Chun arrives, curious about why he was called. Mujin, focused on Hyan Guang, asks the abbot to wait a moment until he's finished. To the abbot's surprise, Hyan Guang, with a bit of support from Mujin, manages to move from lying down to sitting up. Hyan Guang, amused, asks if Mujin is working on his back since he did his legs the previous day. Abbot Hyan Chun, shocked by this progress, anxiously asks if it's safe for him to move so much. Hyan Guang chuckles, noting that he feels much better than before, even though he's only moving a bit. Abbot Hyan Chun reflects on the remarkable progress in Hyan Guang's health, recalling how even slight movement once left him breathless and in pain. His body, nearly lifeless, was unable to move without severe discomfort. Yet now, with some support, he managed to sit up on his own. Later, in a nearby room, Haidam and Hyan Guang arrive, shocked by the abbot's confirmation of the treatment's effectiveness. Hyan Guang asks if the treatments are genuinely working, and Haidam also inquired in surprise if Mujin provided some support. Hyan Guang was able to sit up mostly by himself. Abbot Hyan Chun acknowledges the results, noting the visible improvements within a month, just as Mujin had predicted. Haidam, still surprised, admits he was skeptical of using unfamiliar techniques, yet the treatment is indeed proving effective. Outside the door, Mujin arrives and, feeling nervous, overhears their conversation. Hyan Guang suggests that, since they were summoned right after Hyan Guang's treatment, they should ask Mujin for further details once he arrives, and Haidam agrees. The older monks have quickly gained trust in Mujin due to the visible improvements in Hyan Guang's health, but Mujin himself isn't fully satisfied with the progress. He thinks that the real challenge begins now. His goal is to help Hyan Guang regain enough strength to walk independently. Mujin has been guiding Hyan Guang's treatment and rehabilitation, helping him practice sitting up to strengthen his abdomen and supporting him as he stands and takes a few steps, similar to physical therapy for a recovering patient. Although Hyan Guang's joints and ligaments have partially healed, his years of immobility have led to severe muscle atrophy. Mujin realizes that without building up his muscles, further treatment would be ineffective, like filling a pot with a hole at the bottom. To prevent potential joint issues from re-emerging, Mujin knows it's critical to help Hyan Guang regain muscle strength swiftly. Realizing an important point about Hyan Guang's treatment, Mujin enters the room and announces that he needs to discuss his grandfather's progress. Abbot Hyan Chun, Haidam, and Hyan Guang, who had seen positive signs in Hyan Guang's health, express concern, asking if there's an issue despite his improvement. Mujin explains that while Hyan Guang's recovery is progressing, a complication has arisen in the next phase of his treatment. Mujin clarifies that although Hyan Guang is gradually regaining strength, his joint cartilage has deteriorated significantly due to age. Ideally, the solution would be to build muscle around the joints to support the cartilage. However, in Hyan Guang's current weakened state, any excessive movement intended to strengthen his muscles could risk placing too much pressure on his joints, potentially leading to injury. Abbot Hyan Chun, trusting Mujin's skill, encourages him to share his solution openly, while Haidam praises Mujin's competence and assures him they will listen without doubt. As they press him for an answer, Mujin finally states that his grandfather must eat meat to recover properly. This response shocks the monks, darkening their expressions as they look at Mujin in anger, as eating meat goes against Shaolin principles. The need for meat in building muscle remains controversial, as many argue that a healthy, muscular body can be maintained on a vegetarian diet. When he was Choi Kang-hyuk, Mujin studied exercise science and learned that muscle growth on a vegetarian diet is possible, but requires complex dietary planning. A key factor is the body's ability to absorb proteins. Animal-based proteins tend to be more easily absorbed. Given Hyan Guang's age and limited ability to eat, meat-based proteins would be more effective for his recovery. However, in the Shaolin Temple, a respected institution with a 1,000-year history, eating meat is strictly forbidden. Hyan and Hyan Guang, unable to contain their anger, unleash their energy-infused voices, shouting at Mujin for his impudence in suggesting meat consumption within the Shaolin Temple. The intensity of their inner energy causes Mujin physical discomfort, forcing him to cover his ears and think, unsurprised, that their reaction is even stronger than expected. Abbot Hyun-chun, remaining calm, asks why Mujin insists that meat is necessary for muscle gain, pointing out that Mujin himself achieved a muscular physique without eating meat. Nervously recalling that he did consume meat during his intensive training days, Mujin explains to the abbot that while he did gain strength without it, beans and mushrooms are still just substitutes and cannot fully compare to the nutritional effects of eating meat. Abbot Hyun-chun suggests that Hyan Guang could simply consume high-quality beans and mushrooms. Mujin responds that his grandfather's situation is different. While Mujin and monk Biabgang are young and resilient, Hyan Guang doesn't have the luxury of time for slower recovery. Mujin then questions the reason behind Shaolin's prohibition on meat, stating that it's intended for monks to practice penance, to overcome earthly desires like the craving for meat. He explains that he willingly gave up meat for this purpose, but argues that such atonement holds no value for someone whose body urgently needs nourishment. Determined to convince them, Mujin reflects that failing to persuade the monks could mean Hyan Guang's death, a loss he's unwilling to face again. With resolve, Mujin challenges them by shouting that, by denying the necessary nourishment, they would be contradicting the Buddhist law of no killing. Hearing Mujin's challenge, Hyan Guang becomes enraged, his energy manifesting as vines sprouting from his bald head. He moves toward Mujin, preparing to strike with an electric attack, accusing Mujin of becoming arrogant by relying on Hyan Guang's coattails and daring to speak of Buddhist laws in front of him. As Hyan Guang attempts to grab Mujin, Abbot Hyun-chun intervenes, placing a hand on Hyan Guang's shoulder and calmly instructing him to calm down. With a simple touch, Abbot Hyun-chun disperses Hyan Guang's immense energy, leaving Mujin in awe of the abbot's power. Abbot Hyun-chun acknowledges that Mujin's point has merit, but questions whether meat is truly the only solution to Hyan Guang's recovery. He asks why Mujin insists that meat is necessary for muscle growth. Mujin realizes he could easily explain his reasoning using modern concepts like proteins and super recovery theory, but knows these monks would not understand such terms. Determined to persuade them, he prepares to explain his position in a way they can grasp. Mujin, aiming to explain his point more clearly, compares the concept of reincarnation not just to death, but to the cyclical nature of life itself. He explains that everything in the world is in a constant state of reincarnation. Rain falls from the sky, nourishes the earth, and eventually returns to the sky. Similarly, the bodies of animals and humans go through cycles of birth and death. To grow and replenish the human body, Mujin argues a certain amount of meat must be consumed. He asserts that just as death and rebirth are natural laws, eating both vegetables and meat is also part of this natural order. Mujin emphasizes that while harming life for pleasure can be sinful, consuming meat for survival is not a sin. He stresses that humans, being animals themselves, are part of nature's cycle, and it's natural for them to eat the meat of other creatures to sustain themselves and grow. Using simple analogies, Mujin tries to persuade the monks, carefully explaining his reasoning in a way they can understand. After a brief silence, Abbot Hyun-chun acknowledges that Mujin's argument has some merit, but points out that there is no concrete evidence to support it, so they cannot break the long-standing laws of the Shaolin Temple. As Mujin begins to explain further, Abbot Hyun-chun stops him and emphasizes that they cannot turn a blind eye to Grandmaster Hyan Guang, who sacrificed his life to protect the temple. Moved by his thoughts on Hyan Guang, Abbot Hyun-chun then turns to Hyan Guang and declares that they will change the temple's laws. He announces that, under the authority of the abbot's sacred emerald jade Buddhist staff, they will make an exception to allow the consumption of meat for those who are ill and need it for treatment. This declaration shocks both Hyan and Hyan Guang, leaving them speechless in surprise. Meanwhile, Mujin, relieved and happy, thinks to himself that this change will allow him to save Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Abbot Hyan Chun explains that there is a way for Grandmaster Hyan Guang to eat meat without breaking the Shaolin Temple's rules. He would have to eat the meat and then face punishment for it. When Mujin nervously asks what kind of punishment this would entail, the abbot states that Hyan Guang must face the wall for a month. He then asks Mujin, who has previously undergone a 7-day wall facing, if he is willing to accept such a long punishment. After a brief moment of silence, Mujin, undeterred, confidently says that he will gladly accept the punishment. Haidam and Hyan Guang look nervously at the abbot, questioning whether this is truly the decision. Abbot Hyan Chun reassures them, stating that this isn't a matter of whether it should be done, but rather the necessity of it for Grandmaster Hyan Guang's recovery. He then concludes the meeting. The next day, Abbot Hyan Chun explains the decision to Grandmaster Hyan Guang at his abode. Grandmaster Hyan Guang expresses his understanding of the events that took place the previous night. Abbot Hyan Chun, explaining his reasoning, admits that he is now willing to take a risk on Mujin for the sake of the Shaolin Temple's future. He reflects on the temple's past, considering that their strict adherence to tradition may have been a contributing factor to the stagnation of the Shaolin Temple over the past 1,000 years. While the temple has maintained its reputation as a great martial institution, it has lost its former title as the strongest in the world. The abbot believes that, due to his own limitations, the temple has declined under his leadership, and he feels responsible for this loss of glory. Hyan Guang, however, cautions that change is not always beneficial. Abbot Hyan Chun acknowledges this, but insists that he has chosen Mujin because he believes Mujin will bring positive change to the temple. He expresses a desire to trust in Mujin's potential for reform. At this point, Abbot Hyan Chun calls for Mujin to enter, and Mujin, who had been waiting outside, responds affirmatively, stepping into the room. Mujin enters the room carrying a bowl of soup, which Hyan Guang immediately recognizes as containing meat. The porridge has a small amount of meat, considering Hyan Guang has not eaten any for decades. Initially, Hyan Guang hesitates to eat, but after reflecting on the efforts of Abbot Hyan Chun and the risk Mujin took to challenge the temple's rules, he decides to eat. The mixture of regret and resolve fills his heart, and after offering a prayer over the food, he eats meat for the first time in many years. Meanwhile, Mujin spends 7 days teaching Biab Jian the treatment process, focusing on the methods that don't involve the electrical and heat treatments, which are handled by Hyan Guang and Haidam. By the time Biab Jian has memorized everything, Hyan Guang is able to eat boiled meat without difficulty. Thanks to Mujin's treatments and the restorative properties of the meat, Hyan Guang begins to show significant improvement in his condition. On the day of his promised wall-facing punishment, Mujin reflects on how he really didn't want to return to the cave, the place where he was previously forced to do his punishment. He resigned himself to the fact that he must follow the higher-ups' orders. While he had planned to focus on training, hunting, and eating meat as he had in the past, he finds himself confused and flustered about why he's back in this situation. As he stands at the entrance to the cave, Abbot Hyan Chun, who is behind him, instructs him to go inside. The reason for Hyan Chun's presence is revealed. Earlier during the meeting, the abbot had decided to accept the punishment alongside Mujin, stating that this wasn't just a matter of whether it was right or wrong, but that he would take responsibility and accept the same punishment imposed on Mujin by the discipline court. Hyan Guang asks Abbot Hyan Chun if he is really going to take the wall-facing punishment alongside Mujin. Hyan Chun confirms that he will, stating that it's for the sake of changing one of the rules. In the present, as Mujin faces the wall, he reflects on the situation and feels trapped. He thinks to himself that he's screwed because the abbot has already settled into a lotus position and is chanting Buddhist scriptures, making it hard for Mujin to move or even shift his toes. Mujin wonders if it's even allowed to speak during wall-facing punishment, and notices that the scriptures Hyan Chun is chanting seem off. Mujin eventually realizes that the abbot is intentionally mixing up the chants. Mujin realizes that the incantations Abbot Hyan Chun is chanting are not random, but are connected to the martial arts techniques he's learned. He notices the pattern. Each incantation corresponds to a specific move in his martial arts training. Hyan Chun begins chanting different sutras in sequence, like the Diamond Sutra, Lotus Sutra, and Buddhavatamsaka Sutra, and Mujin starts to recognize the martial steps hidden within these chants. As he focuses more, he imagines how the martial arts techniques flow with each chant, connecting the words to specific movements in his mind. When Hyan Chun chants a flickering lamp, a phantom, Mujin associates it with the first move of the chain punch, a straight punch. The incantation and a dream follows, prompting Mujin to further delve into his image training, visualizing how the movements tie together. Mujin considers the next move in the swift whirlwind sweep, planning to raise his right leg for a kick. However, something feels off, so he decides to insert the step from the invincible punch to fix it. He spends the next 30 minutes mentally interpreting the incantations as steps and training in his mind. As he trains mentally, the intensity grows, and Mujin finds himself struggling to hold back the desire to physically practice what he's imagining. Despite being in the middle of a wall-facing punishment, Mujin begins to peek at Abbot Hyan Guang, who is still chanting. Mujin wonders if he can get up and practice without breaking the rules, but he notices something strange. Abbot Hyan Guang's chanting has taken on a rhythmic flow, which makes Mujin think it could be intentional. With a sense of urgency, Mujin decides to take a risk, thinking he has nothing to lose, and attempts to get up from the lotus position, prepared to gamble on the chance that this might be an opportunity for action. As Mujin stands up to practice, he quickly realizes that Abbot Hyan Guang is aware of his movements, but continues chanting without interruption, confirming that Hyan Guang intentionally set up this opportunity for Mujin to train. Following the rhythm of Hyan Guang's chanting, Mujin practices his martial arts steps, beginning with the chain punch straight punch, followed by the 21st move of the invincible punch, and ending with the swift whirlwind sweep. The rhythmic chanting makes it easier for Mujin to follow through the steps, but he grows curious as to why Hyan Guang continues to chant the same incantation instead of switching to something else. Mujin wonders if he's doing something wrong, sensing a subtle change in Hyan Guang's tone that signals his mistakes. As the training continues, Mujin notices a pattern. Whenever he performs a step correctly, Hyan Guang chants calmly or uses a low-tone cough, but when he makes a mistake, Hyan Guang dry coughs or raises his tone. Through this communication, Mujin begins to align his movements with the rhythm of the chanting, refining his technique over time. This secret training session goes on until sunset. Despite the successful training session, Mujin is left wondering why Hyan Guang is helping him. Hyan Guang, on the other hand, reflects on the time he's dedicated to treating Grandmaster Hyan Guang and realizes that it has taken a significant chunk of his own training time. He decides that Mujin should use this time to make up for the training he's missed, ensuring that he won't lose any more time in his development. After some time, Abbot Hyan Guang coughed loudly, signaling the arrival of a Shaolin disciple who brought grain balls and water. The disciple placed the food down and left, and both Hyan Guang and Mujin remained in their lotus positions, continuing their wall-facing training. Mujin, who had been practicing martial arts, was sweating heavily and thought to himself that he almost got caught training. He wasn't expecting someone to come in unnoticed. Fortunately, the abbot's dry cough warned him in time. Now he is certain he's deliberately trying to train him. Feeling the urge to stretch his limits, Mujin stood up and decided he could no longer stay in the cave. He moved toward the exit, and as he left the cave, Abbot Hyan Guang, unaware of Mujin's true intentions, reflected on his decision, thinking, "It seems like Mujin is eager to train. He understands how he feels. The cave is too cramped for him to train properly. I'll let him go out and train." However, Hyan Guang did not realize that Mujin was not leaving the cave to practice his martial arts, but instead to seek out protein. At that moment, Biob Jian, observing Hyan Guang's condition, remarked, "Grandmaster, I didn't notice it at first because I was so focused on your treatment, but you've really changed." Hyan Guang's body, which had been weak and frail, began to show significant improvement after incorporating meat into his diet, following Mujin's suggestion. His muscles, which had been virtually non-existent, started to develop, and with this newfound strength, he was able to move on his own without needing Biob Jian's assistance. As Biob Jian prepared to leave to get lunch, a junior monk arrived and informed him, "It's time." Biob Jian left to prepare the meal, while Hyan Guang's expression grew solemn. Reflecting on his own past decisions, Hyan Guang thought, this all happened because of his stubbornness. He only realized the truth after all this time. He began to move on his own, pondering the abbot's earlier words. The abbot blamed himself for adhering too rigidly to tradition, even saying that the Shaolin Temple would have been different if I had become the abbot. He didn't agree with him before, but now he understands his guilt. It's because, in many ways, he is just like him. As Hyan Guang arrived at the hill above the main Shaolin building, he reflected deeply on his past choices, muttering to himself in regret. He realized how foolish he had been in the past, particularly in his attitude toward his own condition and the traditions of the Shaolin Temple. He admitted to himself that his inability to move without assistance had made him blind to the importance of flexibility and adaptation in life. Now, as he had recovered enough to stand on his own, he found clarity in his thoughts. Hyan Guang began questioning the value of adhering so strictly to the temple's traditions, even at the cost of his own well-being. He He remembered the time when the special task force of the demonic cult had invaded, leaving him physically crippled and unable to walk. In the aftermath, he had constantly assured others and himself that he was fine, even though deep inside, he had already given in to despair. Despite his vast knowledge of martial arts and scriptures, he recognized that his heart had become hardened, unable to fully embrace the teachings he had once held dear. His shattered energy core, which prevented him from gathering energy, had been a constant reminder of his limitations. Hyan Guang now understood that he had been stubborn, clinging to outdated notions of honor and tradition. With this realization, he began to see the futility of his previous mindset. Even if everything around him were to disappear, the memories and lessons he had learned would remain within him. He reflected on the philosophical concept of form and emptiness, recognizing that things exist in both tangible and intangible forms, and that the true essence of life transcends mere physical presence. Hyan Guang, now sitting in a lotus position atop the hill, began chanting deeply, reflecting on the enlightenment he had just achieved. He understood that everything in the world, including feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness, was interconnected, and he decided to integrate this new awareness with his previous knowledge. His meditation led him to the realization of ultimate enlightenment, recognizing the vast energies flowing through the world. As he embraced this profound understanding, he acknowledged the limitations of his body to contain such immense energy, but at the same time, he felt an awakening within himself. Meanwhile, Hyan Guang, walking through the hallway, suddenly sensed a familiar energy. Intrigued by its intensity, he rushed toward it using a mobility art, muttering to himself, "That's definitely Grandmaster Hyan Guang's energy, but something's different. What's with that unfamiliar flow?" Upon arriving at the hill, he saw Hyan Guang enveloped by his own powerful energy as he meditated. Stopping below the hill, Hyan Guang, along with other students who had gathered to watch, was shocked by the sight. As Mujin observed Hyan Guang more closely, he grew increasingly concerned, wondering if the Grandmaster was in the process of achieving perfect enlightenment, as his energy seemed to be bursting like an explosion. Hyan Guang's energy surged powerfully into the sky, creating a brilliant beam of light that pierced through the clouds, causing the rain to cease. The sunlight broke through, illuminating the surroundings in a warm, merciful glow. The students of Shaolin, witnessing this remarkable phenomenon, began to murmur amongst themselves in awe. "The rain has stopped. That light, that energy, I'm certain of it, that's Grandmaster Hyan Guang's energy." Even those who were not familiar with energy could feel the overwhelming presence. The energy was so intense that it hurt to look at, yet it was also soothing and filled with warmth, radiating a sense of peace and enlightenment rather than fear. It was a divine and otherworldly sight. The realization settled upon them. Hyan Guang had achieved Nirvana. The Shaolin disciples, filled with deep respect, get into respective pose and chanted a reverent mantra, acknowledging the sacred moment of enlightenment. Gone beyond, gone completely beyond enlightenment, hail. Form has emptiness, while emptiness also has form. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Hyan Guang nervously approached and, with trembling voice, asked, "Grandmaster, has he finally achieved enlightenment?" Hyan Guang chuckled and explains that what he had previously understood in his mind has now been fully realized in his heart. Hyan Guang, still processing the gravity of this realization, questions why Hyan Guang hasn't attained Buddhahood despite reaching Nirvana. Hyan Guang responds calmly, acknowledging his attainment of Nirvana but revealing that his path is not yet complete because there are unresolved matters. He credits his achievement to Mujin. Hyan Guang then inquires about Mujin's current situation, revealing concern over his absence. Hyan Guang nervously informs him that Mujin has been enduring wall-facing punishment, along with the abbot for the past 18 days. Hyan Guang reacts with visible displeasure, expressing discontent with the punishment and directing his anger toward the students around him. His strong reaction surprises Hyan Guang and the other Shaolin disciples present. Soon after, a junior disciple rushes to the cave where the abbot and Mujin are still undergoing punishment, urgently calling for them to end the punishment and return. Abbot Hyun Chun opens his eyes and calmly reminds the junior monk that there are still 10 days remaining in their sentence. The junior monk, however, delivers unexpected news. Both Abbot Hyun Chun and Mujin have been ordered to return immediately. Abbot Hyun Chun, taken aback and incredulous, questions how such a thing could happen during their punishment, expressing disbelief at the notion of someone daring to interrupt it. The junior monk, however, calmly explains that the order to cease the punishment comes directly from Grandmaster Hyan Guang. This revelation shocks both the abbot and Mujin. Abbot Hyun Chun, still in disbelief, asks for clarification, unable to understand why Grandmaster Hyan Guang would give such an order. Mujin, equally confused, speculates that something might have happened to Grandpa. Hyan Guang questions Grandmaster Hyan Guang about why he is eating a certain food, to which Hyan Guang responds with a lighthearted chuckle, assuring Hyan Guang that he can hear perfectly well without him raising his voice. Hyan Guang then explains that he is trying the food because he heard it is beneficial for the body and notes that it was Hyan Guang who had changed the rules to help strengthen his weak body. Hyan Guang, a bit puzzled, asks whether someone aiming for Nirvana really needs to focus on strengthening their physical body. Hyan Guang, amused, teasingly implies that Hyan Guang disapproves of him eating the food, prompting Hyan Guang to quickly deny it, clarifying that's not his concern. At this point, Abbot Hyun Chun and Mujin, guided by the junior monk, arrived outside the room. However, Hyan Guang continued by remarking with a hint of sarcasm that the reason he locked away Mujin in the cold cave must be due to his efforts in saving him. Before Hyan Guang can respond, the junior monk announces their arrival, and Hyan Guang warmly welcomes them. Mujin notices a calm atmosphere and observes that his grandpa, Grandmaster Hyan Guang, seems to be in good spirits. Relieved, Mujin comments to Abbot Hyun Chun that their hasty return seemed unnecessary, and it appears they were overreacting. However, Abbot Hyun Chun, though reassured by the atmosphere, still wonders what exactly is going on. As Mujin opens the door, both he and Abbot Hyun Chun are taken aback by the strong smell of meat inside. Hyan Guang, in a lighthearted mood, remarks that he never imagined he would experience such worldly pleasures and jokingly expresses that he doesn't think he will easily abandon all of this enjoyment to attain Buddhahood. He directs the comment to Hyan Guang, calling him the disciplined court leader. Hyan Guang, clearly uncomfortable with the remark, chooses not to respond further and turns to leave. Hyan Guang, still in a relaxed and slightly playful mood, thanks him for understanding and then turns his attention to Mujin, inviting him to come in. Mujin and Abbot Hyun Chun, still stunned by the sight of Hyan Guang eating meat, are visibly shocked by the unexpected behavior. Mujin, unable to hold back his confusion, asks his grandpa what is happening. Hyan Guang responds calmly, explaining that he is strengthening his body. Mujin, irritated by his grandfather Hyan Guang's smug expression, thinks to himself how annoying that look is. He turns to the disciplined court leader, Hyan Guang, seeking an explanation. Hyan Guang, avoiding eye contact with both Mujin and Abbot Hyun Chun, explains that it was Grandmaster Hyan Guang who insisted on eating all the food. He himself hadn't touched any of it. Hyan Guang then defends both Mujin and Abbot, explaining that despite his inactivity, he already feels the benefits of eating meat. He emphasizes that neither Mujin nor Abbot Hyun Chun has done anything wrong and states that this is why he summoned them back. He couldn't bear to leave those who had helped him confined in a cave. Abbot Hyun Chun, still cautious, seeks confirmation and asks if that's truly the case. Hyan Guang affirms it, saying everything is fine now that they've returned. He then directs Mujin to resume his training and invites the abbot to stay and chat, adding that Hyan Guang has no interest in speaking with him. Abbot Hyun Chun, however, politely declines, citing his mounting workload and suggesting that Mujin remain instead. Before he can finish, Mujin quickly excuses himself, and Abbot Hyun Chun, surprised, asks where he's off to. Eventually, Mujin learns the full story behind the situation from Biob Jian. Mujin was stunned, muttering to himself that Hyan Guang had been so close to reaching Nirvana but was derailed by his attachment to the taste of meat. He decided to let go of his thoughts for the time being, realizing not everything that happened was negative. Biob Jian then informed him that he'd brought the equipment Mujin had requested from the Arhood Hall leader, which Mujin was pleased to hear. As they arrived at the training grounds, Biob Jian confirmed that Mujin could start strength training there. Mujin was surprised to see monks training with dumbbells and various exercise equipment, marveling that such a scene was unfolding in the Shaolin Temple of this era. Just before leaving, Biob Jian mentioned some equipment they weren't sure how to use, asking Mujin to teach the others. Excited, Mujin agreed, his enthusiasm growing as he examined the training gear. He thought, this isn't quite like the gym I used to have, but it's great, it brings back memories. A place to work with iron and sweat to build up strength. Mujin's focus is interrupted when he overhears Mule asking Mugung for guidance on using a piece of equipment. Mugung suggests they wait for Mujin to arrive, prompting Mujin to approach and greet them. Noticing that Mu Kyung is absent, Mujin asks if he's training elsewhere. Mugung explains that Mu Kyung found the training difficult and is likely practicing on his own. Mule, seeing Mujin, teasingly asks if he's finally out of jail. Mujin, brushing off the comment, responds, "Don't call it jail." Noticing a piece of equipment, Mugung asks Mujin if it's also meant for exercise and how to use it. Mujin recognizes the item as a tire and, with a bit of humor, corrects himself by calling it a rubber wheel. Preparing to demonstrate, Mujin explains that the exercise involves lifting one side of the wheel and flipping it repeatedly. He mentally draws a parallel to the modern tire flip exercise, feeling a sense of accomplishment at incorporating an innovative training method using the temple's limited resources. Mujin, after testing the weight of the rubber wheel, estimated it to be around 150 kilograms. He explained to Mugung that using this for exercise would train not only the lower body, but the entire body, helping with strength distribution. Offering Mugung a turn, Mujin asked if he wanted to try it out. Mugung, feeling challenged, asked if Mujin thought he couldn't handle it. Mujin warned, jokingly, that he would strike his head 10 times if he used inner energy, to which Mugung insisted he wouldn't cheat. At that moment, Mule interrupted, calling for Mujin's attention with a question. Before Mujin could explain, Mule suddenly started running, leaving Mujin puzzled, who asked what he was doing. Mule replied that he was playing around with the equipment, testing if he could use it in this way. Mujin watched in surprise as Mule easily jumped onto a bar 3 meters high and began maneuvering around it with impressive flexibility. Mujin thought to himself that Mule's movements were very agile, almost monkey-like. Reflecting on this unique style, he wondered if monkey might be a natural addition to the Shaolin techniques alongside the crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon styles. Mule asked Mujin if he was using the bar correctly. Mujin replied that Mule's approach was fine, then mused to himself that even if this type of movement didn't currently exist, Mule might eventually create it. Mujin noted there was a variety of equipment beyond just bars and the rubber wheel, equipment often used in CrossFit rather than traditional gyms. This setup was ideal, as it allowed him to train strength, flexibility, and coordination without overdeveloping his muscles, which could hinder martial arts performance. Mujin was excited about becoming a martial master and discovering the ending to this novel journey he was part of. Mujin's path at the Shaolin Temple was progressing, but he was aiming for more than just physical prowess. He was cultivating a balanced strength that served his martial arts. Later, as evening approached, he returned to Hyan Guang and suggested incorporating the new equipment into his treatment routine. Hyan Guang, noticing the new equipment Mujin had brought, asked if it was the same gear he'd requested from the Arhut Hall leader. Mujin confirmed, introducing it as the reform roller, explaining that in modern times it's known as a foam roller used for stretching muscles. He demonstrated how it could be rolled under various body parts, such as the scapula, thighs, and calves, to release tension and improve flexibility. Mujin warned that Hyan Guang would likely feel some pain initially due to muscle stiffness, but assured him that regular use would make his body feel lighter. Hyan Guang, using the roller, grew serious and expressed his intent to introduce it to the other Shaolin disciples. He realized they could avoid many unnecessary hardships by using tools like this in their training. Mujin was initially confused, thinking that Hyan Guang's actions might make him seem like an apostate for disagreeing with Shaolin teachings. However, Hyan Guang shifted the conversation and asked about Mujin's martial arts progress. Mujin confirmed that his training was going well. Hyan Guang remarked that Mujin's energy had become more stable and settled since their last meeting. Mujin reflected on the training in the cave with the abbot and credited the progress to all the effort and contemplation he'd put into his practice. Hyan Guang, after observing him silently, pulled something from his pocket, a map and a letter, which he had prepared in anticipation of this moment. Mujin, surprised, asked about the letter. Hyan Guang explained that it was related to his previous training in the five-hand techniques, where he learned the importance of continuity and the merging of different moves. Hyan Guang, with a chuckle, remarked that the pace of Mujin's training would benefit him greatly. However, Mujin couldn't help but feel uneasy, wondering if Hyan Guang's personality had changed since they last met, especially given his unsettling smile. He humorously pondered whether the change could be due to his consumption of meat. Hyan Guang, seemingly aware of Mujin's thoughts, teased that Mujin would understand after experiencing things for himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Hyan Guang, the leader of the demon extermination squad, who was drinking while observing Mu Kyung. Hyan Guang chastised Mu Kyung, saying he wouldn't be able to catch even a fly at his current rate. Mu Kyung, tired and lying on the ground, weakly suggested they take things a bit easier. Hyan Guang firmly rejected the idea, accusing him of slacking off. Mu Kyung, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that Hyan Guang wasn't in a position to lecture about slacking. Hyan Guang, chuckling, anticipated that Mujin would arrive shortly. Through intense training, Mujin had managed to stabilize his inner energy to a greater degree than before. After receiving a letter from Hyan Guang, he headed towards his next training location, the Demon Extermination Squad. Although Mujin had been dedicated to all his previous training, he felt a sense of nervousness about this next stage. Mujin reflected on the fact that the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, Hyan Guang, was likely the one in charge of the training. From the entrance test, Mujin had already sensed that Hyan Guang was no ordinary individual. He wondered what kind of person he truly was. Earlier, at the Demon Extermination Squad's headquarters, the students were engaged in a tense training session, some of them visibly exhausted. Hyan Guang, however, was demanding more effort from them. He urged his students to put more spirit into their movements, warning that if they didn't step up their game, he might eat all of them while smiling maniacally. With that, the students charged at him, and Hyan Guang, throwing a bottle into the air, began dodging and countering their attacks, urging them to be more original with their approaches. Hyan Guang, demonstrating his incredible agility and skill, leaped into the air and struck one of his incoming students with his stick. As the student was distracted by the strike, Mu Kyung seized the opportunity to approach Hyan Guang from behind, thinking that he could land an attack. However, just as Mu Kyung was about to strike, Hyan Guang surprised him by dodging the attack with a quick sitting motion, leaving Mu Kyung shocked. Without missing a beat, Hyan Guang launched a powerful thrust at Mu Kyung's neck, hitting him and causing him pain. He then continued his assault, delivering several more precise thrusts with his stick, knocking back the other students who were still standing. The students crashed to the ground, piling on top of one another. Afterward, Hyan Guang effortlessly caught the bottle he had thrown into the air and, while pointing his stick at the fallen students, mockingly declared that he would boil all of them and eat them up. As he was laughing at his students, Mu Kyung approached him from behind and prepared his 18 Dharma strikes. Mu Kyung launched the attack, but to his surprise, Hyan Guang performed a perfect backflip to dodge it, commenting that it was all he needed to do to avoid the strike. As he landed, Hyan Guang quickly charged at Mu Kyung, launching a brutal series of attacks. Mu Kyung, overwhelmed by the force and precision of Hyan Guang's strikes, collapsed to the ground in intense pain. Hyan Guang observed Mu Kyung, commenting on how he had failed to control his anger once again, warning that depending on his actions, he might eat him up. Just as he spoke, one of Hyan Guang's subordinates approached with a letter from Mujin. Hyan Guang, smiling, turned to greet the news, saying, "Mujin is here." Mujin, entering the scene, greeted Hyan Guang respectfully, introducing himself as a third-class disciple. Hyan Guang held back a laugh at first, but then burst into laughter as he pointed at Mujin's hairstyle, asking, "What's with that hair?" Mujin, somewhat expecting this reaction, mentally noted it had been a while since someone commented on his hair. Hyan Guang then asked his subordinate if the discipline court leader had approved of Mujin's hairstyle, to which Mujin replied that it was allowed, at least for now. The subordinate handed over the letter, and as Hyan Guang read it, he commented that the higher-ups had tasked him with helping Mujin train after his time in the cave. He noted that Mujin was supposed to undergo a month of wall-facing punishment, but had apparently completed it far sooner than expected. Finally, Hyan Guang asked if Mujin knew the contents of the letter, to which Mujin responded that he had not read it yet. Hyan Guang explains to Mujin that the letter he received instructed him to train in his own unique way. Mujin, feeling a bit nervous, looks at the other students lying on the ground and asks if their current condition reflects the training style Hyan Guang is referring to. Mu Kyung, one of the students on the ground, greets him and welcomes him to the training. Hyan Guang, laughing, confirms that his training is designed to closely mimic real combat through sparring. He emphasizes that the Demon Extermination Squad, which they are a part of, deals with ruthless individuals who show no remorse, making their battles life or death. He warns Mujin that if he does not take the training seriously, he will die. No exceptions, not even for someone as important as Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Mujin expresses his willingness to engage in the training, but before he can continue, Hyan Guang suddenly swings his stick at him. Mujin narrowly avoids the blow by bending backward. Hyan Guang laughs and tells Mujin that there's no need for further words, as the sparring has already begun. As the fight intensifies, Hyan Guang continues his swift and relentless attacks. While dodging, Mujin asks how Hyan Guang can start the sparring so suddenly, to which Hyan Guang retorts, "Do you think the enemy will wait for you?" Mujin, now determined, decides to attack seriously and throws a punch infused with his energy. However, Hyan Guang expertly dodges and counters, landing a punch on Mujin while remarking, "You've got fierce power and speed, but that's not good enough." After feeling the tremor in his hand from punching Mujin's face, Hyan Guang asked, "Has you learned Iron Guard?" He observed that Mujin had managed to briefly protect his face using this defensive technique, which piqued his interest. Mujin, feeling confident, launched a series of attacks, each one executed with precision. However, Hyan Guang effortlessly dodged every move. He noted, "On closer look, you're mixing various martial arts. To think you can use the moves of the invincible punch like this. The continuity of your moves isn't bad." Despite this compliment, Hyan Guang quickly countered by throwing dirt into Mujin's eyes, taunting him, but it's not smooth enough for real combat. Mujin, irritated by the sudden dirty tactic, shouted, "Throwing sand at me? That's cheating." Hyan Guang responded sharply, reminding him that in real combat, enemies would use even more ruthless tactics to defeat him. He admonished Mujin, asking if he would complain about cheating every time and suggested that he would be a coward to act like that. To emphasize his point, Hyan Guang struck Mujin on the head with his stick. As the sparring continued, Hyan Guang observed Mujin's progress and, in a moment of amusement, found himself distracted by Mujin's peculiar hairstyle. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how the disciplined court leader had accepted such an interesting look. Hyan Guang then mused about what he might do with Mu Kyung's hair once it grew longer, revealing his playful side, as he enjoyed teasing others with their hair, though he would never alter his own. After an intense 4-hour training session, Hyan Guang reflected on Mujin's remarkable perseverance. Throughout the grueling practice, Hyan Guang had attacked Mujin relentlessly, exploiting any gaps in his martial skills and using underhanded tactics. Yet Mujin remained resilient, never complaining. In fact, Mujin's weaknesses became less apparent as the session wore on, showing an admirable improvement. Impressed by Mujin's resilience, Hyan Guang enjoyed the training and remarked, "This will be fun, though women typically don't like such persistence." Despite the exhaustion, Mujin smiled and responded humorously, "I guess you're popular then," before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Hyan Guang, satisfied with the session, called for a 15-minute break. As Mujin rested near Mu Kyung, he teasingly asked, "Mu Kyung, how long are you going to act like you're fainted?" Mu Kyung, who had been pretending to be unconscious, was caught off guard and asked, "How did you know?" Mujin, grinning, responded, "Of course I would. You welcomed me earlier." Mu Kyung then confessed that he had been waiting for Hyan Guang to let his guard down before making his move. Mujin, reflecting on his intense training with Hyan Guang, became frustrated with the fact that despite all his hard work, he couldn't land a single hit. He realized that his one-sided beatings weren't just a result of Hyan Guang's superior skill, but also his own lack of experience in actual combat. Although he had been training tirelessly, focusing on image training and trying to understand the continuity of different martial arts, he now saw that his biggest flaw was his lack of practical combat experience. Determined to improve, Mujin turned to Mu Kyung and said, "Let's come up with a plan." Mu Kyung, curious, asked what kind of plan Mujin had in mind. Mujin replied confidently, "What else? He asked us to act like cowards, didn't he? I have a good idea." Meanwhile, Hyan Guang's subordinate entered the scene, announcing that the administration hall leader had arrived. Hyan Guang inquired about the reason for the visit. His subordinate explained that the hall leader had come to discuss the distribution of funds within the Shaolin Temple. Hyan Guang, slightly annoyed, responded that all they needed was food and his liquor, questioning why the hall leader had to come all the way to discuss something so trivial. The subordinate then mentioned that the hall leader wasn't alone. This piqued Hyan Guang's curiosity, and he asked who else had come. Meanwhile, Mujin, determined to land a hit on Hyan Guang, stood up despite his earlier exhaustion and told Mu Kyung that no matter what, he would make sure they could land a blow on the drunk monk. He was confident that, regardless of Hyan Guang's strength, the monk would eventually show an opening. Mu Kyung asked how they would create such an opening, but Mujin revealed that he already had a secret plan. He instructed Mu Kyung to simply punch Hyan Guang when Mujin charged at him, leaving the details of the plan to himself. Mu Kyung frowned with doubt as he turned to Mujin, voicing his skepticism. That he doesn't know what Mujin's secret plan is, but he doesn't think it'll work on someone as monstrously strong as him. Mujin, however, remained unfazed. With a smirk of confidence, he reassured Mu Kyung, saying that it'll work, so trust him. If Hyan Guang still has even a shred of gratitude left, it will definitely work. Mu Kyung's confusion deepened as he pressed further, clearly struggling to comprehend Mujin's mysterious strategy. Meanwhile, Hyan Guang remained unaware of Mujin's plan. Curious about the commotion, he asked his subordinates, who did the administration hall leader bring with him to make him cause such a fuss? Before the subordinate could respond, A calm and unexpected voice interrupted them from behind. Startled, Hyan Guang and his subordinate immediately spun around to find the source of the voice. Hyan Guang. The grandmaster entered the training ground with a faint smile, his presence serene yet commanding. Addressing Hyan Guang directly, Hyan Guang inquired, is there a problem with him visiting? He doesn't believe he is forbidden from being here. Or have he been forgotten after so long? Not that it bothers him much, but it's a little disheartening, Hyan Guang. However, Hyan Guang froze in place, utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Grandmaster Hyan Guang, he is standing up on his own? The sight before him, the once ailing Hyan Guang, now standing tall and composed, was almost incomprehensible. It shattered his assumptions, shaking him to his core. Without hesitation, Hyan Guang rushed toward him, while saying greeting to Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Seeing how Hyan Guang shows respect to Grandmaster Hyan Guang, an act so unprecedented that it shocks his subordinate to the core. The subordinate, unable to contain his astonishment, murmurs aloud, comparing this display of respect to Hyan Guang's refusal to bow even to the abbot. This reaction underscores how extraordinary and impactful the moment truly is. From a distance, Mujin observes the exchange with a knowing smirk, his composed demeanor revealing a sense of satisfaction. His internal monologue reveals that he had anticipated this reaction from Hyan Guang, reinforcing his belief in the unfolding plan. Mujin's confidence grows as he turns to his companion, Mu Kyung, and informs him with quiet certainty that it's starting. Mu Kyung blinked, still uncertain, asked, is that the secret plan? Mujin confirmed with a resolute tone. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself that he could relate to that feeling better than anyone. His thoughts drifted back to a significant memory with Grandmaster Hyan Guang, who had once made an unexpected announcement that Mujin is going to train with the Demon Extermination Squad. At the time, Mujin had been taken aback and alarmed by the news. The mention of the squad had immediately brought to mind its leader, Monk Hyan Guang, a figure Mujin had encountered briefly during the entrance test. The image of the leader remained vivid. Monk Hyan Guang had appeared powerful and dangerous, leaving a lasting impression on Mujin. Hyan Guang chuckled in response, explaining that Monk Hyan Guang only appeared intimidating because of his work, but in reality, he wasn't a bad person. To Hyan Guang, Hyan Guang was like a little puppy. He added, almost humorously, that it was probably time to pay Hyan Guang a visit. Curious, Mujin asked if his grandfather knew Hyan Guang well. Hyan Guang replied that Hyan Guang used to follow him everywhere and had once claimed Hyan Guang saved his life, though Hyan Guang didn't recall doing anything significant to warrant such deep gratitude. In the present, Mujin dashed toward Monk Hyan Guang, reflecting on this memory. He thought to himself that he didn't care how childish Hyan Guang may have been in the past because, at this moment, Hyan Guang was rushing to his grandmaster, just like Mujin had as a child. Mujin vividly recalled running to his grandfather, shouting excitedly about catching a rhinoceros beetle. Now, Hyan Guang sprinted toward Hyan Guang with excitement. He exclaimed, Grandmaster, you've finally recovered. Watching this, Mujin thought back to his own excitement as a child, but noted that Hyan Guang's enthusiasm left him vulnerable. Seizing this opening, Mujin prepared to act. As Monk Hyan Guang neared Hyan Guang, Mujin and Mu Kyung launched a surprise attack from behind. Hyan Guang, taken aback, turned to see Mujin on his right, preparing a combination of chain punch and an invincible punch, while Mu Kyung stood on his left, readying his 18 Dharma strikes. Mu Kyung, smirking, teased, doesn't he tell them to act cowardly, then now take a punch from them? As both of them launched their attacks at Hyan Guang. However, to their shock, Hyan Guang effortlessly blocked both of their attacks. Both Mujin and Mu Kyung were stunned. They cursed to themselves, and frustrated that their attack had been blocked. They realized the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad was much stronger than they had anticipated. However, Hyan Guang's expression darkened when he noticed that his wine jar had been shattered during the scuffle. With sarcasm, he remarked that was such a good ambush. He is truly moved. In the blink of an eye, he moved behind them, grabbed their heads, and slammed them forcefully into the ground. With a stern tone, he declared, but that won't ever work, not in 100 years. After the confrontation, Hyan Guang stepped away from Mujin and Mu Kyung, instructing them that they don't get lazy just because he is not around. Keep sparring with one another. Both of them groaned, but obediently agreed. Later, as Hyan Guang and Hyan Guang sat a short distance away from the training ground, Hyan Guang expressed concern about Hyan Guang's harshness, stating they're still children. Doesn't he think he's being too hard on them? Hyan Guang, wincing as he pressed the wounds from Mujin's attack, responded with a stern tone. He argued that if he went easy on them, they would only regret it later when they faced real danger. He explained that they couldn't predict when war might come, and that they needed to be battle-ready. If he didn't push them now, they would become lazy, and by the time they realized the consequences, it would be too late. Hyan Guang fondly remembered his childhood and recalled a moment when he proudly told Hyan Guang, grandmaster, he worked hard and became a third-class disciple. Hyan Guang smiled warmly, stating, "You've finally become an official disciple here, Hyan Guang?" To which Hyan Guang eagerly affirmed that. With a gentle pat on his head, Hyan Guang praised him, saying, "I knew you could do it. Keep growing, and one day, become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple." Hyan Guang reflected on the grueling training he had endured, hoping to become strong enough to contribute. However, his dreams were interrupted by the day of the demonic cult's invasion. Surrounded by cult members who taunted him with, "Does he think he can run away, rat?" Hyan Guang found himself on the brink of being attacked. Just then, Hyan Guang arrived, saving him and many others. But in the process, Hyan Guang's energy core was destroyed, leaving him crippled. Hyan Guang's resolve was solidified on the day of the demonic cult's invasion. The trauma of witnessing Hyan Guang's injury and the cult's cruelty fueled his vow to never forgive them. He swore to kill them all with his own hands, a determination that led him down the path of demon extermination, a path he followed without regret. In the present, Hyan Guang noticed Hyan Guang's somber expression and asked, "Is he all right?" Hyan Guang, somewhat confused, responded, "What does he mean?" Hyan Guang clarified, "Just with everything." Hyan Guang smiled faintly, answering, "Is life's bearable?" Hyan Guang then pointed toward Mujin and asked, "Could he look after that child from time to time?" Hyan Guang suggested that it might be better if Hyan Guang taught him instead, but quickly realized Mujin was still too young for that. As he observed Hyan Guang's immense aura, Hyan Guang thought his level. He can't even begin to fathom it. Before he could reflect further, Hyan Guang interrupted, asking that aside, "Hyan Guang, can he have a drink?" Hyan Guang initially responds eagerly to Hyan Guang's request for liquor. However, upon remembering that monks are forbidden from drinking, he becomes alarmed and asks if Hyan Guang truly wants alcohol. Hyan Guang, with a playful tone, references a previous time when Hyan Guang had said it's a water inside this jar during a test. Hyan Guang, still uneasy, hands over the liquor jar, insisting that this time it's real alcohol. Despite Hyan Guang's concerns, Hyan Guang drinks from the jar without hesitation, leaving Hyan Guang shocked. He asks if Hyan Guang is okay, and Hyan Guang, seemingly unaffected, smiles and describes the liquor as delicious water, to which Hyan Guang feels relieved, thinking Hyan Guang has recovered. Then Hyan Guang offers Hyan Guang a drink, and Hyan Guang, now comfortable, gladly accepts. Meanwhile, Mujin and Mu Kyung are sparring in the training ground, engage in a physical display, while Hyan Guang and Hyan Guang enjoy a quiet moment, pouring drinks for each other. The atmosphere is calm and serene, almost like a beautifully composed painting, though this tranquility is unusual for the typically disciplined Shaolin Temple. The peaceful scene is disrupted when Hyan Myung, the administrator of Shaolin, sitting beside them, visibly troubled. He reflects on the temple's financial struggles, worrying that the budget is too tight to provide enough food for the disciples during the upcoming winter. Worse yet, he fears they may not be able to accept new monks the following year. Looking at Mujin and Mu Kyung, he silently blames them, thinking that their actions are contributing to the temple's financial difficulties. After Mujin and Mu Kyung finish their sparring session, Mu Kyung compliments Mujin, saying he's gotten much stronger, to which Mujin responds by acknowledging Mu Kyung's own strength. Mu Kyung credits his improvement to his hard training since joining the Demon Extermination Squad. Mujin agrees, noting that the intense training, which feels like real combat, would naturally lead to increased strength. As the two continue talking, Mujin noticed Hyan Myung and immediately became aware that something was off. Observing the Administration Hall leader's troubled expression, he thought, the expression of the Administration Hall leader doesn't look good. Did something bad happen? Mujin quickly deduced that the sigh Hyan Myung had let out, coupled with his gloomy demeanor, indicated trouble. As the hall leader in charge of budgets, his mood clearly reflected a problem. Drawing from his past experience managing several gyms in his previous life as Choi Kang-hyuk, Mujin recognized the signs of financial or operational distress and understood exactly what Hyan Myung was going through. Mu Kyung, noticing Mujin's change in expression, asks what's going on. The Shaolin Temple is in financial difficulty right now. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, one of the reputable great martial groups, of the 10 great martial groups, was also known as the North Star of Mount Tai. They've lived a life cut off from the secular world, while focusing on meditation and training. However, no matter how cut off they are, it can't be helped when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. They receive donations from believers and funds given by the outer sect groups. That was how they had been able to somehow manage their current lifestyle. That is, until a few problems appeared. The scene shifted to a Shaolin disciple who dropped a coin, prompting another monk to scold him that he needed to pick it up before they lose it. Even a single coin is important to the administration hall right now. The disciple knelt to retrieve the coin, muttering he knows their financial situation isn't great, but to think they did be this desperate over one coin. Another monk, observing Mujin cleaning nearby, pointed at him and explained, "It's because of that kid." A fellow monk, confused, asked, "Is he saying it's all Mujin's fault?" The monk responded, "Well, there are other complications, but what he said isn't entirely wrong." The monk went on to explain the situation. It all began when Mujin saved Mu Kyung from being bullied by outer sect disciples. In retaliation, the temple punished the wrongdoers severely, destroying their energy cores and ending their ability to practice martial arts. This included members of the Sioa escort establishment who had been extorting people for money. As a result, they were forced to return everything they had taken. However, this caused trouble. Other outer sect groups began to feel uneasy. They thought if the temple shut down the Sioa escort establishment so easily, what if they are next? Fearing for their own positions, many of these groups left the temple and joined other martial groups, cutting off their donations. As a result, nearly half of the outer sect groups abandoned the temple, worsening its financial situation. The temple's financial strain was further exacerbated by the additional expenses for specialized equipment, including yoga and Pilates gear for Hyan Guang's rehabilitation, as well as specialized training tools for Mujin's unique methods. These costs fell squarely on the administration hall, and many began to view Mujin as the demon that devours money. Mujin, observing the situation, reflected he'd get it. They probably don't have a good impression of him now, but it's thanks to him that the other disciples are seeing better results, and Grandpa's health has improved. They're being too harsh. Mujin then thought about his daily routine, that he has been fulfilling his duties as a third-class disciple, just like Grandpa and Master Biabjian wanted. He trained his stamina, studied scriptures at dawn, practiced martial arts, cleaned the temple, and welcomed visiting guests. He couldn't help but feel like he had been demoted to a regular grunt, recalling his past life as a medic. As Mujin was reflecting on his routine, a fellow disciple approached him and asked, "Mujin, is he done with cleaning?" Mujin replied, "Yes, he finished it." The monk checked the time and said, "It's almost 1 p.m. Let's go receive the visiting guests." Mujin agreed, but as they walked, he thought to himself, even though H is doing the same trivial tasks as the other third-class disciples, Grandpa probably set this up so he could spend more time with his peers. At the gate, the Shaolin monks warmly greeted their guests, guided them along the paths, and thanked them for visiting the temple. Mujin, assisting for the first time, commented to a fellow disciple, "Receiving visitors isn't as hard as he thought." The other monk agreed. Mujin reflected that it was similar to how he used to welcome gym members in his past life. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a labored breath. Looking down the long staircase leading to the gate, he spotted an elderly woman struggling to climb the steps. Turning to his fellow disciple, Mujin said that he is head down for a moment. The fellow monk asked, "What's going on down there?" Mujin replied, "Someone needs help," and descended the stairs. He approached the elderly woman, who was clearly out of breath, and greeted her. The woman looked up at him and smiled, replying, "Hello, young monk." Noticing her fatigue, Mujin stated she seems quite tired. "What brings her all the way here?" The woman explained that she came to pay her respects to Buddha. Realizing she was heading to the Mahavira Hall, Mujin offered, allow him to carry her there. When the woman initially declines his offer to carry her, she thanks him, saying there's no need for him to trouble himself. Despite her polite refusal, Mujin, displaying determination and care, insists that it's no trouble. He reassures her by mentioning his physical training, subtly emphasizing that he is strong enough to help her. As Mujin carries the woman on his back up a set of stairs, he remains humble and reassures her once more, telling her not to be so formal with him and reminding her that he is just a child monk. His statement surprises the woman, leading her to ask if he is not a teenager. For Mujin, the act of helping the woman is not motivated by any sense of moral obligation or ethical duty. Instead, it comes naturally to him, driven by an ingrained respect for the elderly. This respect was cultivated through his past life as Choi Kang-hyuk, where he was raised by his grandparents. Their care and guidance have shaped his instinctive nurturing behavior, which he now applies in his life as a monk. The respect and care he offers the elderly woman are akin to the way he feels about Hyan Guang. After the woman finishes her prayers at the Mahavira Hall, she expresses her gratitude for Mujin's help, thanking him before preparing to leave. Mujin, still focused on her well-being, asks if she has any other plans for the day. The woman stops and turns to look at him. The scene unfolds in Hunan Province, specifically in Dangfeng County, where the Heavenly Merchants, one of the most powerful merchant factions affiliated with the Shaolin Temple, reside. The Heavenly Merchants' manor is a grand structure, filled with luxury and opulence. At the heart of this wealth is Ryu Jiguang, the leader of the Heavenly Merchants and one of the 5 wealthiest merchants in the world, who is currently facing a mounting crisis. Inside his office, Ryu Jiguang is overwhelmed by a series of reports. His frustration grows as he slams his hand on the table, angry at the actions of a rival faction from Sichuan. He accuses them of scheming against him, which has caused significant problems, particularly concerning suspicious activities at his business's countryside branches. This ongoing issue is adding to the stress of managing such a vast empire. In an attempt to alleviate some of the pressure, he wonders whether he should recruit more people for his elite group, the Azure Gold Squad, to deal with the complications. Despite this, he realizes that simply reviewing the reports is exhausting, and he feels the need for a break. Just as Ryu Jiguang is contemplating his next move, a servant enters to announce the return of his mother, Yun Gehe. Upon hearing this, Ryu Jiguang is surprised and somewhat frustrated, asking whether his mother had gone out again. The servant confirms that she had, and specifically mentions that she returned on an 8-man palanquin. Immediately, Ryu Jiguang leaves his office to meet his mother. Upon finding her, he asks if she had visited the Shaolin Temple again, which seems to be a regular activity of hers. Yun Gehe greets her son with a smile, appearing somewhat nonchalant and expressing that she wasn't expecting him because he is so busy these days. Ryu Jiguang expresses deep concern for his mother, Yun Gehe, who has not been feeling well. He earnestly implores her to take care of herself and questions how she could have traveled such a distance while unwell. His tone is filled with worry as he genuinely cares for her well-being. Yun Gehe, who is revealed to be the elderly woman that Mujin helped earlier, reassures her son with a chuckle, telling him not to worry about her on this occasion. She reveals that she received treatment at the Shaolin Temple, which piques Ryu Jiguang's curiosity. When he inquires further, she describes the treatment she received, explaining that a monk performed a procedure she referred to as a massage. The monk rubbed her back, pressed on her knees, and rotated her feet at extraordinary angles. Yun Gehe is impressed by the treatment, claiming it was far more effective than any acupuncture or tonic she had previously tried. Ryu Jiguang remains skeptical, doubting that such a treatment could have been so impactful. However, as he observes his mother, he notices visible improvement in her condition. Her overall health seems better, and even the chronic trembling in her leg has diminished, leading him to reconsider his earlier doubts. Yun Gehe then mentions that the monk who performed the treatment was a remarkable child monk. Intrigued by the monk's skill, Ryu Jiguang decides he must meet him in person and insists that he will accompany his mother to the Shaolin Temple the following day. Back at the Shaolin Temple, Mujin sits alone in a quiet room, reflecting on the events of the day. Despite having helped the elderly woman earlier, he feels an uneasy tension, but not because she reminded him of his grandmother or because of her wealth. The source of his discomfort stems from something he noticed on the palanquin that the woman left on. The words written on it clearly stated Heavenly Merchants, a name that carries significant weight. Mujin's mind races as he recalls the reputation of the Heavenly Merchants. In his previous knowledge of another universe, referred to as Ga Kyung's universe, the Heavenly Merchants were one of the 5 wealthiest and most powerful factions in the unorthodox world. They were also known as a villainous organization that had clashed with the protagonist in a series called Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. The fact that this name appeared now, in this context, raises a troubling question for Mujin. Could this truly be the same Heavenly Merchants he remembers? The next day, Mujin continues his duties as a third-class disciple at the Shaolin Temple. At the gate, he encounters Ryu Jiguang and Yun Gehe, who have arrived as guests. With a polite bow, Mujin introduces himself, offering a humble greeting and expressing gratitude for their visit. Yun Gehe responds with a warm smile, commenting to her son, Ryu Jiguang, on how charming she finds Mujin. Ryu Jiguang acknowledges Mujin's words and mentions that he has heard about the treatment Mujin gave his mother the previous day. Mujin quickly downplays it, clarifying that it wasn't a formal treatment, but rather a simple act of spending time with her. He then greets Yun Gehe, teasing her about her return. Hyan Guang laughs and explains that she came back to offer prayers again and to receive another massage, which Mujin corrects with a smile, informing her that the term is actually massage. As they walk toward the prayer site, Hyan Guang, continuing the lighthearted conversation, suggests that if Mujin weren't a monk, she would introduce him to her granddaughter. She catches herself and apologizes for rambling, but Mujin responds kindly, expressing that he would love for her to visit often so they could offer prayers and recite scriptures together. Hyan Guang beams at his response, calling him a sweet boy. Ryu Jiguang watches the exchange between his mother and Mujin with a sense of resignation. He notes that his mother is far more affectionate with Mujin than with her own grandchildren, but he inwardly accepts it, prioritizing his mother's happiness over any concerns about her behavior. While walking with Ryu Jiguang and Hyan Guang, Mujin discreetly glances at Ryu Jiguang, recognizing him as the leader of the Heavenly Merchants, a powerful and influential group in the unorthodox world. Although Ryu Jiguang is still the current leader, Mujin wonders if this is the same person he remembers from a previous universe, as he associates the Heavenly Merchants with criminal activities such as illegal drug trade and human trafficking. Despite these dark associations, Mujin recalls that the Heavenly Merchants also had ties to unorthodox forces, and he considers the possibility that the organization had not yet fallen fully into corruption at this point in time. He resolves to observe Ryu Jiguang more closely to understand how the Heavenly Merchants became involved in darker dealings. As Mujin continues his observations, Ryu Jiguang notices him staring and, feeling puzzled, asks if there is something on his face. Mujin quickly denies this and instead comments on Ryu Jiguang's posture, remarking that he seems like someone who spends a lot of time sitting down. This observation catches Ryu Jiguang off guard, as he wonders how Mujin could know this. Ryu Jiguang admits that he does indeed spend much of his time seated, reading letters, and mentions that it has been a while since he last climbed a mountain, implying that his lifestyle has made him physically sedentary. Mujin, continuing to observe Ryu Jiguang, notes that his posture shows signs of someone who has been sitting for long periods, with a crooked pelvis and slightly hunched back. He concludes that Ryu Jiguang's physical condition reflects the consequences of prolonged office work. Inspired by the idea of helping him, Mujin proposes that Ryu Jiguang receive the same treatment as his mother, suggesting that it might benefit him as well. Ryu Jiguang, intrigued, raises an eyebrow and expresses curiosity about the treatment, agreeing to give it a try to see how effective it is. Mujin, smiling, invites him to follow him, revealing that another person will be receiving treatment alongside his mother, indicating that Mujin has planned this encounter intentionally. Mujin's internal thoughts reveal his strategy. By keeping Ryu Jiguang close and offering to help him, he hopes to gain further insight into the leader of the Heavenly Merchants and, ultimately, learn more about their descent into corruption. Later, at Hyan Guang's residence, Biob Jian greets Mujin, Ryu Jiguang, and Hyan Guang at the door with surprise, questioning what they're doing there and who the visitors are. Mujin explains that his guests have come to offer prayers and are not feeling well. He suggests that they could all receive treatment together, asking his grandfather, Hyan Guang, if the treatments for Ryu Jiguang and Hyan Guang could be done alongside his own. Hyan Guang agrees without hesitation, expressing his willingness to accommodate Mujin's request. Mujin then takes charge of the situation, telling his grandfather and Hyan Guang that he will handle their treatments while asking Master Biob Jian to assist Ryu Jiguang. Biob Jian agrees, and Mujin turns his attention to Ryu Jiguang, explaining his treatment method. He clarifies that while he called it an acupressure technique for Hyan Guang, the treatment is actually a muscle lengthening technique. He uses special tools that provide targeted stimulation by rolling across the body. Mujin then shifts to Hyan Guang and explains that today's treatment will focus on tendon reformation. He demonstrates how to use the tools, instructing his grandfather to place one foot on a specific spot, lock the other in position, and push backward while holding a handle. Hyan Guang, though unfamiliar with the tool, follows the instructions carefully and immediately begins to feel the stimulation, confirming the technique's effectiveness. Next, Mujin moves on to Hyan Guang, telling her he will assist her with a spine corrector, a tool designed to align the spine and strengthen the core muscles. Hyan Guang responds with a smile, expressing her trust in Mujin and indicating that she is counting on him. Mujin instructs Hyan Guang on how to position herself for treatment, asking her to sit slowly on a block and then lie down, ensuring her buttocks are placed where the block is hollow. Hyan Guang follows his instructions and comments that it seems quite simple. Mujin encourages her to relax as much as possible, but Hyan Guang sighs, explaining that even lying down is uncomfortable due to her body aches. Hyan Guang, observing the treatment, chimes in and asks if Hyan Guang is managing all right, noting that the process seems more challenging than it appears. Yungahi reassures him, smiling confidently, saying she's fine because she trusts Mujin and believes he would never harm her. Hyan Guang, agreeing, adds that he has been receiving treatments from Mujin for a while and has seen positive results. Curious, Yungahi remarks on how healthy Hyan Guang looks and wonders if he really needs treatments. Hyan Guang laughs and explains that he wasn't always in such good condition, admitting that his health has significantly improved over time, as he was once in terrible shape. Yungahi chuckles and acknowledges that this improvement proves Mujin's skill, calling his hands miraculous. As Mujin watches the light-hearted exchange between Hyan Guang and Yungahi, he internally reflects on the scene, humorously thinking to himself that it feels more like an elderly rehabilitation center than the Shaolin Temple. Later, Biab Jian asks Ryu Jiguang about his experience with the muscle lengthening technique, and Ryu Jiguang responds positively, saying he feels much better now. Though he privately reflects that the treatment was initially painful, the discomfort eventually eased, leaving him feeling refreshed. He thanks Biab Jian for the excellent treatment. Biab Jian humbly dismisses the praise, explaining that this was his first time performing the technique, which he learned from Mujin. He admits he was worried about making a mistake, but is glad it helped. Ryu Jiguang is momentarily taken aback, realizing that Mujin had taught Biab Jian the technique. He then recalls the name Hyan Guang, which had come up earlier, and his thoughts trail off, trying to connect the dots. Meanwhile, Hyan Guang turns to Mujin with a smile and notices his fidgeting, guessing that Mujin has something new he wants to try. Mujin confirms, saying that although Yungahi has made great progress, he still needs to stretch his stiff muscles further. Hyan Guang, with his curiosity piqued, asks if this new method involves the heat and lightning techniques, which have greatly contributed to his improvement. He feels confident that he could start performing the tasks on his own. He then used his energy to generate both heat and lightning techniques in his hands, and asks for feedback, wondering what Mujin think about it. Mujin is amazed by Hyan Guang's mastery and realizes that Hyan Guang has reached such a level of martial skill that he can now use his internal energy to create natural energy and manifest it in his hands. Mujin recognizes Hyan Guang as an exceptional martial artist, realizing the true extent of his capabilities. Yungahi, observing Hyan Guang's mastery, comments on his exceptional skill, to which Hyan Guang modestly laughs it off, calling it just a small trick. Meanwhile, Ryu Jiguang, who is quietly observing, leans over to Biab Jian and whispers, asking if the man is truly named Hyan Guang. Biab Jian confirms that it is. Upon hearing the name, Ryu Jiguang begins to tremble, realizing the significance of the person he is in the presence of. He recalls that Hyan Guang is the legendary figure who single-handedly drove away the demonic cultists that had invaded the Shaolin Temple decades ago, a story known across the land but rarely spoken of in detail after the invasion. As Ryu Jiguang reflects further, he remembers that Hyan Guang was supposedly left crippled and had lost all of his martial arts abilities after the incident. Yet, here he is, using the muscle-lengthening technique and recovering his strength. Ryu Jiguang is amazed by the skill Hyan Guang exhibits, particularly his ability to use energy effortlessly despite the supposed loss of his strength. This reinforces Ryu Jiguang's realization that Hyan Guang is not only an extraordinary martial artist, but also someone who has far surpassed the expectations of ordinary warriors. Ryu Jiguang further realizes the potency of the muscle-lengthening technique, which he now sees works as promised, and he recognizes that it was taught to Biab Jian by Mujin. This deepens his respect for Mujin's abilities, and he concludes that the boy's skills are genuine. He also senses that this is an opportunity he cannot afford to let slip by. As the treatment session concluded, Yungahi expressed her gratitude to Mujin. Mujin graciously replied it was his pleasure. He enjoyed it too. Though internally, he thought the experience had felt almost like watching an episode of elderly romance, noting the warmth between Hyan Guang and Yungahi. Turning his attention to Ryu Jiguang, Mujin advised him, "The roads can get quite dark later. It's best to head back home soon." Ryu Jiguang agreed, but before leaving he mentioned there's something he did like to say. He will come back early tomorrow morning. Could he bring him to the administration hall? Mujin was taken aback by the request and asked, "The administration hall? He can guide him there. But may he ask why he'd like to go?" Ryu Jiguang gave a faint smile and replied, "He has some business there. He'll explain everything tomorrow. It involves something that requires his presence. He'll be counting on him to lead the way." Although a bit puzzled, Mujin agreed and said, "He'll let them know you'll be visiting." As they parted ways, Mujin couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity about Ryu Jiguang's plans. wondering what he was up to and why he had asked for Mujin's assistance. The next day, Hyan Guang allowed Ryu Jiguang to visit the administration hall, and Mujin escorted him there. The administration hall, responsible for managing the Shaolin Temple's budget and finances, was busy with activity. Hyan Myung, the head of the hall, raised his eyebrows in surprise as he listened to Ryu Jiguang's proposal. He thought he misheard him. Could he repeat that? Ryu Jiguang, maintaining his calm composure, reiterated that he had a proposal. He'd like the heavenly merchants to open a clinic with Mujin. Hyan Myung stared at the pouch of money Ryu Jiguang had given him earlier, a significant sum of 100 gold niang, which could cover a year's worth of food expenses for the entire Shaolin Temple. His mind raced, wondering why Ryu Jiguang had handed over such a large amount so easily. What was his true intention? Ryu Jiguang, sensing Hyan Myung's unease, spoke up, acknowledging the money's value. He explained that the amount was only natural, given that the treatment techniques used by Mujin had improved an incurable disease that even the best physicians couldn't treat. He seemed to downplay the generosity, though his words didn't fully reassure Hyan Myung. Hyan Myung, still suspicious, pressed him further about his earlier suggestion to open a clinic with Mujin. Ryu Jiguang responded smoothly, outlining his plan to establish a clinic using Mujin's revolutionary treatment method to help those with incurable ailments, like Hyan Guang and his mother. However, Hyan Myung wasn't entirely convinced and raised concerns about Shaolin's strict policy against engaging in business ventures, especially one that seemed aimed at the wealthy. Ryu Jiguang, though caught off guard by Hyan Myung's perceptiveness, remained composed. He acknowledged the truth of Hyan Myung's concerns, but internally, he thought about the potential profitability of such a venture. As the leader of one of the 5 great merchant guilds, Ryu Jiguang was no stranger to strategic thinking. He recognized that the aging population and their inevitable health problems presented a lucrative opportunity if Mujin's treatments could be introduced to the right audience. However, Ryu Jiguang knew that there were deeper, more personal reasons behind his proposal that he wasn't ready to reveal yet. For now, his primary goal was to build a strong relationship with Shaolin, a critical step for his long-term plans. Ryu Jiguang, trying to appeal to Hyan Myung's sense of duty, suggested that the clinic's profits could be partially used by Shaolin to help the poor. However, Hyan Myung remained cautious, explaining that charging the wealthy for treatments could lead to public criticism of Shaolin, and that it was vital for the temple to maintain trust and integrity. He emphasized that a single misstep could damage the temple's reputation, which had been built over time through sincerity and transparency. As the discussion continued, Mujin, who had been silently observing, grew frustrated with the resistance to what seemed like an obvious solution. He thought to himself about Shaolin's ongoing complaints about a lack of funds and how this opportunity could solve their financial problems. Drawing from his past experience in managing gyms, he felt compelled to intervene. Mujin cleared his throat and spoke up, asking may he speak for a moment? From what you've said, the main issue seems to be earning money while only treating the wealthy, right? Hyan Myung confirmed that. Mujin then suggested why not treat both the poor and the wealthy without distinction? Both Hyan Myung and Ryu Jiguang were surprised and asked in unison, treat both groups? What does he mean? Mujin explained, simply put, if they charge a set fee for treatments, poor people won't be able to afford it, which would decrease demand and make the effort pointless. Instead, why not divide the facilities into 2 businesses? Both of them inquire about it. Mujin elaborated, one facility would be free, while the other would cater to the wealthy. Ryu Jiguang then asked, wait, so only the wealthy would pay for the treatments? However, Hyan Myung urged Mujin to continue. Mujin continued, the wealthy might complain about fairness, questioning why they're the only ones paying. To address this, the free facility could provide treatments on a rotating schedule, focusing on different parts of the body each day. For example, one day could be leg treatments and the next could focus on the pelvis. Meanwhile, the paid facility would offer more comprehensive care, including basic treatments alongside advanced techniques, like combining heat and lightning therapies, which we specialize in. This way, the wealthy would get more advanced care, and the poor would still receive treatment. Mujin reflected to himself, that's how large gyms operate. They offer cheaper memberships for general gym use while charging additional fees for personal training sessions. Confident in his idea, he said aloud, also he knows merchant leader Ryu will understand this well. Ryu Jiguang tilted his head and thinks with mild surprise, they could do it that way too, but is this really something a child came up with? Mujin continued, the wealthy love to spend on luxury. They'll always prefer expensive tea like Longjing tea over something cheap, even if the difference is minimal. Vanity and pride will definitely come into play. Ryu Jiguang's eyes lit up in agreement. He understands what he is saying: free facilities that can be used by everyone and paid facilities reserved for premier individuals. The wealthy would naturally gravitate toward the paid facilities to satisfy their vanity and pride. Mujin nodded. Well, isn't that exactly what the wealthy want? Meanwhile, Hyun Mi-young, the head of the administration hall, listened to the conversation with increasing frustration. His veins visibly pulsed on his bald head as he fumed internally. And then he shouted at Mujin, how could a disciple of Shaolin openly speak of vanity and using it to earn money? Seeing Hyun Mi-young's irritation, Mujin confronted him, asking what is he so afraid of? Taken aback, Hyun Mi-young retorted sharply. Mujin calmly explained, when you suggested using money earned from the wealthy to help the poor, you were afraid people might criticize Shaolin for being obsessed with money. But with this proposal, they can treat the poor while also using the contributions of the wealthy. Is he truly that afraid of what people might say about Shaolin? Hyun Mi-young gritted his teeth in frustration, snapping, how dare he insult Shaolin? Remaining composed, Mujin replied, he is not insulting Shaolin. Let him clarify something. He says Shaolin's reputation might suffer because they're earning money by catering to the wealthy? Well, you're right, that could happen. He too worry about what people might say. But he is in far greater anguish when they can't help those who truly need it because they are too afraid of criticism. Mujin's tone turned resolute as he continued. And so what if people don't understand them? What matters more is the truth, that Shaolin is working hard to help the world. That truth is far more important than strict adherence to rules and the fear of baseless judgment. Hyun Mi-young experiences a moment of deep reflection as he notices an uncanny resemblance between Mujin's words and demeanor and those of Grandmaster Hyan Guang. The memory of Hyan Guang appears to strike a chord, causing Hyun Mi-young to momentarily drift into thought and murmur the Grandmaster's name. Mujin, snapping out of his own focus, is startled and politely asks for clarification. Hyun Mi-young quickly composes himself, seemingly brushing off a slip, and acknowledges Mujin's input. He concedes that Mujin's idea holds merit, but he emphasizes the need for official approval. Hyun Mi-young explains that they must consult internally and gain the abbot's permission before moving forward. He assures Mujin that they will convey the decision to Ryu Jiguang in due time. Hyun Mi-young acknowledge Mujin's proposal, but they will need the abbot's permission for this. They'll first discuss internally and update Ryu Jiguang on the results later. Hearing this, Ryu Jiguang thought to himself with excitement, it worked, and expressed his gratitude aloud, thanking him for his decision to consider it. Meanwhile, Mujin, though outwardly calm, felt frustrated. He reflected, he really gave his all to convince him and barely succeeded. The higher-rank monks here are always unpredictable. Despite his frustration, Mujin saw the situation as an opportunity. With this, they will be able to build a closer relationship with the heavenly merchants. Even if they later become the dark forces of the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, he will use their business relationship as an excuse to investigate their internal workings. He will also uncover what happened with the countryside branch of the heavenly merchants. As the meeting concluded, Ryu Jiguang stood up and said he will take his leave now. Hyun Mi-young agreed and replied they will contact him again. That night, Hyun Mi-young reported the entire discussion to Abbot Hyun Shun. After hearing the details, the abbot responded with a delighted yes, approving the proposal and signaling his support for Mujin's plan. Abbot Hyun Shun turned towards Grandmaster Hyan Guang and, expressing confidence in Mujin's abilities, states that Mujin's efforts will enable Shaolin to progress further and use the resources he brings to benefit the world. Grandmaster Hyan Guang, recognizing Mujin's achievements, suggests that Mujin deserves a reward for his hard work. Curious, Hyun Shun asks what kind of reward Hyan Guang has in mind. Hyan Guang immediately proposes giving Mujin an elixir. Surprised and uncertain, Hyun Shun questions what kind of elixir Hyan Guang is referring to. Hyan Guang responds with slight impatience, implying it should be obvious, as they're discussing a significant reward. Hyun Shun, visibly nervous, begins to understand the implications and hesitantly asks if Hyan Guang is referring to that elixir, implying it is something rare or special. The next afternoon, after the day's training, Mujin is summoned by Grandmaster Hyan Guang. Mujin, curious and slightly wary, asks why Hyan Guang wanted to see him and questions the mysterious item in front of him. Hyan Guang casually presents the reward, a lesser revitalization pill, an elixir from Shaolin. With a mischievous tone, Hyan Guang jokingly admits that he stole it, though he quickly covers up by saying he acquired it fair and square from Mujin's achievements. Seeing the elixir, Mujin's nervousness grows, and his internal thoughts reveal his apprehension. What on earth is he giving him? The revitalization pill is a legendary elixir often featured in martial arts novels and period dramas, alongside other renowned items like snake tonic, azurite essence, and tuberfleece flower. These elixirs are celebrated for their immense, condensed energy, granting incredible power to those who consume them. Among them, the revitalization pill of Shaolin is particularly famous in the Murim world, considered a rare and highly sought-after treasure, rarely seen even by the most esteemed martial artists. Hyan Guang explained to Mujin that the pill was a reward for his recent accomplishments. Actually, Hyan Guang admitted, I wanted to give you the greater revitalization pill, but I was told it's not the right time yet. The abbot suggested giving you the lesser revitalization pill instead. He's so stingy. Isn't giving it a good thing? Mujin, puzzled, thought, I'll just act like I didn't hear that, and asked, what do you mean by it not being the time yet? Hyan Guang smiled and reassured him. You'll understand after you consume the lesser revitalization pill. The timing is perfect. How about consuming it right now? I'll assist you. Hearing this, Mujin grew excited and shouted, I'll do it. His thoughts raced with anticipation. There's nothing to think about. A precious treasure like this has come to me on its own. Of course, I'll consume it as soon as I can. Mujin and Hyan Guang arrived at a secluded pavilion deep within the mountains. Hyan Guang explained, this place is rich with nature's energy, which will help you during the process. Mujin looked around in amazement. I never knew there was a pavilion hidden so deep within the mountain. Hyan Guang continued with a serious tone. Absorbing energy from an elixir is different from using a cultivation technique. When cultivating, you breathe through your nose and mouth, slowly absorbing energy. But when consuming an elixir, the energy rushes directly to your stomach. Mujin asked for clarification. Are you saying I should focus on the energy of the elixir entering my body instead of my breathing? Hyan Guang know that. Exactly. Each breath you take will cause some of the elixir's energy to dissipate. However, if you hold your breath out of greed to retain it, you'll fall into energy deviation. You must be very careful. Mujin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I think I get it, he said. He's never been this serious before. That means I really need to focus and be cautious, Mujin thought. With determination, he threw the lesser revitalization pill into his mouth and began consuming it. Taking a stance, Mujin thought, I can feel it, the power of the lesser revitalization pill. To absorb this pure energy, I'll use the Great Path cultivation technique I learned. Let the energy flow from my mouth to my stomach and spread it throughout my body, following my blood vessels. Now I understand why the protagonists in martial arts novels are so desperate to obtain such treasures. I must absorb as much as I can, just like Grandpa taught me. For the next 30 minutes, Mujin focused intensely on channeling the overwhelming energy from the elixir. However, frustration began to set in as he realized how challenging it was to contain the immense power. Damn it, he thought. This is why he warned me not to get greedy. I've used breathing techniques, the energy accumulation technique, and even the Great Path cultivation technique, but I'm still losing so much energy. My vessel is just too small to absorb this much energy at once. I'll have to end this process soon before I lose control. Mujin recalled Hyan Guang's earlier advice. With every breath you take, you lose some of the elixir's energy. Determined to make the most of the situation, Mujin thought, I'll discharge the excess energy that I can absorb by exhaling, and then focus on absorbing what's left when I inhale. With a steady rhythm, he began the process of controlled breathing. Inhale, exhale, repeating the cycle to stabilize the energy within him. After some time, Mujin opened his eyes and thought, did I absorb around 30%? This is already incredible. I'm not even bothered by what I couldn't absorb. What I've gained is beyond my expectations. He turned to Hyan Guang and said, Grandpa, I kept reminding myself not to get greedy, but I guess I got a little too greedy without realizing it. The power of the lesser revitalization pill was far greater than I imagined. Hyan Guang, observing him, thought to himself, that's to be expected. Mujin, you've actually absorbed the entire lesser revitalization pill. What Hyan Guang didn't reveal immediately was that this outcome wasn't solely Mujin's doing. It was a miracle created by Hyan Guang's intervention. As Mujin exhaled, the energy from the lesser revitalization pill that he couldn't absorb began to escape. Hyan Guang, using an advanced and nearly impossible technique, wrapped the escaping energy with the natural energy from the surroundings to prevent it from dissipating. Then, without Mujin realizing it, Hyan Guang sent the energy back into his body during each inhalation. This method required immense skill and precision, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Hyan Guang thought, I went through so much trouble to get this lesser revitalization pill for Mujin. I couldn't let any of it go to waste. After ensuring Mujin had absorbed the energy fully, Hyan Guang said, I think your body will collapse if you try using martial arts in your current state. Mujin, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer power coursing through him, asked, Grandpa, is this immense energy really just from the lesser revitalization pill? My body feels like it's on the verge of exploding. Hyan Guang smirked and replied, Follow me. There's a way to handle your current state. I'll teach you something that will help. Mujin asked, There's a method to deal with this? Hyan Guang nodded. Yes. The best way to calm energies that are running rampant is by cultivating an unwavering heart. This training will help you stabilize both your body and mind. Hyan Guang explained further, an unwavering heart is a state of calmness and mental fortitude, a heart that does not waver under any circumstances. This training is commonly used by those who possess extreme yang energy, like Hai Dam and his disciples, to control their volatile energies. The methods can vary, such as counting beads while chanting scriptures or focusing on happy memories. Simply put, it's a way to maintain a calm and steady mind. The real reason Hyan Guang brought Mujin to this secluded place was to help him control the immense energy that was now surging through his body. For hours later, Mujin sat under a waterfall, focused on calming his mind and thinking about the steps of the chain punch technique. Hyan Guang finally said, All right, you've been visualizing the chain punch steps for 4 hours. Now, let's see if you can execute it in your current state. Mujin stood up after his 4-hour meditation under the waterfall, his mind finally calm and focused. With controlled determination, he prepared to execute the basic technique of the chain punch. As he turned and struck the mountain wall beneath the waterfall, his blow split the waterfall in two, a demonstration of his newfound control over his energy. This was the moment when Mujin advanced to the next level, both mentally and physically. The once uncontrollable strength and stimulation in his body had been normalized through the unwavering heart training, allowing him to harness his inner energy. Hyan Guang, observing Mujin's progress, felt immense pride. Not only had Mujin grown, but he had also gained new insights into his own path. The two exchanged a silent understanding, acknowledging their shared journey. 2 days later, at the Shaolin Gate, Mujin stood ready to depart, accompanied by the 5 second-class disciples assigned to him. Hyan Guang, overseeing the preparations, asked, Are you all ready now? Abbot Hyan Chun, however, expressed that Mujin wasn't quite ready to venture into the outside world alone. He entrusted the 5 second-class disciples to look after Mujin during his journey. Hyun Myung, the leader of the administration hall, reported that the framework for the clinic business with the heavenly merchants had been nearly completed, with only the final steps in Dangfeng County remaining. The abbot thanked Mujin for his contributions, and Hyan Guang encouraged him with a chuckle, saying, Do your best when you're there, Mujin. Mujin, feeling the weight of responsibility, expressed his gratitude, replying, Thank you for believing in me and entrusting me with this. I will combine the strength of Shaolin and the heavenly merchants to help even more people and assist Shaolin in overcoming its crisis. Hyan Guang nodded approvingly, saying, Good, we await your return. Mujin, determined, replied, I'll see you when I'm back. The scene then shifted to a dimly lit room where a girl, referred to as young Miss Sioa, sat in a chair. Her servant asked, Shall we leave soon, young Miss Sioa? After leaving the temple and descending Mount Songshan, Mujin finally set his sights on his destination, Dangfeng County. The journey through the mountainous terrain brought him closer to a place that seemed straight out of a wuxia film, with landscapes that seemed to promise adventure and intrigue. As Mujin reflected on the events during his travels, he recalled the various encounters along the way that had shaped his journey. He had run into members of the Green Forest Bandits, enjoyed the lively atmosphere of an inn, and got swept into an unexpected conflict. Along the way, he had also rescued a mysterious veiled beauty, dealt with local thugs, and uncovered a series of schemes that seemed to connect to shadowy figures lurking in the background. With an excited look on his face, Mujin mused about how the dream of a man within a wuxia world truly begins at this moment. He felt that he was inching closer to the legendary Shaolin Chronicles and that destiny was calling out to him. Make way for me, he thought with anticipation. 1 week later, 2 elderly figures were having a conversation. The person with the man bun hairstyle asked, Hey, have you heard the news? The other, wearing a do-rag, inquired, What news? The first person explained that some monks from Shaolin had come down the mountain recently, and, to their surprise, they had opened a clinic. The durag-wearing man, puzzled, asked. A clinic? The monks opened a clinic? Why would they do that? Did they get their money stolen, or have they become greedy for money or something? The person with the man bun shook his head and dismissed the idea. Nonsense, he replied. They're monks, you know? They're offering treatments for free. This caught the attention of the durag-wearing man, who, intrigued by the idea of free medical care, said, I have to go check this out. The person with the man bun, slightly skeptical, remarked, Wait, you're only going because it's free, right? You're not even unwell, are you? The durag-wearing man shrugged and replied, Of course, I'm unwell. Hauling heavy loads every day has made my legs shaky. I need to go get some acupuncture before it gets worse. The person with the man bun chuckled and said, You're in luck. The treatment area changes by day. I hear that today they're treating backs and legs. The durag-wearing man, surprised, asked, What, different physicians for different body parts? That's weird. The person with the man bun explained, Their clinic is quite unique. They use both acupuncture and tonic medicine. There's even a separate treatment specifically for the abdomen. The scene transitions to the two clinic buildings where Mujin stands smirking, overseeing the operations of both the free and paid clinics. He recalls the early advice given by Ryu Jiguang on how to manage the two facilities. Two separate buildings were purchased near the manor, one dedicated to free treatments and the other for premium services. The left hall, focused on free treatments, is well equipped with various tools, storage, resting areas, and even space for meditation by the monks. The right hall caters to high-ranking or wealthy individuals, offering paid services that include advanced treatments like electric and heat-based therapies, using tools crafted from luxurious materials. Despite the contrast in ambience and materials, both clinics use the same core treatment methods. At this moment, the elderly person with a man bun and the other with a do-rag arrive at the free clinic. Mujin, standing there, greets them respectfully, introducing himself as a third-class disciple in charge of their treatment. The person with the do-rag quietly questions whether Mujin is really a third-class disciple, given his physique. His companion, the one with the man bun, also wonders about Mujin's appearance, especially his hair. Mujin, overhearing them, playfully acknowledges their comments and proceeds to address the person with the do-rag, asking if he came for leg treatment. Mujin invites him to sit down, ready to begin. As the treatment begins, the person with the do-rag watches carefully, skeptical about the method being used. He expects either acupuncture or tonic medicine, but is instead confronted with a folk remedy-like technique. Doubtful of its effectiveness, he wonders if the clinic's practice of focusing on specific body parts on specific days is just a gimmick. Mujin presses on the person's leg and begins massaging it, causing the person to experience sharp, intense pain. He screams out in discomfort, prompting Mujin to calmly explain that the pain is normal. Mujin reassures him that the intensity of the pain is a result of long-standing muscle stiffness, and the pain is proportional to the condition of the legs. Mujin continues treating the patient with intense care, introducing a reform roller to help alleviate the pain. He assures the patient that the treatment will gradually reduce the pain, and, once it subsides, the muscles and fascia will be loosened with the roller, promising noticeable results within an hour. The patient endures the extreme pain as Mujin works on the stiff areas, but over time, the excruciating discomfort begins to lessen. After 3 minutes, Mujin explains that the condition of the legs will improve as the stiffened areas are worked on. The patient, initially skeptical, starts to feel relief as the pain decreases. 13 minutes into the treatment, Mujin picks up the reform roller again, and by 20 minutes, he asks the patient to sit on a carpet while he places the roller beneath the legs. The patient is instructed to lift his hips and roll it under his legs, gradually releasing the tension. As the treatment progresses, the patient feels a profound sense of relief, noting how much better the treatment is compared to acupuncture. He reflects on how long it has been since his legs felt this comfortable and marvels at the Shaolin's innovative treatment methods. The patient, impressed by Mujin's kindness and dedication, resolves to share the word about the monk's selfless act of coming down from the mountain to help people, seeing it as a noble gesture for the greater good. Word of the effective treatment spreads quickly, and soon the clinic becomes bustling with patients. High-ranking officials and wealthy individuals hear about the results and start flocking to the paid clinic for their treatments. Despite the differences between the free and paid facilities, the core treatment remains unchanged unless the case is an emergency. At one point, a high-ranking officer lying on a mat praises the quality of the fabric, remarking that it is fit for someone of his stature. Mujin, observing this, finds it superficial, considering it just a reskin version of what others are using. Nonetheless, no one is bothered by the distinctions in the clinic, perhaps due to the monks' genuine dedication to treating everyone or their ability to meet patients' needs. As an emergency patient arrives, Mujin directs the treatment with the help of Monk Biob Gang, who assists with the electric-based therapy, and Monk Biob Y, who handles the heat-based treatment for an elderly patient. Mujin takes charge of the muscle-lengthening treatment for others. His tireless and unbiased care for all patients earns him the title of the Blessed Monk, as people believe his healing abilities are touched by divine hands. The clinic becomes a well-established and respected institution. A few weeks later, Mujin meets with Yang Jinpyong, the external chief administrator of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Mujin acknowledges the journey has been difficult, but expresses relief that they've managed to settle down without attracting undue suspicion. Yang Jinpyong responds, thanking the Shaolin monks for their hard work and assistance, expressing the Heavenly Merchant Guild's gratitude. Mujin, however, counters, saying that it's the Shaolin who owe thanks to the guild for their invaluable support, especially considering how close Shaolin came to financial ruin without their help. Mujin notes the growing success of the clinic, commenting on the long line of people waiting outside, something he hadn't expected. He also mentions it's time for Monk Biob Gang to switch shifts. Before Yang Jinpyong can respond, Monk Biob Gang arrives, signaling the shift change. The two exchange pleasantries, and Yang Jinpyong expresses surprise at seeing Biob Gang again. The monk reveals that they have met before, during the time when Mujin was meditating in isolation. This revelation catches Mujin off guard, and he wonders if he was caught eating meat, which could have been a breach of his monk duties. Biob Gang confirms that it was around the time of Mujin's self-reflection, explaining that he had helped the daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader, who had wandered into the mountains, and handed her over to Yang Jinpyong. Mujin breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't caught, and recalls the encounter with the young girl, wondering if she was from a wealthy family. He hadn't realized that she was the daughter of the Merchant Guild leader. Yang Jinpyong mentions that the young lady, now grown, is visiting today. Just then, there's a commotion outside as people shout greetings to a young lady. Yang Jinpyong confirms that she has arrived, and Mujin, reflecting on how much time has passed, wonders if she's grown into an accomplished individual. However, when the young lady enters, Mujin is taken aback. He notices she seems unusually well-built for someone of her stature, and seeing the way everyone bows to her, he realizes who she must be. Mujin nervously asks Yang Jinpyong if the young lady is indeed the same one from before. Yang Jinpyong confirms that she is the youngest daughter of the Merchant Guild leader, Lady Ryu Sioa. Shocked, Mujin realizes that the little girl from his past encounter is truly the same person, as he sees her looking a little fatter than he had ever anticipated. As Lady Sioa and her servant move through the clinic staff, who are busy cleaning the streets, greet her respectfully. Two servants, observing the interaction, wonder why people are being so polite towards her. One servant explains that Lady Sioa is the youngest daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader and played a significant role in the establishment of the clinic. The first servant, surprised, comments that she doesn't look as elegant or pretty as he imagined a wealthy family's daughter would. His fellow servant picks up on the implication and whispers back that Lady Sioa is a bit fatty. Mujin, standing nearby, overhears the conversation and observes Lady Sioa moving away with her servant. He silently notes that she seems to have gained weight. Mujin then enters the free clinic where an elderly man wearing a do-rag greets him warmly, calling him the Blessed Monk and expressing concern for his well-being. Mujin chuckles and reassures the old man that he is happy to see the patients recovering quickly and that he doesn't deserve the title of Blessed Monk. The old man, impressed by Mujin's selflessness, insists that such a title is deserved, praising Mujin's kindness, strength, and youth. Another elderly man, with a bald head, adds that Mujin is also handsome, calling him a perfect human being. The old man in the do-rag jokingly says he hopes Mujin will meet his granddaughter. The bald-headed old man responds, suggesting that he will be the one to introduce Mujin to his granddaughter instead. The old man in the do-rag grumbles in response, but the conversation lightens as Mujin laughs along. He thinks to himself about how many elderly people are using the free clinic and reflects on how expensive specialized medical care would have been in this era. He wishes he could have provided such treatments for his own grandparents. Mujin then tells the elderly men that it would be wonderful if they brought their grandchildren to the clinic, especially to learn rehabilitative techniques and muscle lengthening methods that would help them maintain a healthy body as they grow older. The old men praise his thoughtfulness. As the conversation continues, Mujin reflects on his role and the way he needs to act. He considers how, if it weren't for the senior monks watching him, he might have already taken the elderly men's proposal seriously. However, as a monk, he feels the need to maintain distance and discipline, thinking to himself that once he becomes stronger and able to leave the temple, he will escape from the responsibilities that come with his position. Mujin observes Ryu Sioa once again as she passes by, and he recognizing her as Ryu Sioa. Though her appearance is drastically different from the character he knows from the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. In the novel, Ryu Sioa is a key figure in the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild, where she is responsible for the human trafficking operation. Her character is depicted as severely obese, with layers of fat covering her body, and she secretly kidnaps beautiful women to torture and kill them, possibly driven by an inferiority complex about her own appearance. However, the Ryu Sioa Mujin encounters now is a complete contrast. She is a timid, chubby, and shy young girl, without the hidden madness that characterized her novel counterpart. This stark difference confuses Mujin, leading him to wonder if something significant happened to her that caused her to change, potentially tying into the guild's corruption. Mujin's thoughts are interrupted by an old man's voice, greeting someone and expressing surprise at the presence of the merchant guild leader, Ryu Guang. The old man humorously comments that the guild leader must have time for something besides clinic business. Mujin listens carefully, considering the possibility that Ryu Guang, the guild leader, might not be the source of corruption after all. He concludes that an external party must be involved, prompting him to begin investigating the guild more thoroughly. With his growing influence, Mujin feels empowered to investigate the situation and starts to form plans to identify potential suspects. The scene then shifts to Ryu Sioa walking down the street with her servant, Hong So-hee. Ryu Sioa complains that So-hee is walking too fast and asks her to slow down. In response, So-hee, nervously aware of their public surroundings, tells Ryu Sioa to refrain from acting so casually in public, as there are many people around. Nearby, two people whisper about the unusual display of familiarity, commenting that it's surprising for a servant to be treated so casually by her mistress in the Heavenly Merchant Guild. One of them warns the other to keep quiet, lest they be overheard. Hong So-hee takes Sioa into a secluded back alley and, once they are alone, advises her that as someone destined to become a key figure in the Heavenly Merchant Guild, she must show authority and not appear weak. Sioa, acknowledging her shortcomings, apologizes for her behavior. She mentions feeling uncomfortable in public spaces and anxious around her father, Ryu Guang. So he encourages her not to show weakness, urging her to take a more active role in the new business venture the Merchant Guild leader has set up. So he reminds Sioa that, while she suggested the idea, it will eventually belong to Sioa, and this effort will help her gain her father's trust. Sioa agrees, but her thoughts shift to a childhood memory. She recalls showing her father the mustard plant she had gathered, hoping for his approval, but he dismissed her with the cold response that she should address him as the Merchant Guild leader in front of others, as he was busy with his work. Sioa becomes sadder as she reflects on how her father has always been too busy to pay attention to her, and she feels the pressure to prove herself through hard work. However, she also feels terrified at the thought of failing or continuing to be overlooked by him. Hong So-hee, sensing Sioa's fear and uncertainty, places a hand on her shoulder and reassures her that it's understandable to feel scared. She tells Sioa that while it may take time for her father, the Merchant Guild leader, to acknowledge her, she is the daughter of one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the world and should take her time without worrying about what others think. So he expresses her unwavering support, offering to always be by her side if it gets too hard. Sioa, feeling comforted by So-hee's words, agrees and resolves to meet So-hee's expectations, feeling grateful for her friend's help. As they converse, Mujin happens to pass by the alley and observes them from a distance, noticing their interaction. The scene then shifts to Sioa's bedroom later that night, where she is asleep. So-hee, checking on her, softly calls out to see if she is truly asleep, and once confirming, she slips away from the room. As So-hee walks through the streets, she reflects on her true intentions. Despite suggesting the idea of Sioa participating in the Shaolin clinic business, So-hee internally deems the effort as futile, believing there's no way Sioa will ever catch her father's attention through such a trivial task. She sees Sioa's naivety and believes it has been beneficial for her own plans, using Sioa's insecurities to her advantage. So-hee reveals her role in Sioa's transformation, having manipulated her into becoming fat and timid after being abandoned on the mountain, making it easier for So-hee to infiltrate the clinic without raising suspicion. As So-hee walks, She notices a black bird in the sky and eagerly anticipates the moment when Sioa will learn the truth. She watches as the bird lands on her arm, bringing with it a letter. So he smirks as she reads the letter, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she remarks on the request to send a maiden to a dark forest, clearly recognizing it as a sneaky plan. She decides to report this development quickly, knowing that it signals a new disruption in their plans. Meanwhile, Mujin, who has been observing from a nearby housetop, quietly mutters to himself, "Bingo, I found it." The scene shifts to an earlier meeting between Mujin and Yang Jinpyong, where Mujin asks about Lady Sioa. Yang Jinpyong explains that she is the youngest daughter of the merchant guild leader, but her life has been marked by loneliness. Her mother passed away while giving birth to her, and her father, consumed by work, was unable to care for her. As a result, Lady Sioa was raised by the guild servants. Her father, though emotionally distant due to his grief, was not a bad person, but his inability to care for her led to her growing dependence on the servants. Lady Sioa's loneliness deepened as she experienced multiple changes of nannies and servants. She became increasingly withdrawn and closed off after the sixth change, deciding not to rely on anyone anymore. Hong So-hee, who had worked in the merchant guild for over 10 years and had cared for Sioa in her youth, became Sioa's servant after this change. Despite So-hee's long tenure as a servant, Yang Jinpyong notes that her position may soon be at risk, as it's been a year since she started serving Sioa. Mujin, after hearing this, reflects on how there's no need to worry about So-hee being replaced, since she would likely do anything to keep her position as Sioa's servant. He remembers the version of Sioa from Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, where she became a key figure in the human trafficking operations of the Merchant Guild. In that version, Sioa, suffering from her inferiority complex and obesity, left most of the dirty work to her servant, who was Hong So-hee. Mujin begins to suspect something fishy is going on. The scene then shifts to Hong So-hee, who arrives at a forest where a person's voice greets her, saying, "You're late today." So-hee responds that she had some things to attend to. The figure, wearing a samurai hat and concealing his face, asks if her delay is connected to the Merchant Guild's new business, and So-hee affirms. He warns her to be careful, mentioning that while the Shaolin monks may not understand the world, they are still highly skilled. He then disappears. So-hee, annoyed by the warning, dismisses the figure's concerns. She reflects on her long-term infiltration mission, which has been ongoing for 10 years without anyone discovering her true identity. She intends to continue manipulating both the monks and Sioa to her advantage, eventually taking the figure's position for herself. So-hee is confident that no one will uncover her secret. Meanwhile, Mujin, observing all these developments, quietly comments to himself, "The Heavenly Merchant Guild would be in such deep trouble without me." The next day, So-hee and Sioa were walking through the streets when a group of children called out to So-hee, referring to her as Pretty Miss. When So-hee and Sioa turned toward them, So-hee asked if they were talking to her. One of the children pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to her, explaining that a mysterious man, dressed entirely in black and with his face covered, had asked them to deliver it. The children were curious about the contents, but admitted they couldn't read and found the man strange. So-hee read the letter, her expression shifting to a devilish smile. She thanked the children for delivering it and rewarded them with money, encouraging them to buy snacks. Excited, the children happily accepted her offer. Sioa, curious about the letter, asked So-hee what it was about, referring to her as Servant Hong. So-hee explained that it appeared to be a love letter, assuring Sioa there was no need to worry. However, as So-hee read the letter's contents, she recalled the message inside. The letter praised her for her success in a previous infiltration mission within the Heavenly Merchant Guild and expressed admiration for her skills. It also hinted at a new opportunity, one that involved her writing a report on her past activities and meeting the sender at an abandoned house on the outskirts of Dengfeng County before midnight. So-hee arrived at the location at midnight, feeling a sense of excitement and opportunity. She laughed inwardly, realizing that this unexpected chance might allow her to surpass her superior. At the meeting place, Mujin, cloaked in full black attire, appeared before So-hee and addressed her by name, saying he had been waiting for her. So-hee, showing respect, expressed her honor in meeting him in person. Mujin then asked about Ryu Sioa, to which So-hee replied that Sioa was likely resting in her bedroom. She explained that, due to her role as Sioa's servant, she couldn't stay away for too long and asked what Mujin needed her to do. Mujin requested the report from So-hee, which she quickly handed over, noting that her position as Sioa's servant made it difficult for her to leave often. She asked about how they could maintain contact in the future. Mujin revealed his plan to infiltrate the Heavenly Merchant Guild himself and stated that he would contact her once inside. So he, surprised, questioned why he was planning to infiltrate as well, given that the higher-ups had only trusted her with a mission, believing that adding another infiltrator could cause confusion. She emphasized her experience, having worked within the guild for 10 years. Mujin, realizing his mistake, thought to himself, "Did I talk too much?" So he, feeling threatened, asked if she was being replaced after all her hard work. In response, Mujin struck So-hee with a powerful punch to her face, sending her flying backward and causing her to cough up blood. However, So-hee quickly regained her balance and, using her ki, launched an attack that tore the cloth covering Mujin's face. To her shock, she recognized him as the damn monk and confronted him, accusing him of luring her into this trap. Mujin smiled at her and remained calm. So-hee then questioned how he had deciphered the secret code in the letter, as it contained a code structure for her organization. Mujin, dismissing her inquiry, responded that it was none of her business, and added that she and her group were already at his mercy. He reflected that he had learned the secret code structure from the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles after some difficulty recalling it. Realizing that Mujin now knew about her identity and their top secret mission, so he threatened to kill him, releasing a menacing bloodlust. Mujin, unfazed, took a fighting stance and remarked that he likely appeared as an ordinary monk to her, but he would soon show her the difference in their strength. So he charged at Mujin with incredible speed, determined not to lose to someone she considered a mere brat. Mujin, smirking, thought it was time to test the effectiveness of his skills. Mujin knew that if he didn't give this fight everything he had, there was no doubt he would be the one to die. His opponent was not holding back, and hesitation meant death. He took a deep breath, forcing his mind to sharpen. This was his first real battle, and his life depended on it. So he, her energy gathered and condensed in her left hand, lunged forward, aiming a precise and lethal thrust toward Mujin. However, in a moment of shocking speed, Mujin caught her wrist mid-strike. Before she could react, his other hand gripped the collar of her robe, and with a powerful twist of his body, he executed a flawless judo shoulder throw. So-hee's body arced through the air before slamming onto the ground with crushing force. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, followed by a splatter of blood as the impact shook her entire being. Lying on the ground, her body trembling from pain and the sheer disbelief of what had just happened, So-hee's mind raced. How did he manage to throw me like that? She thought, gasping for air. I've never seen that kind of technique before. Could there be a martial art like this within the Shaolin Temple? Her dazed state barely lasted a second before she noticed something, a looming shadow. Her eyes darted upward, just in time to see Mujin's fist descending like a hammer toward her. Without thinking, she rolled to the side. The ground where she had been moments ago cracked under the force of Mujin's strike, splintering in all directions like a spiderweb. As she tumbled backward, she kept her palm skimming the ground, gathering loose sand in her fingers. Mujin's sharp eyes immediately caught this, but his thoughts remained resolute. I'll use every trick necessary to win, he decided. Let's see how much she complains about underhanded tactics when she's the one using them. So he didn't hesitate. She swung her hand in an arc, releasing the sand directly at Mujin's face. However, instead of recoiling or flinching, Mujin raised his tattered cowl, an item she had torn from him earlier, to shield himself from the attack. The grains bounced harmlessly off the fabric, dissipating into the air. So-hee's eyes widened in shock. He used the very cowl I ripped off? She thought. Would he even grab it? And more than that, he had the composure to use it effectively? But then, a slow, sinister smile curled across her lips. So what if he blocked it? He let his guard down. Just as she had planned, Mujin had to momentarily obscure his own vision with the cowl. In that instant, she lunged forward with lethal intent, energy surging into her palms. Her grin widened as she whispered, I'll start with your abdomen. She drove her glowing, reinforced fingers toward his midsection, convinced she had outmaneuvered him. Pain, a searing, unexpected agony shot through her hands. Her fingers felt as if they had struck solid iron, and before she could register what had happened, blood began to trickle from the cracks forming along her fingernails. She barely had time to stagger back before the pain overwhelmed her as she collapsed onto the ground. Her vision blurred from the shock, and her mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened. What? What did he do? She thought in a frenzy. She let out a scream, both in frustration and agony. My hands! What did you do to my fucking hands? Mujin didn't answer. He simply grabbed her by the head, his grip firm and unrelenting. His voice was cold, almost indifferent. Now, then, time to put you into the ground, you damn spy hag. With a swift and forceful motion, he slammed her head against the dirt. The world spun for So-hee, her consciousness fading into darkness. Time passed before awareness began to creep back into her mind. A throbbing ache pulsed through her skull. It hurts, she thought groggily. What happened? Did I faint? That monk. The muffled sounds of voices reached her ears. The noise grew louder, more distinct. Then a sharp, alarmed realization hit her. No, this can't be. Her eyes snapped open. A voice boomed in the room. Are you asking us to believe what you just said? Someone turned to Ryu Jiguang and insisted. Sir, I am certain Monk Mujin is wrong. Ryu Jiguang, standing at the center of the commotion, raised a hand in a calming gesture. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. The accuser, his expression resolute, pressed on. She's been working with us for over 10 years. There is no way she's a spy. Monk Biab Gang, his brow furrowed, turned to him. Are you suggesting that Mujin is lying? Are you questioning the integrity of a Shaolin disciple? At that moment, So-hee coughed, drawing all eyes to her. Despite the pain, she smirked. You're finally awake. I guess it's time I explain things, huh? Internally, however, she seethed with fury. I will kill this little bastard. Mujin turned to Ryu Jiguang and calmly began. After finishing my duties at the clinic last night, I was on my way back to rest when I saw her walking alone. That struck me as odd. She's Lady Sioa's servant, yet she wasn't with her. I followed her and ended up witnessing something shocking. A man dressed in black met her in an abandoned building. They spoke of the clinic's business and confirmed she was operating as a spy. Mujin then pulled off his upper robes, revealing deep, bleeding claw marks across his abdomen. Would an ordinary servant be capable of this? If I hadn't learned Iron Guard, she would have impaled me. I would be dead. As the room absorbed his words, he produced a letter. And here's more proof. A mission report she handed over to the man in black. It's her handwriting. So he felt her stomach drop. That report, that damn monk tricked me into writing it. Silence stretched before Yang Jinpyong finally spoke. The handwriting is indeed hers, and her hand size matches the wounds on Monk Mujin's body. Moreover, she hasn't provided a single counter-argument, only protests. Realization rippled through the gathered people. The tide had shifted. Ryu Jiguang's expression darkened. I understand this request may be unorthodox, but could you leave this matter to us? As this is the Merchant Guild's internal issue, we would like to handle her personally. So-hee's blood ran cold. No, no way. Mujin nodded. I understand. I overstepped, and I apologize. Ryu Jiguang gave him a firm nod. Thank you. You'll be rewarded for this. With a final command, Ryu Jiguang ordered, imprison that servant immediately. As So-hee was dragged away, her desperate screams filled the halls. That monk set me up. Why don't you believe me? Sioa, watching from a distance, remained frozen in place, trembling, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Heavenly Merchant Guild estate, specifically to the Shaolin monks' accommodation. After the intense events that had just unfolded, Mujin finally stepped inside, rolling his shoulders and rubbing his neck, exhaustion evident in his posture. He exhaled deeply, his mind still racing, but he reassured himself, fortunately, this matter ended well. Time to get some rest. Just as he took another step forward, a towering figure loomed before him, blocking his path. He instinctively looked up, and his stomach dropped when he saw who it was. Standing there, with arms crossed and an unmistakable fury burning in his gaze, was Monk Biab Gang. His expression was stone cold, but his eyes were practically searing into Mujin. Mujin swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. Right, he's here too. Gritting his teeth, his face red with barely contained anger, Biab Gang spoke in a firm, demanding voice. Mujin, we need to talk. There's a lot we need to discuss. Why did you act alone without consulting any of us? As the weight of those words pressed down on him, Mujin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. His mind scrambled for an answer, but all he could think was, I can't tell him the truth, that I was the man in black who tricked Hong So-hee to get evidence. If he knew, it would cause an even bigger mess. With this, the matter should have been settled, or at least, that was what I thought. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's prison, where Hong So-hee was confined, a heavy silence filled the dimly lit cell. Bound and unable to speak, due to the cloth gag tied around her mouth, she sat against the cold stone wall, her breathing shallow. Then, the silence broke as footsteps echoed down the corridor. A figure entered the cell, their presence looming over her like a shadow. Without hesitation, they reached down and untied the cloth, pulling it away from her mouth. Finally, I can speak, gasping slightly. So he quickly gathered herself and spat out, "Sir, I swear, I didn't do it. It's Mujin. That demonic monk deceived all of you." The man standing before her remained unshaken. His tone was sharp as he asked, "How exactly did he deceive us?" So he clenched her fists, anger flaring in her chest. "That's right. That demon," she hissed through gritted teeth. "He's the one in black. He was the man who asked to meet with me that night." At that, the man's eyes narrowed. He tilted his head slightly and then, in a measured voice, said, "Let me ask you something else then." He took a step closer, his shadow stretching across the floor. "Why did you hand over that letter to Monk Mujin when he asked to meet with you?" The question struck her like a lightning bolt. Her breath hitched. How does he know about that? That damn monk never mentioned it. So how does this man know? Seeing her reaction, the man's expression darkened. His next words were slow and deliberate. "Tell me, does Mujin still believe I'm just another member of the Heavenly Merchant Guild?" His eyes bore into her. "Answer me. What is the 3 rules of being a spy?" Sohee's throat ran dry. Instinctively, the words surfaced in her mind, ones that had been drilled into her since the beginning. She swallowed hard and replied, "The first rule is to only follow the information and instructions that we are given. The second rule is to commit suicide without hesitation if our identity is exposed." She hesitated before muttering the last one. "The third rule," her voice dropped to a whisper. "We are everywhere." A sinister smirk played on the man's lips. "Good," he said. "You know them well." And then, in an instant, his eyes turned blood red, glowing like those of a demon. His voice, now a deep, menacing growl, roared through the cell. "So why didn't you commit suicide?" Her body went rigid as pure terror surged through her. Her breathing turned erratic, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. Then came the sound of flesh being struck. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the prison halls, followed by the sickening splatter of blood. The scene shifted back to Mujin, who stood before Biob Gang with a solemn expression. Pressing his palms together in a respectful gesture, he lowered his head slightly and apologized. "It was really urgent, so I went ahead alone to resolve it first." His voice was steady, yet there was a tinge of regret in his tone. Biob Gang remained silent for a moment before stepping forward, placing both hands firmly on Mujin's shoulders. "That's not why I'm scolding you," he said, his voice calm but weighted with something deeper. Mujin's eyes flickered with confusion. He had expected anger or reprimand, but this response threw him off. He met Biob Gang's gaze, searching for an explanation in his expression, but found only unwavering seriousness. Biob Gang exhaled, his tone carrying both concern and warning. "You were lucky this time. You survived. But the world is far bigger than you think, Mujin. There are countless people out there, people with abilities beyond your comprehension. Some are strange, some are abnormally strong. What would you have done if that woman and the black-clothed individual had been highly skilled fighters? If that had been the case, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed." Mujin's mind raced as he processed Biob Gang's words. "I never thought I'd get scolded over something like this," he mused to himself. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, his breath caught. His eyes instinctively focused on Biob Gang's expression, and the words died in his throat. There was something in the older man's face, an unspoken concern that made Mujin hesitate. "I hope you'll trust the adults next time," Biob Gang finally said, his voice softer now. Mujin swallowed his pride and nodded. "I'm Soda. I'll make sure to do that." Despite his calm reply, Mujin had to suppress the emotions stirring inside him. Biob Gang had always been someone who followed the rules strictly, rarely allowing sentiment to cloud his judgment. But right now, the way he looked at Mujin, it reminded him of his grandparents. The same deep worry, the same unspoken fear of losing someone precious. For a brief moment, Mujin saw past Biob Gang's strict nature. There was genuine concern in his voice, a protective instinct that Mujin had never fully recognized before. Looking up, he met Biob Gang's gaze once more and said, this time with unwavering sincerity, "I really will make sure to ask for help next time." As dawn's first light seeped into the grand office of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Mujin sat across from Ryu Jiguang, who wore a troubled expression. Ryu Jiguang took a deep breath before delivering the news. Hong So-hee died last night in her prison cell. Mujin's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. "She's dead?" His voice held a trace of disbelief. "What happened?" Ryu Jiguang leaned forward, his fingers interlocked as he spoke. "Early this morning, Just as I was on my way to interrogate her, I was informed that she had suddenly died. The timing is suspicious. I believe there's someone inside the merchant guild who is either assisting her or monitoring her movements. Mujin's brows furrowed in thought as he listened carefully. Ryu Jiguang continued. Even after deciphering the letter you handed me, there was nothing particularly unusual about its contents, just records of what she had done. However, we've confirmed that she was working as Sioa's servant, leaking sensitive information about both the Shaolin and our merchant guild. Mujin felt unease settle in his gut. He chose his next words carefully. But why are you telling me this? His voice carried an edge of uncertainty. You said before that this was an internal matter for the Heavenly Merchant Guild. You even insisted on handling her imprisonment yourself. So why bring it up to me now? Is there something else I should know? Did I miss something important? At that moment, Ryu Jiguang's expression darkened slightly. A brief flicker of nervousness crossed his face before he composed himself. As expected of Monk Mujin, he thought. Not only did he devise an entirely new approach to running a clinic business, but he also uncovered suspicious activities within our guild and swiftly handled a spy. If it's him, I should be able to trust him with this. After a brief pause, Ryu Jiguang's demeanor shifted. His initial hesitation faded, replaced by quiet determination. He finally spoke, his voice carrying an unusual weight. Actually, he admitted, the reason I decided to work with the Shaolin wasn't just for business. There was another, far greater reason. He met Mujin's gaze with a steady resolve. That's why I asked to meet with you now. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to reveal the truth. The second reason I chose to align with the Shaolin is the scene shifted to before the clinic was founded, Ryu Jiguang's office. On his desk was the overall report for Hubei Province's Wuhan County. Garment purchase, Gansu Province receipt. The overall report for Gansu Province's Tianshui County. And the overall report for Shaanxi Province's Hejin County. As he got through all of them and reached the last one, he thought, after I'm done with this, I'll be done with today's work, but then he noticed something strange. Using a Chinese abacus, he calculated the figures again, verifying his suspicions. He thought, the purchase report of the Mianyang branch aligns with the received goods in the report of Shaanxi Province's Hanzhong County as expected. But one item is being sold at an especially higher price than the market rate. What is this? Don't tell me. He immediately called for Chief Administrator Yang and started writing something at his desk. Yang promptly responded, yes, guild leader. Ryu Jiguang handed him letters saying, I want you to send the Azure Gold Squad to the Mianyang branch and Hanzhong branch. I'll write the details in a letter, so make sure that they only open it after they arrive. Yang nodded. Yes, sir. In the present, Ryu Jiguang said to Mujin, I can tell it's dangerous because of the decades I have trained my senses running the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The movements of our branches seem suspicious. That's why I decided to work with Shaolin, to keep them in check. Up until now, based on my experience and instincts, I had sensed that something was slightly out of place. Then you came and helped us catch a hidden spy. I had wanted to believe that the main branch I oversee had no issues, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We almost ran into huge trouble, but you prevented it for us. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Mujin thought, as expected, there's no need to doubt the current merchant guild leader. The problem was spies like Hong So-hee. He then said, I simply did what was supposed to be done. That aside, you mentioned that other branches have problems. Mujin hesitated. I want to go there right away, but I don't feel safe doing that since I have no idea when the Heavenly Merchant Guild's main branch might fall. I need to come up with some kind of countermeasure for it. Let's think, if I don't completely solve this matter, no one will know what kind of disaster will befall the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the whole world of Shaolin Chronicles. I got rid of the first problem, which was Hong So-hee. The next villain would be Lady Sioa. Thinking about that, Mujin asked, May I know what happened to Lady Sioa? Ryu Jiguang replied. Since Hong So-hee was able to steal information while she was Sioa's servant, we also investigated Sioa. Mujin asked, Were they in cahoots together? Ryu Jiguang shook his head. Not at all. But Sioa is under room confinement now. I can't believe she didn't even know her own servant was scheming against our merchant guild. That deserves to be punished. Mujin thought. Yeah, I guess, Ryu Jiguang then asked. But is there a problem? Why are you suddenly asking about Sioa? Mujin replied. There's something I'd like to propose to Lady Sioa. Have you noticed a problem with our clinic facility? I realized it after an incident that happened recently. As he was treating a patient at the clinic, a man had asked, Monk Mujin, I have a question. Does this place not accept female patients? Since I've come here for treatments a few times, I naturally talked about it with my wife. She has some problems with her back as well, so she'd also like to receive treatment here. Mujin thought back to that moment. Come to think of it, we've only accepted male patients so far. Even in the modern world, for a male fitness trainer or Pilates instructor, there are always issues since there's usually a lot of physical contact. But in this martial arts world, they take the idea that men and women should not sit together after the age of 7 very seriously. It's not a place where people can fool around or refuse to listen to their seniors. In the case of Hyan Guang's treatment, because she treated me like her grandson, she was able to undergo treatment without any problems. But for me to personally treat a woman of high status who can afford luxurious treatment, Mujin considered the issue further. Even if I perform treatments without directly touching the patient, some women might still complain to their fathers or husbands. Even if I explain that physical contact is necessary for the muscle lengthening technique, they wouldn't listen to me. I don't even want to imagine what could happen if that were to occur. After thinking it through, Mujin said, I fear something along those lines could happen. Ryu Jiguang nodded. Even though you're a Buddhist, there will still be women who feel uncomfortable with a man treating them. At this rate, it's true that it would be difficult for the clinic to accept female patients. That's indeed a huge problem. But you said you realized something just now. May I ask if you found a solution for it? Mujin answered, Yes, I did. The solution would be to ask Lady Sioa to learn my treatment methods. That way, she can treat female patients instead of me. I heard that even though she's under room confinement, she can still take lessons. If we do that, then we'll be able to easily resolve the clinic's problem. And most importantly, since Lady Sioa is your daughter, we won't need to worry about her leaking information about my techniques to the outside world. This technique will only belong to the Heavenly Merchant Guild, among the top 5 merchant guilds in the world. His suggestion took Ryu Jiguang by surprise. Then, a smirk formed on his lips before he burst into laughter, thinking, Monk Mujin is so unpredictable. Then Ryu Jiguang called out, Chief Administrator Yang, are you outside? Yang immediately responded, Yes, sir. Ryu Jiguang said, Ask Sioa to come here. Sometime later as Sioa arrived, Ryu Jiguang looked at her and said, You must hate me for confining you to your room. Sioa replied, Father, I don't blame you for that. Ryu Jiguang continued, Since you've been to the clinic a few times, you know what kind of work Monk Mujin does, right? Sioa nodded. Yes, I do. Ryu Jiguang turned to Monk Mujin. Please take over. Mujin stood from his seat. Yes, merchant guild leader. He then walked towards Sioa and said, Lady Sioa, after discussing with your father, I'd like to propose something to you. Would you be willing to learn my treatment methods and exercises and then help out with female patients? Sioa looked startled. That came out of nowhere. I'm still under confinement. How could I do that? Mujin reassured her. I'm not asking you to help the clinic immediately. First, I'll need to teach you my treatment methods during your confinement. You've watched how I do it every time you visit, haven't you? I think you'll be able to learn it easily. Hearing this, Sioa began to tremble. But then, as she looked at Mujin, she saw the same gentle smile she remembered from the time they had first met, when he had saved her at Shaolin Temple Mountain. Mujin spoke again, his voice soft and reassuring. It's all right. This isn't something you have to think about too seriously. You can feel free to reject me. Would you like to help us? Sioa was trembling stopped as she realized. This monk before her was the same one who had saved her back then. Mujin smiled. You can just think of it as us playing together like we did back then. Some time later, Sioa retreated to a quiet room, seeking solitude to gather her thoughts. As she sat there, reflecting on everything that had happened, Mujin's words from earlier echoed in her mind. Aren't you going to treat the sick and save the world? I'll stay by your side to help, so that you can accomplish that. A wave of doubt washed over her as she lowered her gaze. She let out a soft sigh and whispered to herself, Can I really do it? I've only been to the clinic a handful of times and merely observed what was going on. If something goes wrong, what if I make a mistake? What should I do? Meanwhile, outside the room, her father, Ryu Jiguang, happened to overhear her anxious murmuring. Concerned, he turned to Mujin and asked in a serious tone, While those are noble intentions, are you certain this is the right decision? I can't help but feel that this might be too overwhelming for Sioa to handle right now. Mujin, however, remained confident. He gave a knowing smile and replied, She's your daughter, isn't she? She's more than capable of handling this. Deep down, he thought to himself, This is actually the perfect opportunity. Right now, Ryu Sioa is struggling with self-doubt, largely because of how Hong So-hee manipulated her, fattening her up and gaslighting her into losing confidence in herself. But if she learns about exercise, its principles, and how to apply them, she'll gain a sense of achievement and start regaining her confidence. And besides, it wouldn't be a bad thing for me to get closer to the daughter of a wealthy family. On the first day of her education, Mujin started by teaching Sioa the fundamental theories behind physical training and the changes the body undergoes when engaging in proper exercise. He also introduced concepts that were not typically practiced in Shaolin, such as meat consumption for protein, something she had never considered before. Alongside that, he explained the importance of a balanced diet, breaking down various nutrients and their effects on the body. Understanding that she was new to all of this, Mujin took extra care to simplify complex medical and fitness terminology, making sure the concepts were easy to grasp. He also used engaging analogies to help her visualize the ideas more clearly. To his surprise, Sioa absorbed the information remarkably fast, processing it with an eagerness he hadn't expected. At one point, as they were discussing nutrition, Sioa suddenly recalled something from their past encounter. Her expression shifted as she looked at Mujin and said, "So, that's why you were eating meat back then." She was referring to the time they had met on the mountain. Mujin's face stiffened slightly. He waved a hand dismissively and muttered, "Please just forget about that." By the fifth day, Mujin had moved on to teaching her stretching techniques and Pilates exercises. Although she was still technically under confinement, her father allowed her to leave the estate for educational purposes. This led them to visit the clinic where she could gain hands-on experience. To assist with her training, Yoon-gi joined them, offering herself as a practice subject for Sioa to work on. Since Mujin couldn't physically guide Sioa by touching her himself, Gehi stepped in to help demonstrate certain techniques. At first, Sioa was visibly nervous, her hands hovering uncertainly before making contact. But as soon as she followed Mujin's instructions and applied what she had learned, her movements became more precise and fluid. She quickly grasped the principles behind postural therapy and acupressure, steadily improving with each session. Seeing her abilities develop so rapidly, Mujin thought, once she starts receiving recognition for her skills, the confidence she gains will be beyond words. By the 9th day, something about Sioa had changed. Her eyes no longer held the same hesitation they once did. It was as if she had discovered a new purpose, one that was no longer solely about fulfilling expectations from the merchant guild or her father. This time, it seemed like she was doing it for herself. Observing this shift, Mujin speculated, "I think I have an idea of what her goal might be, but I shouldn't assume. Talking about a woman's weight is a delicate matter, after all. For now, I'll just keep watching and step in only when necessary." His expression darkened slightly as he thought about the injustice she had endured. She's been manipulated all this time by a spy who intentionally led her down this path. That's what caused her to gain so much weight in the first place. I suggested personal training under the guise of education, and not once did she refuse it. If anything, she's shown an unwavering determination to improve. She's serious about this. I just hope she achieves the results she's hoping for. I want to see a Ryu Sioa of strength and resolve, not the version I read about in the novel. By the 20th day, Sioa had mastered most of the stretching and Pilates techniques Mujin had taught her. Although she had learned fewer techniques compared to what he had previously taught Biobji, she had achieved remarkable stability in her form. Now, she was capable of incorporating them into her daily routine. Her dedication was evident. She never slacked off, not even once. For someone aspiring to be a professional trainer, that was an excellent start. Given that she was still in her growing years, as long as she continued to push forward and refused to give up, she would succeed in losing weight. Mujin reflected, even for adults, dieting and fitness regimens can be brutal. Yet despite how timid she was in the beginning, she's undergone a complete transformation. That alone is incredible, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. Standing at a distance, her father, Ryu Guang, silently observed his daughter, seeing how different she had become. How she had gone from being withdrawn and depressed to someone driven and focused. He murmured to himself, "I can't believe she's changed this much. She's nothing like how she was before." The sight of her determination moved him deeply. So much so that, in a rare display of emotion, he discreetly handed Mujin a sum of emergency funds, ensuring that his senior officials wouldn't notice. At first, Mujin hesitated and declined, his expression unreadable. "Are you trying to buy me with money? Do you think I would accept such an offer so easily?" But faced with the sheer amount he was being offered, resisting became increasingly difficult. In the end, he accepted it, though not without a lingering thought in the back of his mind. One day, I'll use this money to buy myself some protein to eat. Training her had gone smoothly, but that was only a step toward my larger objectives. Mujin turned to Ryu Guang and said, "Merchant Guild Leader, I believe she's ready." Ryu Jiguang raised an eyebrow. You think so too? Mujin nodded. I've been considering expanding our operations to the countryside. You don't want the clinics to be limited to Dangfeng County, do you? If we establish additional branches, we can provide medical aid to more people and, in the process, generate additional revenue. Contribute to the well-being of even more individuals. Yet beneath those words, Mujin harbored another thought. This expansion will also give us an opportunity to investigate the suspicious activities of certain countryside branches. Ryu Jiguang pondered for a moment before asking, where do you plan to establish the first branch? In Jiangxi province, specifically in Nonchong, Mujin answered confidently. Ryu Jiguang appeared intrigued. Nonchong? Why there? Luoyang or Zhengzhou are much closer options. Mujin explained, the Shaolin Temple holds significant influence in Dangfeng County, making expansion into nearby regions relatively easy. However, if we push outward too aggressively, other sects will start to raise complaints. That's why my target is a neutral area, Nonchong. It's an unclaimed territory, untouched by any major faction. If we successfully establish a branch there, we'll be able to extend our reach and help even more people in the future. Ryu Jiguang leaned back, impressed. I didn't realize you had such a strong grasp of territorial dynamics. That's quite insightful. But you do understand that conducting business in Nonchong won't be easy. Mujin acknowledged the challenge. It's still preferable to setting up shop in a region dominated by a rival group. And if you look at the map, Nonchong is the closest neutral area to us. Though his reasoning was logical, Mujin's true motive lay elsewhere. Internally, he reflected, capturing a minor spy like Hong, so he won't be enough to change the fate of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The real mastermind remains hidden. According to my knowledge, in the near future, Nonchong will fall under the control of an unorthodox faction, the Tyrant Blade faction. This faction serves as the enforcer of the corrupt Heavenly Merchant Guild, overseeing illicit activities such as drug production and human trafficking. These dark dealings generate the majority of the guild's profits, ultimately leading them down a path of no return. If I want to alter the course of history, I need to act now. I must uncover their plans before they take root. Later, while discussing the expansion with Hyan Guang, the topic of leadership arose. Hyan Guang asked, I understand why you want to go there personally, but who will manage things here in your absence? The Heavenly Merchant Guild won't simply sit idly by. Mujin responded, Monk Biab Jian is more than capable. He's been assisting my grandfather all this time, which has prevented him from showcasing his true abilities. But now, he's more proficient in my techniques than even I am. Grandfather has always felt indebted to him for his unwavering support. This is a perfect opportunity for Monk Biab Jian to take charge and prove himself. Still, Mujin's true thought was, this arrangement allows me to travel to Nonchong alone. Maybe I can even treat myself to some good meat while I'm there. His excitement, however, was short-lived. Hyan Guang interjected, that region is too distant for you to travel alone. Fortunately, I have the perfect companion in mind. Mujin's plan was instantly derailed. He later found out that Abbot Hyun Chun had been informed of their discussion and had given his approval with a broad smile. Grandfather, too, had readily agreed to the arrangement. In the end, Mujin was left with no choice but to take Monk Biab Jian along. Despite the unexpected addition to his journey, Mujin meticulously planned every detail of the expansion, drawing from his past experiences as a gym owner when he was still Choi Kang-hyuk. With most preparations falling into place without issue, he turned his attention to his departure. That evening, after concluding his training session with Sioa, Mujin announced, that's all for today. Sioa bowed respectfully. Thank you, Monk Mujin. Curious about her progress, Mujin asked, how did you find the muscle lengthening technique class? I apologize if my teaching wasn't up to standard. Sioa quickly reassured him. Not at all. You taught exceptionally well. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to use my time effectively during my house confinement. After a brief pause, she hesitantly asked, are you leaving tomorrow? To Nonchong? Mujin nodded. Yes, we'll be departing early in the morning. I initially thought I would remain in Hunan after leaving the Shaolin Temple, but fate seems to have other plans. Sioa's expression darkened as thoughts weighed on her mind. We've only just grown close, and now he's leaving already. He saved me when I was a child, and now he's saved the Merchant Guild. I haven't even had the chance to properly thank him. People around me always seem to leave. It's hard to form bonds when they all eventually disappear. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Mujin gently called her name, pulling her from her thoughts. Flashing a reassuring smile, he said, I'm only going on a business trip. I'll return once my work there is complete. In the meantime, you'd better keep training diligently. When I come back, I'll be testing your progress, so be prepared. I won't be going easy on you. Understood. Sioa gave a firm nod, sealing her promise to continue training. With that, Mujin had provided her with the final push of motivation she needed. Now that everything was set, the journey to Nonchong was about to begin. Early the next morning, as they set off on their travels, Mujin turned to the coachman and asked, "How long will it take to reach Nonchong?" The coachman replied, "If all goes smoothly, we should arrive in approximately 4 days." Mujin nodded. "Understood. We'll be counting on you." The coachman assured him, "Rest easy. I'll get you there safely." As the journey commenced, Mujin's mind remained preoccupied. Now that Hong So-hee has been eliminated, the enemy organization will undoubtedly take action. If possible, I want to confront the Tyrant Blade faction directly and cross paths with that individual. Ryu Sealho, the second son of Ryu Jiguang. According to Gay Kyung's novel, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, he will play a pivotal role. Meanwhile, in a distant office, Ryu Sealho was meticulously reviewing a stack of documents when a servant entered and respectfully informed him, "Branch leader, guests from the Merchant Guild Leaders faction are en route to see you." Ryu Sealho's gaze sharpened. "From main guild? What kind of guests?" The servant replied, "They are from the Shaolin Temple." Upon hearing those words, Ryu Sealho immediately turned his head, his crimson eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the messenger. The scene shifted back to Mujin, who was seated inside a carriage as it made its way toward its destination. The rhythmic clatter of horse hooves filled the air, and the gentle swaying of the carriage signaled that they were nearing their stop. The coachman, holding the reins firmly, turned his head slightly and addressed Mujin in a respectful tone. "Blessed monk, will be arriving shortly." Mujin's gaze shifted towards the horizon, his eyes narrowing as he spotted a city emerging in the distance. His voice carried a note of curiosity as he asked, "That place we see ahead, is that Nonchong?" The coachman gave a small nod and responded, "Yes, please prepare to disembark." Mujin took another look at the approaching cityscape, its bustling energy already palpable from afar. He leaned slightly to the side, glancing nervously into the dimly lit interior of the carriage. As his fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the wooden seat, a thought crossed his mind. "That's my second place of business, Nonchong. It would have been better if I had taken this trip alone." Pushing those thoughts aside, Mujin straightened up and spoke, "We've arrived. Please wake up." Just as the words left his lips, a sudden, sharp impact landed on his head. The dull thud echoed inside the carriage, and pain shot through his skull. Startled, he clutched his head and looked up to see the culprit, a wooden stick held in the firm grip of an old man. "You little brat," a gruff voice snapped at him. "Did you not hear what the coachman just said? He clearly told us, we'll be arriving shortly, didn't he?" The one wielding the stick was none other than Hyan Guang, the head of the Demon Slayer's order. Unlike Mujin, who sat upright, Hyan Guang was sprawled across the floor of the carriage, lazily resting as if the cramped space were a bed meant for him alone. His voice carried an unmistakable irritation as he continued, "I told you to wake me up only when we have actually arrived. Do you not understand words, or are you just deaf?" Mujin, still rubbing the sore spot where the stick had landed, shouted back in frustration, "No one would understand what you mean if you say it like that." Hyan Guang yawned, stretching his arms before rolling over dismissively. "In any case, I'm going back to sleep," he muttered. Mujin clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together as he tried to contain his irritation. Why did it have to be this old man? He thought, barely restraining himself from kicking Hyan Guang out of the carriage. The scene shifted to a discussion that had taken place 2 days prior, within the halls of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Mujin stood before Hyan Guang, his brows furrowed in disbelief. "What? You want me to travel with Monk Hyan Guang?" he asked, his tone betraying his reluctance. Hyan Guang nodded and explained, "Yes. You might not be aware, but in the vicinity of Nonchong, there have been rumors, whispers about underworld gangs and unorthodox martial groups making occasional appearances. While these are merely rumors, I'm not comfortable sending you there alone. That's why I'm considering asking Hyan Guang to accompany you. He has extensive knowledge about unorthodox groups, and it's always safer to take extra precautions. Nothing bad will come from being careful." Back in the present, Mujin exhaled a heavy sigh as he leaned slightly against the carriage wall. His fingers drummed against the wood as he mulled over the situation. "This is actually good. My main goal on this trip is to deal with the Tyrant Blade faction, a group that does the dirty work of the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild. That means there will be fighting. Having someone as strong as Hyan Guang around definitely puts me at ease. But then a troubling thought crept in. Can I really depend on him? Meanwhile, just as the carriage rolled forward, Hyan Guang's ears twitched slightly. Though his eyes remained closed, his other senses remained sharp. He picked up on a subtle but distinct sound coming from a distance. The corners of his lips curled into an eager grin as an amused thought crossed his mind. Just as I thought, something fun's about to happen. His fingers instinctively tightened around the wooden stick in his grasp. To think those little rats have come out to meet us already. This trip won't be a boring one after all. At that moment, hidden within the thick canopy of trees overlooking the road, two figures clad in dark robes observed the carriage. Their blood-red eyes gleamed ominously from the shadows, locked onto their target. The scene shifted once again, this time to the interior of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nonchong branch. Within a private chamber, Ryu Sealho, the second son of Ryu Jiguang and the branch leader of the guild, sat in quiet contemplation. Turning to a subordinate standing before him, he asked in a calm but firm tone, "So, have you confirmed it?" A man dressed in black, the same one who had been watching Mujin's carriage earlier, took a seat across from him. With a nod, he replied, "Yes, we've confirmed that they've arrived by horse-drawn carriage." Ryu Sealho narrowed his eyes. "The Shaolin disciples have come here?" Before he could inquire further, a sharp knock echoed through the room. "Branch leader, the guests of the merchant guild leader are here." Ryu Sealho barely spared a glance at his hidden subordinate before giving him a curt signal. "Hide," he ordered, then turned his attention back to the servant. "Let them in." The doors swung open, and Mujin entered the chamber. As he stepped inside, his gaze subtly swept across the room, his sharp instincts tingling. There's a presence here, something faint. Am I overthinking things? Pushing the thought aside, he turned to face Ryu Sealho and greeted him with a polite nod. "Nice to meet you. I am Mujin, a third-class disciple of Shaolin." Ryu Sealho responded with a measured smile. "I am Ryu Sealho, the branch leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nonchong branch. It must have been exhausting for you to make such a long journey. I've already received a letter from the Merchant Guild leader, so I have a rough understanding of the situation. Our Nonchong branch intends to commission a workshop to craft the tools your clinic requires. If you need anything else, you may speak to the chief supervisor." Mujin raised an eyebrow. "Pardon?" Ryu Sealho's tone turned dismissive. "Today is your first day here, so I made time for you. But as the branch leader, I have a great deal of work to attend to." Mujin's expression remained neutral, but internally, he scoffed. "So that's how you want to play it? How rude, befitting for a future villain." With a polite but insincere smile, he said, "May I take my leave now, branch leader?" Ryu Sealho gave a small nod. "It'd be nice if you did. I have a lot of work to do. Please take your leave." Without hesitation, Mujin turned and exited the office. As soon as the door shut behind him, the black-clad figure reappeared before Ryu Sealho. Ryu Sealho smirked. Even though he wasn't entirely sure, "I can't believe he managed to sense your presence." The figure nodded. "He's certainly no ordinary monk." Ryu Sealho leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled together. "Underestimating him could disrupt our plans. Father, the merchant guild leader, must have had a reason for praising him so highly. I suppose I'll have to test it myself." The figure tilted his head. "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" Ryu Sealho's lips curled into a knowing smile. "I just recalled an incident where a large number of Shaolin Outer Sect disciples left. The world is a place that reacts sensitively to rumors, as long as they sound interesting. Spread that rumor." The figure bowed. "Yes, sir." As the scene shifted back to Mujin, he was busy unloading supplies from the carriage with the assistance of a local disciple. The two worked efficiently, transferring various packages and equipment into the temple in the area. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, Mujin turned to his helper and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping with the luggage. I really appreciate it." His helper, a man named Mak Jaihyok, offered a warm smile in response. He was an outer sect disciple under the Jiangxi Buddha, 5th sect leader. "I was also once a Shaolin disciple," he revealed. "We should all help each other out whenever we can. When I was still a disciple, my Buddhist name was Hai Shin." Mujin took a moment to reflect on this. He had been under the impression that monk Hyan Guang was deeply concerned about the security of Nonchong. Yet, from what he had seen so far, the Buddha 5th sect leader and his disciples appeared to be kind and welcoming. It was a comforting realization. As Mak Jaihyok glanced over the various tools Mujin had brought with him, his curiosity was piqued. "By the way, can these fancy-looking things really help the world?" Mujin nodded firmly. These are medical treatment tools that have already provided a great deal of aid to countless people. We can't be the only ones benefiting from something so valuable. That's precisely why we came here, to share them with those in need. Before their conversation could continue, a sudden knock on the door broke the moment. A voice called out from outside. Is the Buddhist sect leader in there? Is anyone inside? Both Mujin and Mak Jaehyuk exchanged puzzled looks before turning their attention toward the door. Wondering who could be calling upon them so urgently, Mak Jaehyuk took the initiative to approach the gate. Please excuse me for a moment, he said. It seems we have an unexpected visitor. As he pulled the door open, his eyes widened at the sight before him. A large group of people had gathered just outside, their expressions tense and confrontational. Immediately, he addressed them. Why are there so many of you here? What is the matter? From within the crowd, someone spoke up in a sharp tone. We have something to say to the person who came from Shaolin. We've heard some troubling rumors. Mak Jaehyuk's brows furrowed. What rumors? He asked cautiously. Mujin, observing the assembled individuals, quickly assessed the situation. These people, they seem to be representatives of the local sections, but they don't appear particularly strong. Just then, an older man with silver-white hair stepped forward. His presence commanded attention. This was none other than Kong Tai-gu, the leader of the Jiangshi Tai Sword sect. His voice carried a stern edge as he demanded, is it true that the noble Shaolin disciples, who have supposedly cut off all worldly desires, are attempting to conduct business using medical techniques? His accusation stirred murmurs of discontent among the onlookers. Soon, others joined in, voicing their displeasure. The Shaolin Temple is getting involved in business now. Is it because you're struggling financially after so many outer sect disciples left? I thought Shaolin monks were above such things. Never imagined they'd be corrupted by money. Mak Jaehyuk, remaining composed, responded calmly. As you can see, this place is intended to serve as a clinic. It exists solely to provide medical treatment for those who are suffering, but the dissenters were unmoved. Then do it for free, one of them shouted. Even if you monks are struggling financially, how can the Shaolin Temple justify expanding its influence under the guise of business? You should return to your mountain at once. Mujin clenched his fists. His patience was wearing thin. Internally, he seethed. These fools are really overstepping their bounds. Stepping forward, he interjected, his voice unwavering. Pardon me for interrupting your discussion, but we, the Shaolin disciples, have only just arrived here. We were in the middle of unloading our supplies. Tell me, how did you know that we intended to use medical techniques? His words cast a brief silence over the crowd. Individuals exchanged uncertain glances before one of them hesitantly spoke up. Didn't you say it yourself? No, another voice countered. I heard it from the Tai Sword sect leader. Kong Tai-gu, Tai Sword sect leader, now under scrutiny, simply crossed his arms. Only heard about it through rumors. Mujin's eyes narrowed. So that's how it is, he thought. The only person capable of rallying all these minor sects in one place, it has to be Ryu Sealho. That cunning fox. He's trying to manipulate public opinion against me. Aloud, Mujin declared, I think I understand why you've gathered here. Let me make something clear. I traveled a great distance, fully prepared to dedicate myself to helping others. My goal is to aid the people of this city. So to hear ridiculous accusations like Shaolin has become obsessed with money is something we fully anticipated. Kong Tai-gu remained unmoved. Even so, Mujin pressed on. Even so, are you truly saying you don't want the people of Nonchong to have access to better healthcare? Kong Tai-gu scoffed. That claim is far-fetched. Mujin smirked. Far-fetched? Let's be honest here. Why would the Shaolin Temple need your permission to open a clinic? Unless, of course, there's another reason behind your opposition. Do you really take us for fools? His gaze sharpened. You're all just Ryu Sealho's pawns. Just then, a younger man stepped forward, his expression filled with irritation. I can't listen to this any longer. Why does a mere young monk from Shaolin talk so much? Father, allow me to deal with this. This was Kong Jiawan, the eldest son of the Tai Sword sect leader. With a smug grin, he issued a challenge. I'll personally teach you the proper mindset a Shaolin disciple should have. Let's settle this the orthodox way, with a duel. The gathered crowd erupted into cheers of approval, their excitement palpable. Mujin smirked, cracking his knuckles. Judging by their reaction, that means everyone agrees, right? Fine, then. He shifted into his fighting stance, his gaze unwavering. Don't just stand there. Come me already. Some time later, as the duel between Kong Jiawan and Mujin commenced, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The spectators watched with bated breath. Their eyes locked onto the two warriors. Kang Jiawan, his body covered in bruises and cuts, hesitated to continue the fight. His breathing was ragged, and his muscles trembled from exhaustion. The crowd, unimpressed by his reluctance, began shouting at him. "Why aren't you giving it your all?" Someone jeered. Gritting his teeth, Kang Jiawan's thoughts raced. Is he really just a teenager? He wondered. I heard he was only a third-class disciple. How did he manage to survive Dangfeng County? There must be a reason. But how is he so strong? Before he could gather himself, Mujin rushed forward again with blistering speed. Kang Jiawan reacted instinctively, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick. However, Mujin dodged it effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. There it is again, that strange technique. Kang Jiawan thought, his mind struggling to comprehend Mujin's unpredictable footwork. In a split second, Mujin seized the opportunity. He grabbed Kang Jiawan's extended leg with one hand while simultaneously gripping his robe. With a swift, calculated motion, he executed a powerful leg hook, sending Kang Jiawan crashing onto the hard ground. The impact rattled his body, and as he lay there, blood trickled from his forehead, mixing with the dust beneath him. His limbs felt heavy, his mind clouded by fatigue. Mujin stood over him and scoffed. Your attack was so predictable that even a child could have dodged it, he remarked coldly. I've won. Don't make any more trouble. And don't even think about going back on your word. Act like an orthodox martial artist should. Meanwhile, perched atop a nearby rooftop, Hyan Guang observed the fight with mild amusement. Watching Mujin's win, he muttered under his breath, I didn't even have to step in. That was reckless, but it looks like things worked out in the end. He let out a small sigh, then shook his head. But how foolish. He's already left a terrible first impression on the locals. From the very start, he's done nothing but make enemies here. Kid, what's your next move? As night fell, the streets of Nonchong were bustling with life. Lanterns cast a warm glow over the roads, illuminating the throngs of people who moved about, engaged in lively conversation. Dressed in a disguise, Mujin blended seamlessly into the crowd, his steps careful and deliberate. His altered appearance kept him from drawing unwanted attention, at least from those who weren't particularly observant. A small group of women nearby caught sight of him and began whispering among themselves. My, he's so handsome. One of them gushed, her eyes sparkling. Look at his physique, another murmured. Even through his clothes, you can see how toned his muscles are. And that hair so thick and flowing. The third one giggled and called out playfully. Handsome man, want to have some fun tonight? Oh my, don't be so shy. Mujin sighed inwardly. I can't believe I'm actually wearing a wig. Damn, that Shaolin Temple. If not for this disguise, everyone would immediately recognize that I'm a monk. His gaze swept over the streets as he continued walking. In this era, the Tyrant Blade faction hasn't fully seized control of Nonchong yet. I need to gather every scrap of information on them, no matter how insignificant it may seem. As he passed by an inn, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, stopping him in his tracks. The scent was intoxicating, making his stomach tighten in protest. His gaze shifted towards the entrance, where the inviting glow of lanterns illuminated the faces of diners indulging in hearty meals. I can't go in there now, he reminded himself, clenching his fists. I have to stay focused on my mission. That's why I went through the trouble of disguising myself in the first place. Sweat formed on his brow as he struggled to suppress his desires. Calm down, he told himself. My priority is tracking down the Tyrant Blade faction. I need to find Ryu Sealho and the other villains and deliver a devastating blow to them. But his stomach twisted with hunger. For the past few months, the only protein I've had has come from mushrooms and tofu. Shaking his head vigorously, he scolded himself. No, Mujin, snap out of it. I need to focus on gathering information, not meat. At that precise moment, a deep, rumbling sound echoed through the street. Mujin froze. People around him stopped and turned their heads. I think I just heard thunder, one man said, looking up at the sky. No, another man whispered. That sound came from that young man's stomach. A third person hushed them. Sure, how can you be so tactless? Mujin's face burned with embarrassment. Some time later, he finally gave in and entered the inn. As soon as he sat down, he ordered several meat dishes and wasted no time devouring them. Nothing is more important than filling your stomach first, he murmured between bites, his mouth full. This is the perfect time to use the money I received as a gift. It's been ages since I've had high-quality protein. The last time I had a proper meal was during the wall-facing punishment. He stuffed more food into his mouth. I don't know when I'll get another chance to eat like this, so I need to take full advantage of it. Taking a deep breath, he admired the dish in front of him. Dompa pork? Grandpa used to love this stuff. The smell alone is divine. All right, little pork belly. I'll make sure you're reborn as strength within my body. Lost in his thoughts and his meal, Mujin remained unaware that he was being watched. From a nearby window, Hyan Guang sat comfortably, observing the scene with an amused expression. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he watching Mujin eat like a starving man. Mujin, mid-bite, suddenly felt a strange sensation, an eerie sense of being watched. He glanced up and met Hyan Guang's gaze. The monk was smiling directly at him. Mujin's body tensed. His chopsticks clattered against the plate as shock coursed through him. He felt his stomach sink, his mind scrambling for a way to explain himself. Hyan Guang let out a low chuckle and said, "Well, I never expected to run into a fellow monk here. That's quite the feast you have in front of you. Are you enjoying yourself?" His smile widened as he continued. "So, you're the one who corrupted Grandmaster Hyan Guang? Is that why you fought so hard to stay in Nonchong? I saw the way you went after that big oaf earlier. Eyes full of fire. Quite the passionate little monk, aren't you?" Mujin swallowed hard, his mind racing. If I play this right, this could be my chance to take down the Tyrant Blade faction. Hyan Guang stood from his perch and gracefully made his way toward Mujin's table. With a smirk, he said, "Now then, as the price for me turning a blind eye to this, you'll be paying for both of our meals." Sometime later, as Mujin continued explaining the situation, more liquor bottles arrived at their table, the wooden cups clinking softly as the waiter placed them down. Hyan Guang leaned back slightly, crossing his arms as he summarized. "So, Ryu Jiguang, the leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, informed you that an underground organization has embedded itself in Nonchong. They've been committing unspeakable crimes, kidnapping children and women, selling them off like cattle. In response, you disguised yourself, entered this establishment, and ordered food in hopes of gathering intelligence on them. Is that correct?" Mujin gave a firm nod. "Yes, that's right." Hyan Guang lifted his cup, taking a slow sip of his liquor before exhaling. "I see. The name of that organization is the Tyrant Blade faction." Hearing those words, Mujin couldn't help but glance at the liquor in Hyan Guang's hand. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I want to drink liquor too, but he quickly dismissed it. Hyan Guang's lips curled into a sinister grin as he set his cup down. "If what you're saying is true, then this might be a good opportunity for me. It's been a while since I've had a chance to truly stretch my muscles." He then leaned back slightly, narrowing his eyes as his thoughts continued. "There's a strong chance that the people watching us earlier belonged to the Tyrant Blade faction. But what's strange is, even after detecting my energy, they chose to do nothing. They didn't react at all, even when faced with my anti-demon Buddha energy. Does that mean they're still rational enough to avoid unnecessary conflict?" Just then, Hyan Guang suddenly called out, "Waiter!" A man hurried over saying, "Yes, sir." Hyan Guang casually lifted a silver niang between his fingers. Mujin's gaze immediately locked onto the coin, his expression shifting. "Wait, that's my silver niang. I only took them out for a moment. When did he take one?" Hyan Guang, unfazed by Mujin's silent frustration, spoke smoothly. "Do you happen to know anything about a group called the Tyrant Blade faction? If you have any information, tell me now, and I'll make sure you receive another one of these." He flipped the silver niang in his hand, letting the light glint off it enticingly. Some time later, after gathering information from the waiter, Mujin and Hyan Guang arrived at the headquarters of the Black Death faction. The waiter had told them, "I've never heard of the Tyrant Blade faction, but there is a notorious underworld syndicate here in Nonchong known as the Black Death faction. They've been operating for a long time, dealing in all sorts of shady business. If any group could be tied to the Tyrant Blade faction, it would be them." Now, standing amidst the aftermath of battle, the scent of blood and sweat thick in the air, Mujin surveyed the unconscious bodies of their defeated foes. With a deep sigh, he muttered, "This isn't them. The Tyrant Blade faction isn't weak like this. These guys are nothing more than street thugs. They're even weaker than that fool Kong Jiawan, the one I fought yesterday." Hyan Guang stepped forward and nonchalantly slapped one of the unconscious men across the face. The man stirred, groaning as he slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself being yanked up by the collar. Hyan Guang's voice was cold and sharp as he demanded, "I doubt you know much about the Tyrant Blade faction, but tell me, are there any up-and-coming underworld groups that could pose a threat to your faction? Have you noticed any organizations bringing in outsiders?" His grip tightened. "If I don't hear an answer I like, I'll boil you alive." Panic flooded the man's face. His breath came in short gasps as he stammered. "There's a place. We've seen several unfamiliar faces there recently. A lot of people go in, but almost no one ever comes out. We never dared to interfere with that place recklessly. Hyan Guang mused before asking, "Do you know its location?" The man trembled, thoughts racing in his head. "I'll tell them everything. Please, just spare me." Mujin and Hyan Guang exchanged glances. A silent understanding passed between them. "We found them." As soon as the man provided the necessary details, Hyan Guang turned on his heel and immediately began moving toward the location without hesitation. Mujin, sensing the recklessness of the decision, quickly called out, "Wait, going in with just the two of us could be dangerous. Let's contact the rest of the monks and go together." Hyan Guang paused only briefly before turning his head slightly. "You want to call for reinforcements?" he scoffed. "I don't think that's necessary." He then lifted his hand and gestured toward the nearby rooftops. "I think my guys are more than enough already." Mujin's eyes widened as he turned and saw them, silhouettes perched on the rooftops, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Realization dawned upon him. "So the presences I felt earlier, they were from the demon extermination squad? When did they start following us?" Hyan Guang chuckled. "They'll show up wherever I am or wherever the stench of the demonic cult lingers. Looks like the higher-ups didn't just send me to handle this mission. They really are obsessed with me." Then, raising his voice, he issued the command. "All of you heard me, right? Demon Extermination Squad, move out." The Tyrant Blade faction was a notorious unorthodox group that played a major role in the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, written by author G.A. Kyung. Known for their ruthless and sadistic nature, they stood as one of the most feared villainous organizations within the story. Under the secret patronage of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the faction engaged in a range of illicit activities, including drug trafficking and human smuggling. To ensure that their operations remained undetected, they deliberately chose a secluded and well-hidden base in the outskirts of a remote village, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to stumble upon their whereabouts. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden stronghold of the Tyrant Blade faction, the air was thick with tension. The leader of the faction sat upon his ornate seat, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of irritation and expectation. His voice was sharp as he addressed the subordinate kneeling before him. "You failed?" he asked, his tone devoid of patience. The subordinate kept his head low, suppressing a nervous gulp. "Yes, unfortunately," he admitted. "As per your orders, we attempted to manipulate the sects in the area to force the Shaolin disciples into retreat. However, our efforts were thwarted by a single monk, the one they call the Blessed Monk. Because of him, our plans to drive them out ended in failure." The leader narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on the armrest of his chair. "You're telling me that all of you failed because of one young monk?" He scoffed before shaking his head in disgust. "This is exactly why I despise the Orthodox factions. Those self-righteous hypocrites can't even stand on their own without clinging to their so-called morality. They're dead weight, yet somehow you still lost to them." The subordinate hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. "But will this really be fine? If the rumors are true and Hyan Guang, the demon exterminator, is accompanying the blessed monk." Before he could finish his sentence, a club came to an abrupt stop just inches from his forehead. The sheer force behind it caused the air to tremble. The subordinate froze in place, barely able to breathe. His trembling eyes darted upward to see his leader gripping the heavy weapon with an ironclad grip, his expression unreadable. "So what?" The leader sneered, tilting his head slightly. "Do you think I'll lose?" He let out a low chuckle before leaning forward, eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. "Well, I suppose Hyan Guang has slaughtered quite a number of people. But tell me," his smirk widened, "aren't you curious as well?" The subordinate, still staring at the club hovering near his face, struggled to suppress his fear. The leader grinned, exuding confidence. "If the so-called demon exterminator and I, the great leader of the Tyrant Blade faction, were to clash at full power, then tell me, who would emerge victorious?" At that moment, outside the base, one of the guards standing watch heard a faint, unfamiliar sound. His brows furrowed as he turned in the direction of the noise, his senses on high alert. What was that sound? He thought, gripping his weapon tightly. Before he could react further, something strange appeared on the surface of the outer wall, a blazing imprint, flickering with an intense heat. As he stared in confusion, his eyes widened in horror. "It's getting hotter. Wait, now that I look closely," his breath hitched. "Those are palm-shaped." Before he could even process the revelation, the entire wall was obliterated in an instant. A massive explosion of force sent debris flying in all directions as a devastating palm strike crashed through the barrier. The sheer power of the attack sent the guard hurtling backward, his body colliding with the ground in a violent tumble. Standing amidst the wreckage was a lone figure, Biab Y. His outstretched hand still crackled with residual energy from the Rilai Divine Palm Strike, the very technique that had just torn through the fortification as if it were paper. The guard, despite his injuries, forced out a desperate shout. An enemy ambush from the east. Get everyone out here now. No sooner had he called for reinforcements than another explosion erupted from the opposite side of the base. This one was different, charged with brilliant, crackling electricity. The stunned guard barely had time to think. The other side, too? From the midst of the chaos, a voice rang out, calm yet mocking. "TSK, you're making a big fuss over nothing," Biob Gang remarked as he stood amidst flickering arcs of lightning. "That little attack wasn't enough to kill you, was it?" From within the fortress, alarmed voices began to rise. "They're all baldies," someone shouted. "The intruders are from the Shaolin Temple. We're being ambushed from both the east and the west at the same time." Before the panic cries could spread further, another loud crack echoed through the battlefield. Haiguan had stepped onto that shouting enemy's face. "You should really pay more attention," Haiguan taunted, his tone dripping with condescension. "We're coming in from the front too. You guys are so incompetent. At least now I understand just how low your standards are." With that, he grinding him into the ground with a force that made the earth beneath them fracture, forming spiderweb-like cracks. Rising to his full height, Haiguan scanned the battlefield with sharp eyes. Then his voice rang out, unwavering and full of authority. "Unorthodox martial artists who have plagued the world with your atrocities, today marks your end." Lifting his weapon, he called out to his allies. "Demon Extermination Squad, move out." The battlefield erupted into chaos as the battle raged on. The monks of the Shaolin Temple unleashed their overwhelming strength, cutting down their enemies with precision and expertise. The unorthodox warriors who had once terrorized the region were now being swiftly and mercilessly dismantled. Mujin, observing the battle from a short distance away, felt a shiver run down his spine. "I never realized it until now, but the older monks, they're unbelievably strong. They're barely even trying, yet they're mowing down the enemies like it's nothing." His gaze swept over the battlefield, watching as seasoned Shaolin monks dispatch foes with effortless efficiency. Is this the true power of the Shaolin Temple? The so-called world's strongest guiding light? Before he could contemplate further, a voice called out to him. "Mujin!" It was Biob Gang. He turned his head just in time to see the older monk pointing forward. "Monk Haiguan went on ahead," Biob Gang said firmly. "Leave this place to us and catch up to him." Mujin gritted his teeth and muttered, "All right," before breaking into a full sprint toward the interior of the stronghold. His heart pounded in his chest as an overwhelming pressure filled the air around him. He could feel it, the clashing of two immense energies ahead. "This is insane," he thought. "I can sense incredible forces colliding. Just what kind of battle is happening inside?" Without hesitation, he rushed toward the door and threw it open. His voice rang out urgently. "Monk Haiguan, are you all right?" There were more enemies than expected. However, the moment he laid eyes on the scene before him, his breath hitched in his throat. The battle inside the room was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. In the center, two figures clashed with terrifying force. Monk Haiguan and the leader of the Tyrant Blade faction. Their attacks sent shockwaves through the room, splintering wooden beams and cracking the stone floor beneath them. Mujin's thoughts raced as he took in the intensity of their fight. "What? This is insane. I've never seen such a brutal clash before. That man, he's strong enough to fight on equal footing with Monk Haiguan. That must be the Tyrant Blade faction's leader." As Mujin stood frozen, the battle continued with relentless ferocity. The faction leader suddenly propelled himself into the air, his massive club whistling through the air as he swung it downward in a devastating arc high. Guan barely evaded the attack, shifting his stance at the last possible moment before leaping skyward. Twisting midair, he retaliated with a precise strike from his wooden staff, aiming directly for the enemy's shoulder. But the Tyrant Blade faction leader was fast, unnaturally fast. He twisted out of the way, the staff barely grazing past him as he landed back on his feet. Seizing the moment, Haiguan issued a command in a powerful voice. "All members of the Demon Extermination Squad, begin the search within the compound. Free everyone in prison here. Search every corner thoroughly and gather any evidence that can be used against them." Even as he spoke, his battle against the Tyrant Blade faction leader continued without pause. Both fighters leaped into the air once more, their weapons clashing with thunderous force. The sheer impact sent ripples of energy through the air, and suddenly, crack! Spiderweb fractures spread along Haiguan's staff. The force of their collision flung both warriors backward. Hyan Guang landed in a crouch, his grip tightening around his now weakened staff. The Tyrant Blade faction leader, on the other hand, crashed violently against a set of wooden doors, splintering them upon impact. But instead of frustration, the man simply laughed. "This is so much fun," he bellowed, rising to his feet with an exhilarated grin. "You're just as strong as the rumors say, Monk Hyan Guang." Mujin, still standing near the entrance, felt a cold sweat run down his back. He's enjoying this? His fingers trembled slightly. Should I step in and assist Monk Hyan Guang now? Meanwhile, Hyan Guang remained kneeling, his gaze locked on his broken staff. He exhaled sharply. He's this strong. The fractured weapon on the ground in front of him trembled slightly. Calling for reinforcements was the right decision. I assumed this faction was nothing but a band of weaklings. I was wrong. The Tyrant Blade faction leader dusted himself off and smirked. "It's such an honor to be recognized by someone as renowned as you." Hyan Guang stood, his eyes narrowing. "That's not something you should be proud of. Every villain I've acknowledged has hoped that I'd soon join them in hell." The faction leader chuckled darkly. "Your weapon is already shattered. How much longer do you intend to keep up this act?" Slowly, Hyan Guang raised his hand, raw energy surging into his arm. His expression was cold and unwavering. "The way I send them to hell is always the same," he said. "They think they've won once they make me drop my weapon. But don't forget this. While I may be at a slight disadvantage, I am still from the Shaolin Temple. Even without my staff," his eyes burned with quiet intensity, "I can still kill you easily." The Tyrant Blade faction leader's smirk widened. "That's a bluff." But before he could finish that thought, Hyan Guang's fist connected directly with his face, the impact sending a deafening boom through the chamber. The floor beneath them cracked from the sheer force of the strike. The attack wasn't just powerful, it was an invincible anti-demon punch. The faction leader's head snapped back violently. A sharp gasp left his lips as blood sprayed into the air. "What just hit me? What the hell is with that power?" His body hurtled across the room like a rag doll before crashing into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Before he could even process what had happened, Hyan Guang was already airborne, his body twisting mid-leap as he prepared to strike again. "My punches are actually much stronger than my staff," he declared. "You're dead meat now." For the first time, the Tyrant Blade faction leader felt a twinge of fear. His instinct screamed at him. This monk was insane. What a crazy monk! But just before the finishing blow landed, Hyan Guang suddenly halted his attack. Instead of delivering another punch, he turned his attention toward Mujin. "Well, not right now, though. Time for a lesson, Mujin." Mujin blinked, completely confused. "A lesson?" Before he could ask anything else, Hyan Guang grabbed him roughly by the collar. "I've already weakened him enough. I'll leave the rest to you. Do whatever it takes to defeat him." Mujin's eyes widened in shock. "What? Are you serious?" Without warning, Hyan Guang threw Mujin forward, sending him hurtling toward the Tyrant Blade faction leader. The more danger there is, the more one's true strength awakens. Hyan Guang shouted, "Let's go." Mujin flailed midair, his mind spiraling into chaos. "He's suddenly throwing me off a cliff?" With no time to think, he landed in front of the Tyrant Blade faction leader. And just like that, the battle had shifted. Mujin versus the Tyrant Blade faction leader begins now.
The faction leader glared furiously and shouted, "You're passing the fight on to someone else in a situation like this? Are you implying that I'm not skilled enough to face the demon exterminator myself?" At that moment, Mujin, who had been pushed forward by Monk Hyan Guang, clasped on the ground. Before Mujin could even fully rise, the faction leader stormed toward him in a rage. "That might have been a pointless provocation," the leader growled. "But your plan to enrage me, it worked." He raised his club high above his head, his muscles flexing with raw strength. "After I reduce this snot-nosed brat to pulp, I'll grind you into dust too, demon exterminator or not," he roared, bringing the club down with terrifying speed. But Mujin, keeping his composure, sprang to his feet just in time. From behind, Hyan Guang smirked and called out, "You're mistaken about something. I'll be generous and spell it out for you. That monk you just tried to crush isn't just some snot-nosed brat." Before the club could reach him, Mujin swiftly dodged and grabbed the faction leader by the legs, flipping him over with a sudden burst of strength. With a heavy slam, he pinned the man to the ground. "He's a snot-nosed dog," Hyan Guang added casually. Hearing that, Mujin thought bitterly, that actually feels worse than being called a brat. His technique hadn't been clean, it was rushed and lacked proper form, but it had gotten the job done. Still gripping the pinned leader, he muttered, "You won't be getting up now that I've dropped you flat." I'll make sure your legs won't work before you can even try. The faction leader's rage boiled over. With a sudden surge of energy, he activated his breathing technique and released a burst of force, blasting Mujin away. Rising to his feet, the leader sneered. You use some strange techniques. A monk with a mark on his forehead and unorthodox moves. I get it now. You're the one they call Blessed Monk Mujin? Looks like we've got quite the lineup today. Turning to his subordinates, most of whom lay sprawled across the battlefield, he barked out. All of you! While I deal with this monk, exhaust the demon exterminator as much as you can. His men scrambled to their feet and surrounded Hyan Guang. Watching the mob form around him, Hyan Guang scoffed. So I don't even get to watch in peace, huh? Fine by me. Meanwhile, the faction leader faced Mujin once more. I hear you're quite talented in healing techniques. Let's see if those same skills can keep you alive. He taunted as he lunged forward. Not that you'll get the chance to use them before I kill you. Time passed as the battlefield filled with chaos. Hyan Guang was effortlessly mowing down the tyrant-laid faction soldiers, using only his fists, while still managing to keep an eye on Mujin's battle. That's it. You're doing great, he called out, noticing Mujin raising his left leg to absorb an incoming blow. Blocking the club with his leg, Mujin gritted his teeth and snapped back. I don't need you telling me what to do. The faction leader, staggered by Mujin's counter, charged again in disbelief. You little piece of... Before he could finish, Mujin twisted around him with speed and precision, grabbing his arm and locking it with an elbow twist. The faction leader was slammed to the ground again, grinding his teeth in frustration. This bastard? Another weird technique? It's all fake, hasn't he learned that already? He snarled, discharging another burst of energy that knocked Mujin back. Flimsy tricks won't work on me. Staggering back to his feet, Mujin thought, how many times has this happened? No matter what I try, he keeps getting up, even weakened. The gap between our levels is too wide. Am I just wasting my strength here? Determined, he sprinted toward his opponent. If martial arts are the only way, then fine. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Both combatants entered their respective zones. The faction leader unleashed a frenzied barrage of club strikes, while Mujin countered with a blend of Arhat palm strikes and rapid chain punches. One of the club blows landed, causing Mujin to cough up blood, but he immediately retaliated with a fierce punch to the faction leader's face. The faction leader swung again, but Mujin barely blocked with his left arm. Seizing the narrow window, Mujin delivered a brutal kick, right to his opponent's groin. The man howled in pain and lunged at Mujin, but Mujin broke free, launched into the air, and delivered a devastating kick to the faction leader's head. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Mujin growled. You sure yap a lot. So eat this. But the faction leader recovered almost instantly, and retaliated with a solid punch that sent Mujin flying backward. He slammed into the ground several meters away. Charging forward, the faction leader roared. Enough games. I'll kill you now. He leapt high into the air, shrouded in violent inner energy. Mujin, groaning, tried to stand. He still has that much strength. No, this must be his final attack. I need to put everything I have into this, he thought. Every last bit of inner energy. He focused, channeling everything into his invincible punch, then layered it with the chain punch's first technique. Focus. I can do this. Their attacks collided, club versus fist. A thunderous crack echoed across the battlefield. Mujin's fist shattered the club completely, leaving the faction leader stunned. Staggering back, the leader muttered, You should have destroyed me along with the weapon. But before he could react, Hyan Guang's voice boomed from behind him. You did great, Mujin. With the leader momentarily frozen, Hyan Guang closed the distance and unleashed his own technique, Invincible Anti-Demon Punch, from behind, striking the faction leader simultaneously as Mujin attacked from the front. The combined force shattered what was left of the leader's defenses. His broken club fell to the ground. He collapsed beside it. Still catching his breath, Mujin turned to Hyan Guang in disbelief. You already took care of all his men? Hyan Guang chuckled. They were all weaklings. Mujin smiled faintly, tightening his fists. Even if it all happened so suddenly, we pulled it off, Monk Hyan Guang. Hyan Guang nodded. Indeed. Great work. After the battle, Hyan Guang casually requested a silver niang as payment for his hard work. Mujin suspected it was just another excuse to buy liquor. What a bully, he thought. When the tyrant faction leader lost his inner energy, the remaining soldiers all bit their tongues and committed suicide. It wasn't merely despair, it seemed to follow some kind of unspoken rule. They found the hostages soon after. Now that they're safe, go report this to the others, monks who find them said. We also managed to rescue the trafficked victims. The demon extermination squad took custody of the rescued. Thankfully, the ledgers contained identification details, so returning them to their homes wouldn't be difficult. However, all the listed names were of individuals about to be sold. There was nothing revealing the identity of whoever was behind the trafficking ring. Not even a single clue about Ryu Sealho. As Mujin flipped through the reports, a piece of paper slipped out. He picked it up, curious. What's this? He thought, but the words on it made his eyes widen in shock. 2 children. 1 woman. Addressed to Jagal Hyan. To be delivered through the back door of the Jagal clan. The Jagal clan? Mujin thought. That's one of the shadow syndicates from Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. I thought they only existed in that story, but they're here too. Still working in the shadows. Still committing the same atrocities. Damn it. These fucking pieces of trash. The Jagal clan was one of the most prominent and influential families in Nonchong. Known for their extraordinary intellect, an expected trait among those bearing the Jagal name, they built their reputation on a foundation of enchantments, advanced war tactics, and martial strategies. Through this knowledge, they steadily elevated their status, eventually becoming known not just across Nonchong, but throughout the wider martial world. If the Shaolin Temple was revered as the pinnacle of martial arts, home to sacred and ultimate techniques, then the Jagal clan was the scholarly powerhouse tirelessly researching and dissecting martial disciplines. Yet, despite their intellectual superiority and formidable skills, they consistently lagged behind in global standing. The 1,000-year-old legacy of the Shaolin Temple loomed large, always eclipsing the Jagal clan. To the Jagals, Shaolin wasn't just a dominant orthodox sect, it was a rival. A thorn. A mountain they couldn't surpass. In the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, the Jagal clan only made a brief appearance. Their schemes, along with those of the other shadow syndicates, were foiled by the protagonist in short order, and they vanished from the narrative. I assumed their story ended there. But now in the Shaolin Chronicles, they've returned in Volume 3, this time involved in human trafficking? Disgusting. Just trash. The scene shifted to an opulent chamber where Jagal Hyan, one of the clan's respected elders, waited impatiently. His eyes narrowed in irritation. I was summoned here with urgency, and yet I'm the one kept waiting? He asked coldly. A servant quickly bowed and apologized. Forgive us, elder. The treatment for the sect leader's son took longer than anticipated. The sect leader's son? Jagal Hyan's gaze sharpened. I heard he fought the blessed monk. Kong Jiuan, wasn't it? Just then, Kong Taigu, the leader of the Jiangshi Tai sword sect, entered the room with his son, Kong Jiuan, who was wrapped in thick bandages. The elder bowed slightly. You've come a long way, Elder Jagal. Please forgive us for the delay. It's fine. I'm not that upset, Jagal Hyan replied. His eyes scanned Jiuwen's injuries. But I can't believe the blessed monk did this to such a kind child. Was this truly the work of the so-called pillar of the orthodox factions? Exactly so, Kong Taigu confirmed. Jiuwen leaned in, whispering to his father. But we're an orthodox sect too, is it really right for us to act this underhandedly? Kong Taigu grit his teeth and whispered back. This is because you lost, you fool. Their exchange was cut short when Jagal Hyan spoke again. So you called me here to ask for help? Kong Taigu's expression brightened. Yes. We were only trying to remind the Shaolin Temple of their roots, but they mocked us. They said we had no authority to challenge them, no rules barring their business. They even invited us to fight them if we had a problem. During the battle, their monk used some strange, unrecognizable technique on my son. Look at him, he might never speak again. And all this, with no prior notice or explanation. Jagal Hyan remained silent, though his thoughts were sharp. Pathetic. They couldn't handle a single monk and now expect me to clean up their mess? Kong Taigu gestured to his son. His jaws dislocated. Look at the state he's in. Still, Jagal Hyan kept his thoughts to himself. Why should I clean up after your son's failure? These other factions, all of them are incompetent. Money problems, disputes, disorganization, and now they want to rule Nonchong? I've waited for them to implode and clear the path, but perhaps it's time to intervene. Shaolin crossed the line this time. I'll use that as justification to hunt them down. And in doing so, I'll form the next ruling faction. Puppets first. Power later. And that boy fought the blessed monk, didn't he? Perfect. Let's see whose next generation is stronger, ours or theirs. He finally spoke. Very well. I'll help. Your family has supported us before, and now that you're under pressure, we can't turn a blind eye. I'll dispatch one of our elite units, the Shadow Sword Squad. Request a rematch with the monk. Kong Taigu nodded. Understood. He bowed and exited. Jagal Hyan stood up, musing. A fair fight would be ideal. If Shaolin wins again, we'll turn public sentiment against them. Jin He should be the one. He pointed to his side. Jin He. You'll fight him. Before dawn, at the Buddha Fist sect where Mujin was staying, Kong Taigu arrived. So, Mujin said with a yawn, you're saying our last fight wasn't official because it was a one-sided beating, and now you want a rematch? Kong Taigu, trembling with rage, replied. Yes. It was an unsanctioned fight, held in the streets, with no judge. And how dare you yawn while speaking to an elder? You're shameless. Mujin shrugged. Didn't the crowd cheer for us to fight? That's as good as agreement. And you show up before dawn without a single letter. Who's rude now? Shut up! Kong Taigu shouted. You'll accept what you're told and apologize. Let's not change the subject. I already won. My son can't even speak because of you. Do you think I'll just let that slide? Before it escalated further, a calm voice interrupted them. Both of you enough. Ji He stepped forward. Yes, the fight was one-sided. Yes, someone was hurt badly. But if this continues, it will damage the reputation of your upcoming clinic. A healer who also injures? That won't sit well with the public. Mujin laughed. I hit his leg. But his jaw is broken. How fascinating. Which is why, Jin He continued, we propose a rematch. One with clear terms. If we lose, we won't bother you again. And if you win, what then? Mujin said. You called the last fight unofficial. What stops you from asking for a third match? Jin He reached into his robe and tossed the scroll. Mujin caught it and looked confused. It's a memorandum signed by the martial groups. It ensures this fight is final. Stop bothering me, Mujin thought. I'm still recovering from the Tyrant Blade battle. Then, a voice whispered directly in his ear. What's the matter? Scared to lose? It was Hyan Guang, using frequency transmission. Mujin flinched. What the? That was inside my ear. Creepy technique. Hyan Guang teased again. Scared because your opponent looks strong? I'm not scared. Mujin snapped out loud. Fine. I accept. Did that hurt your pride? Hyan Guang chuckled in his head. Of course not. You think I'm scared of someone like that? This match will settle things once and for all. Ji He said. And I suggest you remove that veil. Mujin added. I don't want excuses about it being in your way. Jin He nodded, removing her veil and tossing it aside. Gasps followed. She was a woman. I'll be serious from now on, she said. And while I understand your frustration, I expect you to address me with respect. She was Jagal Ji He, member of the Shadow Sword Squad and granddaughter of the clan's patriarch. She's a woman, Mujin thought, slightly caught off guard. The referee raised his hand. The rematch begins now. They launched forward, Mujin swinging a powerful fist, Ji He with her energy-coated folding fan. The moment their attacks clashed, Mujin's expression changed. She's fast. If this keeps up, I'll get cut. He activated Iron Guard just in time, but her strike still pushed him back. Damn, she's seriously strong. Using the silent frequency transmission that only a skilled martial arts could master, Hyan Guang's voice echoed directly into Mujin's mind. Take a good look at her, he said with a wry tone. Isn't she a beauty? Don't let that slender frame fool you. She's not just graceful, she's far more skilled than you. Mujin's brow twitched as he narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Then what do you expect me to do? He asked, his voice half annoyed, half curious. Give it your very best, came the monk's calm yet firm reply. Suddenly, like a streak of wind, Ji He darted forward. Her movement was fluid, deceptively delicate, but behind it was sheer force. She unleashed a flurry of attacks with her fan, each swing sharp enough to whistle through the air like slicing blades. Mujin barely managed to dodge each strike, weaving and twisting to avoid her deadly grace. A fan? As a blade? Mujin thought to himself in disbelief. I've never seen anyone wield a fan like that before. As the battle escalated, Hyan Guang's voice slipped into his thoughts once again. I'll give you a strategy to defeat her, he advised. Stick close, closer than comfort would allow. Get up in her space. Think like a shameless flirt, cling to her like a playboy would. Very, very closely. Mujin almost lost his balance, not from an attack, but from the absurd suggestion. Are you kidding me? Right now? His cheeks flushed slightly from the awkward idea. But he shook it off quickly. No time to hesitate. I'll switch to combination techniques. He centered himself, his feet rotating like gears in motion, and propelled into the air. He spun through a sequence, a spiral kick infused with inner energy followed by a sweeping whirlwind attack aimed directly at Ji-hee. Yet to his shock, she met the assault head-on. Her fan wasn't just a fan, it was reinforced, battle-hardened. It clanged against his kick, absorbing the force before she was finally pushed back by his sheer strength. Ji-hee tumbled backward, but landed with flawless grace, using a palm press against the ground to absorb the momentum. Without pause, she launched into the air like a leaf caught on a gust of wind, her aura flaring as she channeled energy into a counterattack, soaring stride followed by the devastating fatal wind slash. Glowing wind crescents rained down from above like cleaving waves. Mujin broke into a sprint, zigzagging across the field to avoid being sliced apart. She really launched wind slashes, with a fan? What kind of technique is that? He thought, panting between dodges. Sword, shield, hidden weapons, she's a master of all of them. Monk Hyan Guang wasn't exaggerating. She's truly on another level. Still, he found a sliver of hope. I may not match her in technique, but my brute strength is on a different scale. I've already forced her back once. Compared to that monster from the Tyrant Blade faction, she's manageable. Alright, let's see if that ridiculous monk's suggestion works after all. With sudden determination, Mujin dashed toward her. I'll stick to her like glue. He could feel the tension from earlier begin to fade as he adjusted to her style. She caught me off guard at first with those unfamiliar weapons, but not anymore. If I stay close, she won't be able to build momentum for her ranged slashes. Each gust she sent at him was dodged with tight footwork as he closed the distance. Jinhee's eyes narrowed. What is he doing? He's just charging straight at me like an idiot. But then came the shout. How long are you going to float around up there like a goddess? Does the air up there taste that good? Mujin roared as he propelled himself high into the air, twisting mid-air to grab her ankle mid-flight. Come down here, let's fight on the ground. With a grunt, he hurled her downward. The impact shook the battlefield as her body crashed against the earth with a loud thud. Jinhee gasped in pain, rolling instinctively, but Mujin was already upon her. His fist came crashing down, but struck only dirt as she barely managed to evade. She pushed back, sliding across the ground, but Mujin didn't give her a moment to breathe. He stepped in again, his face stretched into a grin. Where do you think you're going? I'm not letting you escape now. He launched a barrage of fists, each blow coming harder than the last. Jinhee blocked as best she could, parrying with her fan. Her thoughts raced. Why is he sticking so close? In close combat earlier, I was in control. Has he figured out my movement patterns? Or does he have something else in mind? This pressure, this energy, I've never had someone press me like this before. Who is this monk? Just as her mind hesitated, Mujin saw his opening. His hand shot forward, grabbing her fan and twisting it from her grip. Then, without warning, his other hand wrapped around the back of her head. Her eyes widened in confusion, and then suddenly she blushed. What is it? What are you trying to? Crack. He slammed his forehead against hers with brutal force. The headbutt was swift and precise. Jinhee's eyes rolled back as she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Mujin exhaled and turned toward the stunned group of martial leaders, including Kang Taegu. His voice rang loud and confident. You all saw it. That makes 2 wins in a row. Don't even think about causing more trouble now. The gathered leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Kang Taegu's face was flushed with frustration, and the others fumed in silence. From a distance, Jaegal Hyan clenched his fists, unable to contain his rage. This can't be. The Jaegal clan lost again? To Shaolin? How? Every single time we lose to them. And with that, the rematch came to a decisive end. From that day forward, the martial groups of Nonchong ceased interfering with the Shaolin-led clinic's operations. The Jaegal clan, who had initiated the duel, humbled themselves. They even offered to assist in the clinic's business, saying things like they had misjudged Shaolin's intentions. They broke ties with lesser martial factions and claimed they were entering a period of reorganization. Not my concern, Mujin thought. They're probably just trying to repair their public image. But even as they offered help, he didn't forget. They were involved in human trafficking. He thought coldly. I'll accept their support for now, but I'll never trust them. And thus, the long-delayed opening of the Nonchong branch finally became a reality. With the interference out of the way, the team could finally prepare. Mujin gathered everyone. The building restorations and cleaning are complete. Once the treatment tools and final equipment arrive, we'll be ready. Let's prepare to open the clinic. Mak Jaihyuk and Biab Gang both let out long, tired sighs of relief. Finally, 1 month after arriving in Nonchong, the clinic was finally about to open. Unseen by anyone, Ji-hee peeked out from behind a door, her eyes fixed on Mujin. Her cheeks pinkened, and a quiet smile tugged at her lips. Found him, she whispered. That's my blessing, monk. As she stood there, Ji-hee twisted Mujin's words, the ones where he told her she was incredibly strong. I've got you in my arms, and I won't ever let you go. Come with me, let's leave this all behind. Let's fight together on the ground. If I'm with you, I don't mind getting dirty. The memory made her face flush crimson, and before she realized it, she was laughing to herself. He was basically confessing to me in public. Unbelievable. Jean, he murmured. Strong, focused, and hard-working. Should I try talking to him again? Just then, a man approached her brusquely. Young lady over there. We're very busy right now. What are you doing here? Annoyed, Ji-hee turned to face him with a haughty glare. How dare you speak to me like that? Remove yourself from my sight. But as she turned away, she suddenly paused, eyes widening in surprise. Wait a second, aren't you the famous demon slayer's leader, Hyan Guang? A short while later, Hyan Guang brought her into the clinic, peering inside as he explained. She said she had some business with you, so I brought her along. Mujin, caught off guard and clearly flustered, raised his voice. Why would you bring her here now? We're in the middle of work, and I'm not even wearing a shirt. I wanted to make you uncomfortable. Hyan Guang replied dryly. He gave a short bow. Sorry for barging in like this. No, that's not what I meant. Mujin quickly responded. Moments later, Mujin hastily put on a shirt, speaking as he did. Sorry for appearing like this. I took off my clothes because there were only men around. I'll get dressed properly now. He smiled gently. It's fine, really. Inwardly, her thoughts betrayed her calm demeanor. Even if you weren't wearing anything, I think I'd be okay with that. At first, she had simply been amazed by his solid, muscular build. But now, she understood, those muscles weren't for show. They were forged through countless battles, each scar a lesson earned. That was the source of his strength. I've spent so much time mastering martial arts, but I neglected the cultivation of my mind. I was so focused on technique. I didn't see the bigger picture. I was like a frog trapped in a well. Turning to Mujin, she asked, Blessed monk, what do you think of me? He blinked. What do I think of you? She quickly corrected herself. Not me, my martial arts. Mujin chuckled. Ah. In that case, to be honest, I was overwhelmed when I saw the way you fought. The range of techniques you used and your determination left a deep impression. If we're just talking about technical ability, you're definitely ahead of me. He looked down thoughtfully. So, I still lack experience in real combat, not necessarily. Mujin said. It could be seen as a lack of battlefield experience, yes, but your adaptability is extraordinary. You responded quickly and parried my attacks in multiple creative ways. That kind of instinct. It's beyond what I can offer. I'm not in a position to criticize your skills at all. Hearing that, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He praised me. Mujin, watching her, thought to himself, she looked so down not long ago, and now she's smiling like this. She's surprisingly transparent with her emotions, despite the first impression she gave me. Then a thought crossed his mind. Why didn't someone this skilled appear in the original novel? If I recall correctly, the Jaegao clan was mentioned as one of the world's hidden shadow syndicates, like the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Did something happen before they turned into a shadow organization? Or is she an original character? Someone who never got to shine in the story? Could she have died prematurely? Beads of sweat formed on Mujin's forehead as his mind raced. That said, he began aloud. You shouldn't throw yourself into danger just for the sake of gaining experience. Murim is unforgiving. You could die at any time. Don't take unnecessary risks. Is he worried about me? Jean, he thought, heart fluttering. I'm not so weak that you need to be concerned for me, she said aloud, though her inner joy betrayed her words. She's saying one thing but feeling another, Mujin observed. Still, this is good. I've managed to get close to someone from the Jaegao clan. I can use this connection to keep tabs on their movements from time to time. He asked, Was that why you came looking for me? To understand why you lost, and how to grow stronger? I won't be able to spar with you often. I've got a mountain of responsibilities. But I admire your dedication to martial arts. If you're okay with it, would you like to train together while I'm here? It gets lonely, practicing alone all the time. But Jinhee's mind twisted his words into something else entirely. I really like you. Please be with me. Overwhelmed, she suddenly burst out. I want to do it. I'll do it. I have to. That's an interesting reaction, Mujin thought. In that case, I'll teach you a few of my own techniques for muscle extension. I came up with them myself. Jinhee grinned. I love the idea. That day marked the resolution of the conflict between the Nonchong martial groups and the Jaegao clan. From then on, I trained Jaegao Jinhee personally. Her body was already flexible and fairly well conditioned, so she adapted quickly. All I had to do was guide her form. Pull your head in and engage your abdomen. When you lie back, keep your spine fully aligned with the floor, I would say. But at times, she'd get distracted, lost in thought. I could only hope she would find whatever answer she was looking for. At the second body treatment clinic, everyone continued working diligently. The method had gained tremendous support in Dangfeng County, and it looked like Nonchong would follow suit. Both the poor and the wealthy seemed to benefit. With this success, Shaolin's financial concerns were beginning to ease. Later, I met with Mak Jaihyuk, an outer sect disciple of the Jiangxi Buddhist sect. We won't be here forever, I told him. You'll have to maintain the current standards after we leave. Yes, I understand, he replied. I'll focus more on training in the treatment methods. But how are we supposed to handle electricity and heat therapy ourselves? Don't worry, I reassured him. We'll teach you a cultivation method suitable for it. It won't be Shaolin's highest technique, but it'll suffice. Monk Biab Gang will teach you the electricity treatment. Monk Biab Y will handle the heat. Though I'd managed to bring some balance to the situation, I couldn't shake a growing dissatisfaction. Am I really okay living like this? I still hadn't gathered any useful intel on Ryu Sealho, the whole reason I came here. I had my doubts about him, strong ones, but no proof. I never imagined he'd be this meticulous. I can't stay here much longer, but I'm at a loss for what to do next. But I wasn't the only one struggling. Back at the Nonchong branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Ryu Sealho flew into a rage, smashing everything on his desk. Those bastards! They couldn't even get rid of some wandering monks. They've completely ruined our plans. Is there no one competent around here? A subordinate behind him spoke calmly. The other martial groups attempted to intervene, but failed. The Tyrant Blade faction has been destroyed. The Jaegao clan offered no help either. It's as though Shaolin caught wind of our actions. We need to investigate. Find out where the intel leak is. Enraged, Ryu Sealho hurled an object straight at the speaker. It hit squarely in the head, but the man didn't even flinch. What are you implying? Ryu Sealho barked. That Shaolin knew everything from the start? That they came here specifically to block us? If this keeps up, I'll never match the achievements of Ryu Xiaoriang, and the guild will slip from my grasp. Is there really no way to expel those damned monks? Without a word, the man pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it over. A message just arrived from the main guild. And why should I care about that right now? Ryu snapped. This is the solution, the man said. Even when falling from a cliff, there's always a way to survive. Ryu Sealho opened the letter and scanned its contents quickly. His eyes gleamed. So, the other branches here in Nonchong, they have connections to that place as well? Indeed, the subordinate replied. Perfect, Ryu said, grinning darkly. Gather them all. People say aging weakens the heart. Looks like our guild leader is no longer fit for his role. He's ancient already, and yet, he wants to throw a 70th birthday celebration? A sinister laugh echoed through the office. The scene shifted to Ryu Jiguang, seated in his study, quill in hand, carefully penning a letter with composed elegance. His writing read, From Ryu Jiguang, leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Thank you for the unwavering support you've shown our guild thus far. I sincerely hope that our ties will continue to grow even stronger in the future. The reason for this letter is to inform you of an upcoming occasion. My mother, Yungahi, will soon be celebrating her birthday, and we are preparing a formal banquet in her honor. This invitation is extended only to those we hold in the highest trust. We hope that this event may serve as an opportunity to deepen our bonds. All members of my family will be present, and we would be honored if you could join us as well. The banquet will be held on the following date. Meanwhile, Mujin read the letter with a calm but wary expression, his thoughts sharp and alert. The next chapter in this story is easy to predict. After gathering all their closest allies for this celebration, Ryu Sealho will strike, eliminating them in one fell swoop, then ascend to take control of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. I didn't expect him to attempt a coup through something so insidious. If the guild is allowed to fall into corruption, there won't be much I can do afterward. This disaster must be prevented. He folded the letter, a sigh escaping his lips. Fortunately, I've handled most of what needed to be done here in Nonchong. It's time to return to Dengfeng County. Just then, Ji-hee approached him, sweat still glistening on her brow. I've finished 2 full sets of push-ups, she reported. That means I rest for 15 minutes now, then do 3 more rounds, right? Muji nodded with approval. Correct. You remembered it well. And how's the muscle lengthening technique working for you? Jinhee's eyes gleamed with a quiet pride. It's helping me a lot. My body feels like it's truly growing stronger, and my mind doesn't wander like before. It's perfect for focusing both mentally and physically. Mujin smiled and gave her a thumbs up. That's one of the biggest advantages of that method. I'm certain it'll grow on you even more. Frankly, I've never seen someone make this much progress in just a month. You're incredible. Honestly, I don't think there's much more I can teach you now. You're leaving soon, right? Jinhee nodded. Yes. My elder says there's nothing left for us to do here in Nonchong. Mujin thought to himself. Well, I did dismantle all the foundations their clan had laid here, after all. Jinhee suddenly spoke again, a determined glint in her eyes. I have something I want to say. Mujin's expression stiffened slightly. Did she figure out it was me behind it all? But then Jinhee raised her voice with fierce energy. I'll become even stronger and come back. When I do, please duel with me again. Relieved and amused, Mujin grinned. I'll always welcome that. I'm glad you now see it as a goal and not just a target. I'll grow stronger too, and I'll be waiting. I look forward to our next match. The two clasped hands firmly. But as they did, Jinhee's thoughts veered in a direction even she didn't expect. He's holding my hand and saying all that. Isn't this basically a proposal? And so, the Jaegel clan departed from Jiangxi. Although it saddened Jinhee to part ways, the promise they made gave her new purpose. She looked cheerful and filled with hope. As their carriage pulled away, she turned back and shouted, I'll be back soon. Biab Gang, watching the scene, turned to Mujin. Well, we've wrapped up our work here. Shall we begin preparing for the next phase? Mujin, still waving to Jinhee, replied, Not yet. I have a few things to hand over first. Once I'm done, I'll head straight for the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Biab Gang nodded. Understood. You've done well these past 5 months. I'll return to Shaolin with the others then. Still, I can't let you be entirely alone. I'll assign 1 or 2 to stay behind and accompany you. That works, Mujin said. By the way, have you heard anything about my grandfather's condition lately? Biab Gang chuckled. Grandmaster Hyan Guang? He's so healthy now, he's practically flying across rooftops. He practices the muscle lengthening technique himself and gained so much weight from his oil-heavy diet, you'd never believe he was once weak or frail. Mujin let out a long, relieved sigh. I'm glad. That's a huge weight off my chest. But then, piecing it together in his head. Wait, if he's moving around that freely, then he's not just recovered, he's fully back in form. He was once called the strongest talent under heaven. If he attends this banquet, his presence alone could tip the scales. Can I ask you a favor? Mujin said. Biab Gang turned to him. Of course. What is it? Mujin handed him a sealed envelope. If you reach the Shaolin Temple before me, could you give this to Grandpa? I can't make it there myself, but this letter explains everything. I have a bad feeling something dangerous is brewing. He'll understand once he reads it. I got it, Biab Gang said, taking the letter. A few days later, at the Shaolin Temple, Biab Gang entered Hyan Guang's chamber where the old monk was mid-stretch. Apologies for interrupting your muscle-lengthening session, Grandmaster. It's alright, Hyan Guang said as he opened the letter. If this is from Mujin, then it takes precedence. He read in silence, then let out a hearty laugh. I see. Biab Gang tilted his head. What's going on? Hyan Guang smiled. So he's heading straight to the Heavenly Merchant Guild? That rascal. Seems I'll be attending the banquet too. It's been a while since I last saw him. I'm quite looking forward to it. Having regained over 10 kilograms and radiating immense vitality, Hyan Guang's aura was now impossible to measure. He's probably grown stronger as well, hasn't he? The Grandmaster asked. Biab Gang laughed. He definitely bulked up a lot, Grandmaster. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxi Buddha Fist sect, Mujin loaded supplies onto a carriage, pausing momentarily to think. Grandpa must have received the letter by now. I need to move fast and be ready. Mak Jihyuk approached with a respectful bow. Thank you for everything, Master Mujin. I may be leaving, Mujin said, but I'll still visit occasionally. Thank you for all the support during my time here. Not at all. You were a tremendous help. You defeated oppressive martial factions, dismantled a shadowy organization, and taught us techniques that saved countless lives. Every day you were here was a blessing. The Buddha Fist sect will carry on your will. Please continue your work for the people, even after you leave. We'll miss you. Mujin nodded. We'll meet again. With that, they departed from Nonchong. As their carriage rolled onward, Hyan Guang lounged on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. There weren't many strong opponents, but it was an interesting region. Mujin looked back one last time. Thank you, Nonchong, he thought to himself. We left in a hurry to stop Ryusealho, but the sun's shining brightly, like it's telling us everything will be okay. Still, I've taken precautions, just in case the unexpected happens. As the carriage rolled along, Mujin muttered to himself, mulling over countless ways to reduce casualties at the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, Monk Biab Y, riding beside him, groaned inwardly. Damn brat. Let me sleep already. 3 days later, in Dangfeng County, Mujin arrived at the Heavenly Merchant Guild on the day of the banquet. At the gates, he was greeted by Ryu Jiguang, who welcomed him with a smile. Monk Mujin, it seems your physique has grown even larger since we last met. Mujin offered a curt nod. I've simply kept up with my training. You're still the same as always. Jiguang chuckled. Thank you for coming to my mother's birthday banquet. Come inside, Monk Hyan Guang is already here and waiting for you. He arrived ahead of me? Mujin asked in surprise. As Mujin walked in, he glanced around and noted the attendees. Everyone here has close ties with the Heavenly Merchant Guild. This is the perfect setup for Ryusealho to stage a massacre. I must prevent any bloodshed from happening. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Hyan Guang turned and beamed. Mujin! You look so healthy now, I almost didn't recognize you. Grandpa, Mujin said with a soft smile. You're looking amazing yourself. That's thanks to all those who helped me recover. Hyan Guang said warmly. Beside him stood Yungehi. It's been a while, madam. Mujin greeted her politely. Welcome, Monk Mujin, she replied. Seems much has happened since our last meeting. You look much stronger now. Well, yes, a lot did happen, Mujin admitted. She chuckled. Seeing how both you and Sioa have grown warms my heart. Young people really do have limitless potential, Hyan Guang added. Mujin asked. Did something happen with Lady Sioa? Yungehi gave a small, amused laugh. Something big, indeed. The scene shifted to Sioa's room. She stood by her mirror, smiling brightly. Her maid tilted her head. Today's your mother's birthday, but you look more excited than she does. Is something special happening? Sioa nodded. Today's the day he comes back. Pardon? Who do you mean by he? Sioa recalled the promise made in the past, when Mujin told her he would return to test her progress, and that he wouldn't go easy on her. With firm conviction, she whispered, Monk Mujin, I've kept my promise. Once plump and lacking confidence, Sioa had transformed. She had shed 17 kilograms and carried herself with a proud, graceful poise. Slim, sharp, and determined, she was ready. Some time later, Mujin happened to see her again, and he froze in surprise. Lady Sioa? He asked, blinking. Is that really you? You've changed so much, I wouldn't have recognized you. It's like you've become a completely different person. You must have worked incredibly hard while I was away. With a soft smile, Sioa responded, It's all thanks to your teachings before you left. I simply followed the path you showed me. Mujin shook his head, a rare glimmer of pride in his eyes. Even so, it was your determination that brought you this far. I can't take the credit. Honestly. I'm worried now. The men of Denfeng County won't know what hit them. You're going to break a lot of hearts. Sioa gave him a sharp look, cheeks slightly flushed. That's all you have to say? She asked. Blessed monk. I mean, what do you really think? Mujin blinked, caught off guard. Huh! I already told you, you've changed so much I barely recognized you. Isn't that enough? Before Sioa could reply, her attendant stepped in, eyes wide with admiration. Lady Sioa, you look absolutely stunning today. That dress, the makeup, what's the occasion? Did you dress up for someone special? Sioa lowered her gaze. It's Grandma's 70th birthday banquet. The servant tilted her head. I know it's the elder's birthday, but you dressed up so nicely, people might think you were the one being celebrated. Caught off guard by the remark, Sioa's expression stiffened. Stop. That's enough. Meanwhile, Mujin looked at her thoughtfully. Is this the right moment to tell her that? Then, with a steady voice, he spoke. Lady Sioa, since the last time we met, you've truly become beautiful. But before Sioa could respond, Yun Gehe's voice rang out from across the courtyard. Monk Mujin! Could you lend me a hand over here? Mujin turned toward the voice, then looked back at Sioa apologetically. I'll be back. I'll help her out for a bit. As he walked away, the servant whispered to Sioa. That was so close. Sioa mumbled under her breath. I hate Grandma. As the banquet progressed beneath the glowing moonlight, music and laughter filled the air. Dancers swirled across the stage, guests enjoying their meals as they watched the performances. But Mujin, while helping with the banquet, had his eyes scanning the crowd. He studied each face carefully, mentally cataloging them. He didn't know who might pose a threat, so he took no chances. With this many people in attendance, it took time to survey them all. The Heavenly Merchant Guild really is something else, he thought. So many powerful people gathered in one place. I just hope nothing happens. No bloodshed, please, not tonight. Especially with the strongest person in the world present. Back at the meal table, Yun Gehe looked around and asked. Hyan Guang, where did Monk Mujin go? Hyan Guang replied. Still at the latrine, probably. Gehe sighed. I wanted to hear about his trip to Nonchong. Hyan Guang smiled gently. Then we'll ask him together when he comes back. Elsewhere, Ryu Sealho stood quietly under a tree, puffing on a cigarette while watching the party. A man approached and asked. You seem troubled. What's weighing on your mind? Sealho exhaled a curl of smoke. It's nothing, Selyong. Just work. The man was Ryu Selyong, Sealho's elder brother, leader of the Xian branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and the eldest son of Guild Master Ryu Jiguang. You can rest a little on a night like this, Selyong said. It's okay to take a break. Sealho gestured toward the old monk seated near their grandmother. Who's that sitting with her? Oh, Selyong replied. That's Monk Hyan Guang. Father told me about him. He used to be called the greatest talent in the world, the Shaolin Divine Monk. In the past? Sealho asked. Not anymore? Selyong nodded solemnly. He lost all his martial arts while defending the Shaolin Temple from the demonic cultists. Became crippled after that. Now, he's just a kind old man. Fate brought him and grandmother together. We owe him a lot, even if he's no longer the man he once was. Anyway, I'll go greet the other guests now. And Sealho, don't smoke too much tobacco. As Selyong walked away, he frowned slightly. I've never smelled tobacco like that before. Is it a new blend? It's oddly unpleasant. Once Selyong was gone, a figure stepped out from the shadows and approached Sealho. There are no issues with our plan, next Merchant Guild leader, the man whispered. Also, that tobacco you're smoking, it's a special product. Please refrain from using it when others are around. It was none other than Inner Administrator GM Pyoga. Sealho narrowed his eyes. Why are you speaking so cryptically all of a sudden? But halfway through the sentence, he paused. His lips curled into a sinister grin. I see. So you're connected to that place too. To think you've served here for 40 years, and all along you were a spy. If Father ever found out, he'd cry tears of blood. Changing the subject, Sealho asked. What happened with number 1027 was unfortunate, wasn't it? GM Pyoga nodded. If we'd been able to use her properly, Lady Sioa could have been turned into our puppet. And now? Everything is going smoothly, Pyoga said. I've already sent instructions to our people using frequency transmission. When I fake a cough and hit the table 4 times, it will begin. Sealho gave a curt nod. Understood. You've done well. You may go. Yes, sir. As if spitting on Mujin's hopes for a peaceful evening, Ryu Sealho was calmly imagining the bloodbath that was soon to unfold. This will be the last banquet, he thought. So enjoy it while you can. Tonight I ascend as the new merchant guild leader. At that moment, Hyan Guang, seated beside Gehi, grew tense. His expression hardened. Gehi noticed and frowned. Is something wrong? Hyan Guang thought grimly. Mujin, it seems your fears were justified after all. Meanwhile, Sioa sat quietly by a pool, gently tossing small rocks into the water. Her thoughts were conflicted. Monk Mujin acknowledged how hard I've worked, but still, I wanted him to say I've become prettier. If he didn't say it, maybe he's not interested in me after all. She stood up, brushing off her dress. I should head back. They'll start looking for me soon. I'll get scolded for wandering off alone. Just then, a faint sound came from the nearby shadows. She turned toward it, suddenly on edge. What was that noise? No one should be here this late. She spotted 2 silhouettes. One of them spoke in a low voice. Another person's died from poisoning on the street. The voice belonged to Sealho's servant. He was speaking to GM Pyogu. Pyogu asked, Is this why we're concerned about that monk Mujin? Yes, the servant replied. He's been making moves like he knows everything. Every disruption in Nonchong was tied to him. It's no coincidence. Pyogu added. Number 1027's incident was his doing as well. She claimed Mujin deceived everyone. If we're wiping them all out, we should kill him too. I agree, the servant said. Let's take this chance to eliminate him. Sioa's breath caught in her throat. She trembled, her thoughts racing. What did they just say? That voice, it's the inner administrator? Kill the blessed monk? I have to go, now. I need to warn father. She turned, but her foot scraped against the stone, making a noise. Both men snapped their heads in her direction. She panicked. They saw me. I'm caught. I need to run. She barely managed a few steps before the servant blocked her path. He smiled cruelly. Where are you rushing off to, Lady Sioa? Did something happen? Without warning, he pulled out a dagger. Well, we were going to kill everyone anyway. He raised the blade. This is goodbye. He thrust. Sioa screamed. In that moment, a flash of movement, steel meeting steel. The dagger was knocked away, deflected midair. Mujin stood in front of her, eyes blazing as he deflected the dagger with his iron guard technique. You're planning to kill everyone? He said coldly. What an ambitious plan. He leveled his gaze at the assassin. In that case, start with me, if you think you can.
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.